It's the second day in the Charity Cup, and here in the control room, our crew is getting ready for another day, hopefully with some great chess and some more fundraising for UNICEF. And if we head in here, this whole room is for our sound guy, Tom. Hi, Tom.
Hi.
All of these buttons only for sound. Where's my button, Tom?
This one.
All right, so when you press that, that's when I'm on?
You're on.
All right, and I'm on now.
Yes.
Perfect. It's actually Tom's wife as well. She's a fantastic Norwegian designer, and it's she who made our fantastic chess cups. And today, we're gonna auction out one of these chess cups as a fundraiser for UNICEF. So go in to cctauction.com to make your bid, and welcome to the Charity Cup.
Wow, what has just happened there?
Whoa!
He's completely hallucinated into the
Whoa! Look at the bar!
action. Checkmate is just coming.
What a game! Wow.
There's no way to stop it. Plus 100 for black.
He's taking
Whoa!
it.
Is that it?
Mind of the computer, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Rook is under fire. 2 seconds again by Eric. Oh, he made the move.
Why doesn't it work?
Because you did-
Rook takes bishop. Rook takes bishop. Play quickly.
Magnus Carlsen showing his genius in this final.
Incredible day of chess.
And here it is, the chess cup that we have chosen for the auction today. It is the one with the knight, because we know the knight is one of the favorite pieces for so many of you out there. So if you want to make a bid for this cup in the auction, then go ahead and do that. And this is the second day in preliminaries in the Charity Cup. A total of 4 days in the preliminaries with 16 players, all play all. And they get 3 points for a win, $750, and just 1 point and $250 for a draw. Top 8 will make it through to the knockout stage with quarterfinal matches, semi-final matches, and a 2-day final to decide the winner. And Magnus Carlsen, he is a big favorite in the tournament. He did lose yesterday, though, the final game against Ding Liren, but at least he got a good start to the tournament.
Okay, he gave a check. Where's that white rook going? I thought that white rook was needed as a defender on the e-file. I think Hare Krishna may be just going wrong with his rook now. White's rook is deflected away from the rest of its forces. And Magnus has now got 4 extra pawns. White's knight not making a great impression. Still some big, big threats. Yeah, and this is over. It's actually checkmate next move. Once the white king moves, the black rook on the 3rd rank is going to slide across, and Magnus takes the win. There we go.
Magnus is going for it. He's making a pawn break.
Okay, so he is trying. There we go. And now White's knight can actually give a check. I don't think you want to go to any other square. You might get trapped, or it can step back. Actually, wait, it's stepping towards the black g-pawn. Maybe
yes.
Magnus is winning suddenly.
Yeah.
Wow, we talked about squeezing water out of a stone. That has happened in this game. It was just a dead draw. Eric had it almost within his grasp. And here we go. Black's bishop has to stop the white pawn, but after this capture, that white pawn is going to cost black his bishop, and Eric resigns. Magnus squeezed out the win. Okay, he drops back his king first.
Oh, he's taking the risk.
Wow.
Bold, bold stuff from Ding.
So Ding can actually just do whatever he wants. He can move his rook round and round in circles for the next 50 moves. Black is completely stuck, just has to move his bishop back and forth. There we go.
Wow, what a game.
He's going to try and use his king to deliver checkmate. He knows that checkmate in 3 moves is threatened, basically.
Whoa.
White's king is just going to step 1 square to the side. The white rook is going to come across.
And he resigns. Wow, world number 3, Ding Liren, in the early morning in China, winning against the world champion in game 4. And Magnus Carlsen, he is in 6th place with 7 points. Ding Liren, 9 points in 3rd place. Are we finally seeing maybe the best of Ding Liren in the tour so far, David?
It feels like that. He had a great first day, but we have been here before. Ding throughout the tour, he's flattered to deceive. Sometimes he starts well, but in general, he hasn't been quite at his best. So he'll want to keep this up. He'll want to maintain his momentum, and he'll want to add a couple of wins today.
And we have to remember, he finished off, well, like 4 a.m. in the morning last night, and beat it. We also talked to him. In 4th place, he finished at 2 a.m. in the morning in India. It's late for those guys, an extra challenge. Hans Niemann, though, early in the morning in the US, and he was one of the lowest ranked players, Jovanka. How surprised are you to see him up there in shared lead?
I'm very surprised, but I have to say Hans Niemann himself wasn't surprised at all. I mean, he has confidence in his abilities, and he said it himself. He came to the day relaxed, and he was just out there to enjoy the chess. And he pulled off a really stunning performance, 3 victories and 1 draw, and including a victory over Ding Liren.
Yeah. Definitely, and the confidence that we heard from Hans yesterday, David, you know, he was not worried at all. He's going to face Magnus in the first game today. He felt quite confident he's going to qualify to knockouts. How rare is that confidence to see in chess?
It's rare and it's refreshing,
Yeah.
but it's also a trademark for most of the world champions we've seen in history. Bobby Fischer, for example, super confident. Magnus Carlsen as well, super confident in his abilities, and I think that's going to serve Niemann very well throughout his career. Starting early in the morning, but he's shown that it has worked for him so far.
Yeah, it is 16 players. They're sitting in their homes all over the world. The Americans playing quite early in the day, and then for the players sitting in Asia playing late at night. We heard Vidit saying yesterday he actually took a nap in his chair during the tournament.
Yeah, he said that as well, and he said that because he finished his last game so early, he was playing against Pragnanda and he didn't want to lose, that he managed to actually finish earlier than he would have normally done. So yeah, I mean, definitely a tiring schedule, and on top of that, it is a bit of a tiring time zone for the Indian players.
Definitely. Now, yesterday was also a lot about our charity fundraiser for UNICEF. And UNICEF, of course, is doing life-saving work for the children and their families in and around Ukraine. And now we're going to meet 16-year-old Alexandra. She is from the eastern parts of Ukraine. She should, like other teenagers, be going to school, playing sports, hanging out with her friends. But instead, she is hiding out in a bomb shelter.
– 24 лютого. Цей день запам'ятає, напевно, кожен українець. Коли ми всі підскочили зі свого ліжка під слова «Прокидайся», почалася війна. Хтось прокинувся під звуки пострілів та вибухів. День, який ми планували провести, як завжди, на роботі, в школі, в дитячих садочках з друзями, перетворився на постійний страх, перебування в укриттях, біль та постійні сирени. Сьогодні 27 лютого, зараз 1 година. Ми вже встигли відвідати укриття о 7 годині ранку, та, на щастя, незабаром повернулися додому. Я навіть встигла нафарбуватися та привести себе в порядок вперше за ці страшні 4 дні, щоб записати цей відеосюжет. Зараз в Запоріжжі спокійно, всі сидять в своїх домівках. Доброго вечора, якщо його ще можливо назвати добрим. Сьогодні вже 28 лютого, ми зараз вдома, але ми вже втомилися рахувати, скільки разів ми бігали в укриття. Я хочу сказати, що нам дуже страшно. І я не розумію однієї речі, в чому винні мирні люди, чому діти повинні це бачити, і чи ми заслуговуємо того, щоб очікувати своєї смерті. Ні. Ні одна людина в світі не заслуговує на це. Я молюся, щоб мені подзвонив мій дідусь, який зараз знаходиться в Гостомелі під страшнішими обстрілами. Мій батько в Терабоні. Вона всередині. Ми повертаємося з укриття. Дуже психологічно. Новий день, 2 березня. Ми тільки не повернулися з укриття. В нашому місті ніч була спокійною. Але моє серце розривається, коли я бачу кадри з Києва, Київської області, Харкова, Чернігівської області, Херсонської області, на жаль, Запорізької, та ще кадри з багатьох областей. Як на мене, для 21-го сторіччя це дуже кривавий та жорстокий шлях. Я прошу, зупиніть війну. Остановите войну. Please, stop the war.
These are devastating stories to hear from Ukraine. UNICEF is trying to help the children and the people in and around Ukraine. And yesterday, together with all of you, we were able to raise more than $20,000. We have now raised our goal to $75,000. And Ivanka, for everyone who wants to contribute in the fundraiser, how do they do that?
You can go to the website www.chess24.com/donate, or alternatively, you can get out your mobile phone and you can scan the QR code, and that will take you immediately to the link. And do remember that every little will help the people of Ukraine.
Definitely, yeah. If it's $5, if it's $20, every single dollar of your hard-earned money will be so much appreciated. And we also had an auction yesterday. David's chest tie went for $1,100. So thank you so much to everyone who was in that auction. And of course, congratulations to the winner of that auction. Today, as we mentioned, we're auctioning out our beautiful Knight Chess Cup. And if you head to cctauction.com, you can make a bid for that one. And also a bunch of other items up for auction. And auction, fundraiser, but we also want to hear from our viewers on social media.
Yeah, we still very much want everyone to be enthusiastic about the chess. So if you want to send us your comments, your questions, and even your selfies, please can you tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps, and we will feature them on the show.
Definitely. And selfies, we do love your selfies as well. Now, a total of 4 games to continue the preliminaries today. Games or rounds 5, 6, 7, and 8. We're going to follow some very cool encounters. Look at that, Richard Report, probably ready for the candidates to face world champion Magnus Carlsen in round 7. And after the first round today, we're going to be joined by Ramesh. He is the coach of Pragnananda. It's probably been a busy month for him after Pragnananda became the youngest player in history to beat Magnus Carlsen after he became world champion. So looking forward to that. But in the first game, we're going to follow Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann. Let's take a look at round 5, all the games coming up to start off today. Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann. But we also have some other cool encounters coming up. Yep, look at that. David Navarra against Ding Liren, who ended the day with a win against Magnus Carlsen. Pragnananda, he's going to start off against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Jordan van Forest against Vidit. That should be an interesting one. Gawain Jones, he had a hard day yesterday, David, but want to strike back today.
Yep, he was taking risks, he was trying to be ambitious, but it didn't quite work out for the Englishman. So he's going to be trying to get those points, get those wins in order to try and qualify. But the big one is Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann, and that's the one we'll be following.
Definitely. Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann. Now I'm back in the corner with Askild, and I suspect, Askild, that Hans Niemann did quite well on the tour ratings yesterday.
Absolutely. He won 3 out of 4 games, and as we can see, he gained actually close to 40 rating points. So he's up to 2662, and maybe he can cross the 2700 mark if he has another good day today.
Incredible. And Magnus Carlsen, he lost 5 rating points. That's not dramatic at all. And I'm excited now to see the Fighting Chess Index. What does that look like?
The Fighting Chess Index focuses on decisive games. Gawain Jones had a rough day 1, lost a few games. Hans Niemann, on the other hand, won 3 out of 4 games, and he's on 3rd place with 70.14.
So should we expect, an entertaining fighting game between Hans and Magnus in the first round here?
Absolutely. Hans is full of confidence after a great start to this event, and everyone wants to beat the world champion. So I expect a fighting and interesting game.
Yeah, definitely confident. We could hear that from him yesterday, this American 18-year-old. But what chances do you give him with the black pieces against the world champion?
I would be surprised if he managed to win with the black pieces, but Magnus lost to Pragnananda last tournament, so He does have some off days every now and then, and it wouldn't be the biggest surprise, I have to say that. So, but normally Magnus with the white pieces is a very tough opponent. So.
And Hans, only 18 years old in this American chess team where you have Nakamura and you have Levon Aronian and Wesley So. It must be hard to sort of shine in that company of those fantastic players.
Absolutely, but he's still 18 years old and a great talent, and I think one day he can be a top player.
Yeah. All right, and I bet American viewers and American fans are eager to follow this game. Hans Niemann, 18 years old, against world champion Magnus Carlsen. And remind us, David, what is the time control?
So throughout the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, we are playing rapid chess. That means 15 minutes per player for the entire game. They gain, however, 10 seconds after every move. So it's quick chess, it's rapid chess, and especially once we get under a couple of minutes, things do tend to heat up.
Jordan van Forest, he is ready. David Anton, nice to see him back in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Colorful shirt, I like that. Looking nice. Liam Le, he is on top of the table. Shared lead with Hans Niemann. Beat it, looking sharp, looking ready. He did reveal yesterday that he sleeps most of the day to get ready for playing quite late in the evening. Hare Krishna is also ready. And here, Magnus Carlsen comes. Hans Niemann in a very nice flowery shirt. And Magnus will make the first move. We know Hans Niemann has a chessball course coming out, the Joe Bava London. Should Magnus then not play that opening?
Yeah, Magnus has not played 1d4, which might lead towards the Jabava London system. Instead, we see a king's pawn opening from the world champion, and it's the Spanish. So Hans Niemann just reacting very solidly with black. 1e4, e5, locking things up. White is the first to castle the king, but play will start to revolve around the center of the board. Hans Niemann, okay, he takes a deep breath. What is he going to do here? Usually we see black develop the dark squared bishop out. There's a couple of squares you could choose. Black could push a pawn. Black can even capture white's pawn in the center of the board with the black knight. And he does that. One of the most ambitious options. We call this the open Spanish because things tend to open up very quickly. So black temporarily is a pawn up. But if you look at black's king, it's in the middle. It needs to get castled. So black is happy to give back a pawn in order to catch up with piece development. This is still very well-known stuff so far.
I have a question, actually, because we always talk about taking center. And that black knight, is that taking center since it's in the center, or is it not taking center because it's basically not aiming at any of the squares in the center?
That's a good question, actually,
Thank
Kaja.
you. Yeah.
I've never thought of it like that. Yeah, black's knight here, it's been very ambitious. It's grabbed a pawn, and it is actually supported by black's central pawn. But then again, it could be a target for white's pieces. So I think it comes with pros and cons. It could be what we call an octo knight, just controlling 8 squares, a really powerful piece, or black's knight in the center of the board could just get traded off. I'm expecting to see maybe Magnus at some point over the next move or two bring out his knight, the knight that's asleep on the left side, and challenge black's knight in the center. It's just too strong.
Yeah.
So, OK, he's just pushed a pawn first. This is still very standard as well. And now Hans Niemann will develop his dark squared bishop, most likely.
Yeah. And one of the things I have realised about this particular line that Hans Niemann has played is it's quite forcing. I mean, there's a long series of moves in the database. And I was just wondering, is he planning to out-prepare Magnus?
I think quite possibly.
Because yesterday I did notice from Hans Niemann's games that he was very, very well prepared in the opening. He convincingly beat David Anton in his specialty, the Jabava London. But it wasn't just David Anton, it was also Ding Lorena as well.
Yeah, some really impressive opening preparation from the teenager from Niemann. OK, there, he brought his bishop out. As predicted, white's knight and bishop. Wow, OK, white's knight and bishop were ganging up against the black knight, and we've seen some really quick moves now. We've actually seen a huge transition. Black has given up a knight and bishop in exchange for white's rook. But black does have a pawn in exchange, and look at the white king right now. It's forced slightly out into the open, and with black's last move, he's trying to open up the black rook at the top of the board on the same line as the white king. He's trying to open up to attack Magnus. But we've seen this before. This is still well known. This is actually kind of cutting-edge theory. It's debated at the top level in several games recently. Magnus himself had it, I think, from the white side last season on the tour. So, OK, we saw white give up another pawn. Kaja, you mentioned taking center. Look at those black pawns in the center of the board right now. They're super strong, backed up by black's pieces. But material is roughly level. White has a bishop and a knight. Black has a rook and 2 pawns in return. So rook and 2 pawns worth 7.
two pieces, a bishop and a knight, worth roughly 6, sometimes more. So, yeah, it's really tense, really complex. And the evaluation bars spin swinging left and right because even studying with computers, it's unclear who has the advantage. I think in practical terms, it's very difficult to play with white. So Magnus must have come armed with preparation, opening preparation to this game.
It
Yeah,
looks like
you'd expect that, right?
The black pieces look very developed, though.
Yeah, I looked at this once and I was terrified. I was just too scared to play it with white because if you look at white's pieces, half of them are asleep. Also, the white king a bit open, a bit airy, and black's central pawn's just too strong. But then again, if white's bishops come to life, if the two white bishops, which are actually pointing towards the king side, if they can start creating some threats, if the white knights can start hopping forward, it's nice to have minor pieces in certain types of positions. So Magnus has to try and just survive the next few moves, and then the white minor pieces, the knights and bishops, might come to life. But it's scary. And I think Magnus is being brave going into this. Hans is being very ambitious, playing such a kind of complex line against someone so strong as Magnus.
Yeah, and I do have to say, up until Hans's last move, stepping forward with the queen 2 squares, the players were actually following the game that you referenced. That was Magnus Carlsen against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in the tour finals. There, Magnus actually won. So here, I'm just taking a look at my database, and I can see that the scores are, I would say, edging in black's favour.
Okay.
So it's a sharp line. Players who just recently played it, Fabiano Caruana played this against Jordan van Forest very recently in the Tata Steel. Eric Hansen also played it against Jordan van Forest. There it wasn't very successful for Eric. And also Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has also played it.
Okay, so some real pedigree, some real giants of chess playing this opening. And Magnus now, he's brought his bishop out, and to me, that's slightly mysterious. It looks like white's bishop is active, but it's actually hitting thin air. It's not actually attacking any pieces. It could provoke a pawn push later by one of black's pawns near the king, just to kick that bishop away. But maybe Magnus is hoping to loosen things up around the black king. Jovanka, has this one been played before?
No, hasn't been played before.
Brand new move.
But yes and no, because it has been analysed. Someone has gone into the database and had a check. Hey, what happens if white develops the bishop to the g5 square? And they've analysed 2 moves. This was actually in June 2021. They analysed directly attacking the white knight sitting on f3, or a very kind of calm, sensible move, which is also just to tuck the king away into the corner.
Okay, so 2 very sensible moves. As you mentioned, tucking the king away in the corner. Now the king is super safe. If you want to keep it even safer, an idea we actually mentioned yesterday on our broadcast, the bishop could always drop back to actually keep the light square safe around the black king. So a very nice defensive maneuver. But we know Hans Niemann. We know he's not... I don't think he wants to play safety first chess. He's not a defensive player by nature. He wants to be aggressive, ambitious. He wants to attack even players like Magnus Carlsen, no fear. So a move we might well see is pawn to e4, attacking this white knight. And now this white knight, once it is dislodged, I'm expecting it to maybe land in the centre. Black can start to bring pieces as well towards the white king. For example, the black knight can move forward, trying to maybe cause an attack later on. Black's pawns could start what we call a pawn storm, an avalanche of pawns, all of black's pawns rushing forward. This would be very, very tense. And to be honest, the more I look at this, the more I'm attracted to it for the black side. I think Hans Niemann has a chance to start going on the offensive against the world champion, and he knows no fear, and normally that type of attitude will give you results, even against the best players. You can't just play quiet moves. Even though this is very sensible, it just feels a bit too slow. So, okay, what will Hans do? Will he play a quiet move like tucking his king in the corner, or will he start pushing pawns forward, creating threats, and forcing Magnus onto the back foot? Yeah, really, really tense position. I'm loving these 2 pawns now for black. I'm loving this open file as well for the rook. And, okay, Magnus will have to really produce some defensive ideas. And, of course, he goes for it. The most aggressive move there by Hans Niemann, pushing a pawn forward, hitting this white knight.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you a question just based on my observations of Hans Niemann. So he's incredibly confident, and so this leads me to believe that he's an optimist. And I was going to ask you, are you an optimist or a pessimist when it comes to chess?
Ooh.
That's a good question. Actually, I saw a meme recently where Okay, the black knight does indeed land in the center, so we're expecting this, and now the pawn's going to push forward, kick the knight. But yeah, I saw a meme on Twitter recently, and it was just a picture of a glass, and obviously the question is the glass half full or half empty? And I think someone like Hans Niemann would say the glass is full. So yeah, it's. I think I've always been a bit of a pessimist. I try and look for the pros and positives in my position, but I also like to take the safety first option if in doubt, especially when I'm low on time. So.
But the safety at first option is also really good because it means you're always considering what your opponent is going to be thinking about.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're just optimist, you do have to be careful that you don't swing all the way to the other side and just be reckless and not consider that your opponent too has a chance at playing the game.
Yeah, you need to be objective. That's the main thing. You have to know roughly the evaluation of the position so you can take major decisions. Yeah, you can't be too optimistic that you forget everything, but you can't be too pessimistic where you just play for the draw or play passively, put your piece on bad squares. So, okay. Meanwhile, a couple of moves. White's other knight jumping forward, the white knight that was sat next to the king, and black's bishop has just retreated one square. Very solid there, this last move by Niemann, but he has this idea that we mentioned of black's c-pawn coming down the board and hitting white's knight in the center. If that had happened on the last turn, white's knight in the center could have captured the black bishop, and after that trade, I think that would have favored Magnus. So, okay, still really interesting stuff. Both players playing quite quickly up to this point. We're already on move 19. Both players have over 13 minutes left. So, yeah, I mean, I think both players have started really, really well today.
Already a cool game.
It is
cool game.
incredibly, incredibly exciting. And for me, I'm just looking at the position and I'm considering David's idea, you know, attacking the knight with a pawn, and suddenly those three pawns in the middle of the board look really, really scary. And the question for white is, should they take some action against this, you know, step backwards with the knight, or should they just go, well, fine, it's not a problem? The pessimist in me is thinking, take action, don't allow it.
Yeah.
But then...
The optimist in you, what does the optimist in you say, Jovanka?
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Step forward with the queen.
Forget what black's doing.
Exactly. The knight will retreat once it's attacked, and then the question becomes, well, what is black going to be doing? I don't know which wolf is winning, actually, the battle there. I think probably the cowardly wolf.
I agree. Okay, Magnus isn't a coward, though, and he goes for one of the optimistic approaches. He's actually just ignoring black's pawn pushes. So black now could pick up that c-pawn and push it 2 squares forward, hitting white's knight in the center of the board, but the white knight will just retreat, and at the moment, Magnus has everything under control. The reason he's retreated his bishop there to the edge of the board is because he wants to kind of zigzag his bishop back, this white dark square bishop that has moved. He wants to drop it back 1 square just to kind of eye up the black queen. The black knight and black queen are on the same diagonal. So really sneaky move there from Magnus. And yeah, the optimistic, pessimistic thing, I think that affects me the most in positions where you have an option to attack, but it involves some risk. When I was young, I would just go for the attack every time. I was confident it would work. I wouldn't even calculate sometimes. I just trust myself. But these days, the older I get, the more I believe in defence, and that's maybe why I'm pessimistic. And I know Hans, for sure, he is believing any time he gets a chance to throw pawns forward, throw pieces forward.
Yeah, it's an intriguing question because I've been kind of thinking a lot about this issue, especially when it comes to life's approaches, whether you should be looking with a gap mentality or a gain mentality. And they were saying, you know, if you're an optimist, it allows you to be more creative in life and also in chess. And it enables you just to see things out of the box. And I must admit, Magnus has been very optimistic in his position. He's like, I don't care. I don't mind about black attacking the knight. And as a result of that, he's come up with a really unconventional way of manoeuvring his bishop to a better diagonal. And suddenly, white's position has a lot of harmony, whereas maybe you wouldn't have thought about that if you'd just been instinctively reacting to black's plans.
Yeah, true. If you compare the white knights as they are now to how they were 5 moves ago. White's knights were previously just passive, not doing much. This bishop that you just mentioned, Jovanka, the white dark squared bishop, it's looking great at the side of the board, actually. And it will look even better next move, especially compared to how it was a few moves ago. So Magnus is improving with every turn, and Hans needs to do that
Yeah.
as well in the meantime.
Has Magnus become more pessimistic with age in his style as well?
I wouldn't say necessarily pessimistic, just maybe more practical. Occasionally, we see him take a quick draw in the final round of tournaments just to secure his place. We saw in the 2016 World Championship match, he took a draw against Sergei Karyakin in the last game with white very quickly just to ensure he got to the playoffs. So I think he's got his eye on the result more than maybe beauty in each game these days. But I think that's natural. In sport, players, athletes, they tend to retire maybe in their 30s because physical things are taking over and it's hard to keep battling and keep kind of pushing yourself. But I think in chess, the reason maybe we get slightly worse with age is because we become less creative. And at least for me and at least a lot of other chess players I know, we often end up playing maybe passive chess, solid chess, rather than going for all-out attacks, rather than playing aggressive openings. So
what is the prime age for chess?
They say 35.
Yeah.
Okay, so Magnus actually isn't there yet.
Yeah, I would say maybe slightly earlier, but I think you can go on for longer at a high level. But it's definitely hard. I would love to be Hans's age again, 18, just attacking every turn. And wow, okay.
Hang on. Wow, that's an amazing move.
Yeah, and the reason we both reacted there is because Magnus has just given up a knight. The knight has just jumped forward, attacking the black queen, but this knight is attacked twice by black's bishop and by black's rook, and it's only defended once. We have to investigate this. It's either genius or it's going to backfire on the world champion. On the last turn, if we rewind just to show what Hans did, he actually created a double attack, hitting this bishop and hitting the white knight with his queen, and Magnus reacted by jumping forward. So this knight actually has many purposes here. It's attacking the black queen, but it's also defending the bishop, as we mentioned, and defending its own knight. So you have to remove it. What else? If you take this knight, Magnus's idea is actually to maybe recapture first, and after the rook takes, white is a piece down, but after queen takes pawn, this is a check, and another double attack. So it's all about double attacks right now. It's all about multi-purpose moves. And here, after black blocks the check or runs out of the check, you would just lose the rook in the corner. This would actually end in a back rank checkmate. So Magnus has some serious threats. And Hans, has he missed this move? Maybe he's forgotten that the queen is going to take this pawn and it's going to be devastating. How is he going to deal with this? I'm shocked the evaluation bar is on black side so far, because I don't see how you react.
I also don't see how to react as well. And the more I look at it, black can't even just go, oops, I made a mistake, didn't see that move my queen away, because, if you do that, then there's going to be a knight check at the very least, or you can even be flashy and go queen takes pawn.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
better to play safe and go knight check.
But it's the same idea after the king moves. Now you can play queen takes pawn. This knight protected by white's bishop on the side of the board. We mentioned white's minor pieces, the bishops and knights coming to life. And after a queen trade now, if we just do a quick count, white has a bishop and a knight, and also very strong bishops and knights for the black rook. Yes, black has a pawn, but this guy is under attack. This guy is under attack in the middle of the board. Black has too many weaknesses. White's pieces are better than the black rooks. And this just looks winning for white. So what is in store here? What could Hans be thinking about? Let's go back to the players. Maybe there's a sneaky knight check. Maybe there's some tactics, but either way, Magnus finding we talked about creativity. He still has some left. He found there a really creative move, and Hans needs to deal with his problems. Everything attacked.
What a beautiful move from Magnus. I don't see a response. I think Hans Niemann just blundered.
Yeah.
He was careless and was too much in his own head thinking about attacking, and he's just missed this wonderful, wonderful move, because at first sight you think, well, the knight can't just go there, and often stronger players will actually rule out this type of move just because automatically, because they're like, no, it's covered, the square's covered, don't need to do anything else.
Yeah.
And this is what's happened here. And incredible by Magnus.
And I did see before Magnus made that move, he was sitting in deep, deep thought with his head in his hands while actually Hans was making his move. It seems to be something he's planning.
Yeah, maybe Magnus had kind of seen this trick, this kind of trap in advance, and he was kind of hoping Hans would fall into it, but also Magnus was just trying to calculate ahead to figure out that it does indeed work. Because actually, just thinking about it now, Magnus, his previous move, it relied on this trick. If the black queen did swing across, as it did, then white would have been in big trouble if this knight move wasn't available. And as Jovanka mentioned, I think this is called an invisible move in a way. So it's putting a piece on a square that looks like it's well covered by the enemy pieces. but often it's the most effective because 3 or 4 pieces might be covering the same square, but if you put something on that square, only one of your opponent's pieces can take it, and you often ruin the opponent's coordination. So, yeah, right now, black's coordination is just ruined. White, meanwhile, just too many threats. And what's happened to the evaluation bar? I'm surprised because I'm like you, Jovanka. I don't see what black does.
So you would have placed it to the other side.
Yeah, to
how
white
far?
side.
How far on Magnus's side? How big of an advantage would you say?
This looks a winning advantage,
Wow.
so it would be over +1. Okay, so he captures the knight. Okay, that's not going to change much because, well, one knight was on f5, another knight appears. And I'm thinking maybe Hans can try to
And there he goes, the
confuse
bar.
things a little bit.
Yeah,
Maybe throwing a knight check. I mean, maybe now it's too late.
So should he now
Already-
not take with the rook like you showed us earlier?
If black takes with the rook, after the queen comes up the board with that double attack, white wins immediately. So that knight is poisoned. You cannot capture it. But what else? You have to move the black queen in that case. Or, as Jovanka mentioned, maybe throw in the black knight, give a check to the white king just to, again, ruin the coordination between your opponent's pieces. But I don't see that working, really.
Okay, he does
it.
that. Okay.
But, OK, what is Magnus going to do? Is he going to be really sneaky and capture with his queen?
Yep.
He has captured with his queen, so giving up his queen. But the black queen would have been captured if black had captured the white queen. So black instead flicking in a check. There's some crazy tactics now.
Wow, yeah.
I mean, so many unexpected moves. We just have to show this. If we just rewind 2 moves here, black gave a check, hitting the white king with the knight. And rather than play the most obvious move, pawn takes knight, which would have allowed rook takes knight. And naturally now the central pawn is guarded, so white can't play queen takes pawn check. This was really sneaky by Hans, but instead Magnus, in this position, played queen takes knight. Again, a bit of an invisible move, not obvious, but now if the queen is captured, knight takes queen is a check. Black has to recapture, and here we, for example, after pawn takes pawn, we compare 2 bishops against one of the black rooks. The 2 bishops are simply better. 2 pieces are better than one in this situation. So instead, black gave a check. Now the queen is safe, hitting the white king. But Magnus, how's he reacted? He's blocked with his queen. And after we see a trade of queens in this position, again, we do a count. 2 bishops against black's rook. And yeah, the bishops are simply going to be too powerful. Also, look at black's pawn structure. It looks nice in the center, but these pawns are weak, these doubled pawns. And also, these pawns are actually completely controlled by this white bishop. This bishop controls the whole diagonal. They can never march forward. White is simply going to bring the rook to the center, bring this bishop to a better diagonal, and start targeting the black pawns and maybe even the black king later in the game. I think this is going to be quite one-sided now. It feels like the 2 bishops are just too powerful. They control everything.
Yeah.
And yeah, we talk about minor pieces and rooks, but 2 bishops are nearly always better than 1 rook.
Yeah. And I have to just admire Magnus's last move because whilst I perhaps would have centralised my rook immediately, he takes the time out, as always, to improve this worst placed piece. He's like, OK, well, the bishop's not doing much. Let's improve it with time by attacking the pawn on b6. And then he can get on with the plan of just attacking those pawns located on the light squares. And yeah, I do agree with you. I think it's almost game over for Hans Niemann.
Yeah, maybe we're being too pessimistic here, but I think we're just being realistic, actually, in this situation. If black, for example, defends this pawn that's under fire, as you mentioned, Jovanka, then the rook just comes across. Black is helpless.
But it's,
You just can't defend these 2 pawns in the centre once the bishop arrives on this diagonal.
Right.
All of black's pawns are going to drop like dominoes now.
Yeah, I do remember a long, long time ago, my brother laughing at one of my games, and it was one of these scenarios where it was a rook versus a bishop and knight, and he was just like going to me, "Hey, you do realise that 2 pieces, or work better than 1?" And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, I'd never really thought about that." But it is a case of maths. There's 2 attackers here. In this case, the bishop and the rook, and also 2 bishops, and they're just going to be facing a rook. So,
yeah, there's 3 of these guys now, and they're all going to gang up on pawns, and there's only 2 pieces to defend those pawns.
And it's just simple maths. And yeah, really sad situation for Hans Niemann. It's not really what he wanted. He was all gung-ho yesterday. He was really, gearing himself for a hard-fought fight. And especially because he had mentioned in the Air Things Masters, in their encounter, he had been really ambitious. Yeah. And this had turned round in Magnus's favour. And now here, it's just one way traffic.
Yeah, And just noticed there, Hans has probably the best air quality we've seen throughout the entire tour.
Oh, yeah.
There's lots of green circles there, but unfortunately it's not going to help him in the position. And it was just one move. One move. He underestimated Magnus's trick. This knight jump we mentioned, that knight on f5 will thrive, the rhyme that we came up with. But sometimes one move is all it takes. And I expect White's rook to actually come up to the centre of the board right now. There we go. And there's actually a threat. The rook wants to capture the pawn next to it because there's a pin on Black's central pawn, and that Black king is actually caught in the crossfire. Just no way to save your pawns now. Black's pawns in the centre of the board are doomed. And Hans, he's trying to focus, but slight shake of the head there. And not much else to say. The world champion, we've seen a bit of shaky form from him in the prelim stages in the past, but this is just a matter of technique, and he's also a phenomenal endgame player, so he should be able to wrap this one up.
And look at that, Liam Le, another win for him, taking him to 13 points on top of the table, winning against Gawain Jones. Your fellow Englishman is really struggling in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, it's not the end of the tournament. There's still lots and lots of games left, so, we do wish Gawain all the best of luck. And there you go, one pawn is going to fall off the board.
Yeah. That central pawn.
Definitely.
White can maybe just take it right now. Knowing Magnus, he might not rush. He can push some pawns himself. He can, he's got all the time in the world.
He's a maximalist, isn't he? So now I agree with you. Push a pawn, attack the rook. Oh, no, okay, he takes it.
Yeah, that is up for grabs, that pawn. And also maybe a small detail, but an important one. Now Black's rook cannot come to attack this White bishop in the centre of the board, which would actually be very strong for Black, apart from the fact White's bishop, the dark square bishop, can actually come to the side back where it came from earlier and deliver a nasty check. So, brutal.
It's like everything has gone wrong for Hans. It's like even this queen trade where he get into this ending, it wasn't really great for him because of the pawn structure. And even now, his one chance of generating counterplay, like you say, denied.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours, unfortunately.
Yeah. And whilst we're waiting for Hans Niemann to make a decision, I do have a nice selfie to show you. Can I quickly show it to you? It's from Ari, and Ari is watching football for the eyes and chess for the ears. Thank you, Ari. What an evening. Lucky that the commentary is so good that you can do both. And there you can see. Watching.
Oh, so he's at an actual football
match. Yeah.
Wow.
I know, very incredible. So a big shout out to Ari. And remember, if you do want to tweet us your questions, your selfies, then you can use the hashtag #ChessChamps.
And can we recognise that arena, David? I know Tottenham, West Ham currently playing. Watford, Everton. No, that's not being played today.
Ari, you can hear us, so let us know which match you're at. And, OK, meanwhile, just a couple of moves. Hans deciding his pawns are going to drop anyway, eventually. He gave up one of his doubled pawns in order to open a line for the Black rook. So we've been a bit negative about Hans's chances of saving this game. We've been, predicting the future and thinking it's going to be a White win. But he's still fighting. He's still creating counterplay. So this Black rook on an open file, it actually threatens a deadly check if Black has a move to bring it down to the bottom of the board and trap White's king on the back rank. But unfortunately, Magnus spots that idea and going to grab a pawn, he's created also, meanwhile, an escape route for the White king. And suddenly, White has an extra pawn. Earlier, Black had a whole army of pawns, but now they are starting to fall. And White's king dancing away from the checks. Even if the Black rook goes and grabs one or two pawns, the bishops will pick up even more pawns in the process.
Yeah, I think all that Hans will grab is one pawn, and Magnus won't allow him to grab anything else.
Yeah, so bit sneaky from Magnus Carlsen. If Black's rook actually comes up on the b file and captures the pawn 2 squares in front of it, then the White dark square bishop, will drop back with a check and a double attack. You have to keep your rook and king as far away apart from each other, otherwise the bishops might trap that rook. So it's looking like not much chance anymore. White's bishop in the centre of the board also hitting a pawn on the other flank.
I was going to mention that as well. Just a really unlucky scenario for Hans Niemann. Makes one mistake and so everything goes wrong. And, all his pieces are in the most unfortunate squares and just no way out. And
running out of pieces as well now.
Yeah.
But in that moment, so Hans Niemann, I don't know if we should call it a blunder, an inaccuracy, but how impressed are you with Magnus finding that plan, and Magnus is playing this game.
I'm highly impressed, to be honest. I mean, firstly, he looks super focused, which hasn't always been the case in the prelims. But secondly, even after he got that chance, he's been ruthless.
Yeah.
I mean, he actually traded off everything, the queens, the rooks, pawns, just to make it as safe as possible. And he's still got this advantage of 2 bishops against 1 lone rook. So yeah, Magnus, actually, if we analyse this, he's probably played a perfect game.
Wow.
I don't think we can fault any of his moves. And meanwhile, Hans has tried. He's only actually made 1 mistake, Hans, but at this top level, that's all it takes.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are different types of mistakes. You know, you have your slight inaccuracies where the game evaluation doesn't change that much. You have blunders where, you know, you kind of, your opponent has the initiative, has the flow, and then you have like game-changing blunders.
Yeah.
And okay, there you go. You can see it. Hans Niemann has resigned. Magnus Carlsen has won.
Wow, it's over. A win for Magnus Carlsen to start off the day. Hans Niemann, he was so confident going into this, but with the black pieces against the world champion, it got too difficult. Should we take a look at that one moment in this game, David?
Yep, the whole game turned on this one move, and it's an understandable mistake from Hans Niemann. I don't really want to call it a blunder because it could happen to any of us, and it was in this position. Black's queen looks very well centralised, but Hans thought he spotted an opportunity for a double attack, so he brought the queen to the side of the board, hitting this bishop and hitting this knight, as we mentioned. Instead, he should have kept everything centralised, everything in the middle of the board, and if he wanted to play safe, he could just push this pawn 1 square, solidifying this kind of pawn wall. If he wanted to be slightly more ambitious, he could have pushed the pawn 2 squares, kicking away the white knight. Either way, playing in the centre of the board. Instead, however, this queen move was a mistake because we mentioned this f5 square. It always seems to be this square with knights. It's near enough to the king to create threats, but it's also enough here to hit the black queen and protect everything else in the position. This knight is a real monster, doing everything. And as we saw in the game, after bishop takes knight, the knight recapturing. The trick that Hans had missed is that he cannot go and capture this knight now, because suddenly after queen takes pawn, this is a double attack, hitting the king, hitting the rook. And because the knight sacrificed itself on this square, it has lured away the black rook from the defense of its counterpart and its friend in the corner of the board. So really, really nice geometry there from Magnus. And as we mentioned, after this check, once the king moves, the rook drops off in the corner. This check was just deadly, and therefore Hans had to give up some material. And in the end, it was enough for Magnus to take the win.
Beautiful win by Magnus Carlsen, taking him to 10 points. We're jumping into this game between Richard Rapport and Erik Hansen, the bar all the way over to Rapport's side. Is he winning this?
Yes, it looks that way. And again, let's do a quick count of material. If we compare all the pieces, white has an extra rook, just for 1 black knight. And there, Erik's shaking his head. If we count the pawns as well, it's level number of pawns. So it's simply a rook against a knight. And rooks here are superior. Black's knight, not too impressive. Doesn't have any nice outposts to jump to. The one oddity of this position is maybe that the white king is on the side of the board, but it's an endgame, and it's safe enough for now. That's a check, and the king's going to run away.
Yeah, and Erik made that with 3 seconds to spare,
Wow.
and the seconds are ticking down, and there unfortunately is a really nasty threat in the pawn takes pawn check, and that's why Erik actually plays pawn takes pawn himself. But again, this threat of actually pushing the f-pawn 1 square and giving the king a nasty little check because it attacks the knight at the same time, still in the air. White's rooks, still amazing. They have lots of lines to go to.
Mm-hmm. And did you notice actually earlier, Jovanka, on the previous move, so there was a capture of pawns, right? Mm-hmm. But Richard Rapport, he had both of his hands on his face, and the move happened on the board, so he had pre-moved. Oh. He had just assumed Erik would capture a pawn, and he just kind of made his king capture the pawn in advance in case that happened. So he's just kind of levitating with his pieces, not even touching the mouse, making moves. And yeah, very impressive from Richard Rapport. He's adopted that again with hands on his face. I wonder if another move will pop up without him moving his hands. But either way, Erik's fighting. He's given up a pawn, and at least the black knight now is creating some small threats. So black's knight is eyeing up a couple of pawns, especially the pawn on the e3 square, which, okay, does move forward. Mm-hmm. That pawn now no longer under attack, and yeah,
pressure's still on, and knight under attack. Seconds left on the board. White king has a safe home to go to. Okay, doesn't matter. The king can run to the centre, and still, what's black's knight going to go to? It can't go anywhere.
I think we're going to see a result any moment now. The black knight is simply trapped. It's behind enemy lines. It's protected by the black rook, but as soon as the white bishop attacks that knight, the knight, as you mentioned, Jovanka, is just going to run out of squares. White's rook as well on the 5th rank. Firstly, it can capture a pawn. Secondly, it can kind of zoom itself across, attack the pawn next to the black king. If you look at White's bishop, it's on this nice long dark square diagonal. Everything's in White's favour here. Plenty of winning moves. I don't even see a move that loses the win, really, here, that messes things up. Unless you just give away your rook for free.
Yeah.
So Eric shaking his head. He knows this one is gone. Rapport just full control.
Well, impressive by Richard Rapport making his debut in the tour. Erik Hansen, he has lost 2 games. So far, this could be his 3rd loss. This is his 3rd loss. The game is over. But he has faced Magnus Carlsen, Ding Liren, and Richard Rapport, 3 of the highest ranked players in the tournament. So still big chances for Erik Hansen to qualify for knockouts. He needs to start winning, though, and he has chances going forwards. We're going to jump into a 3rd game here in round 5, first round of today. David Navarra also making his tour debut against Ding Liren. And this one, I guess, it's not a secure win for anyone.
No, it's still really in the balance. It's unclear. But again, first thing we do, quick count. White is actually a pawn up. David Navarra has an extra pawn. But then again, the black pieces, especially the black piece in the middle of the board, the queen, the bishop and the rook next to it, they are super powerful. I'm loving as well the black bishop pointing down at the white king, just creating some tension there. Yeah, I think black should be okay here, but a pawn is a pawn. And if the queens disappear, if the rooks all disappear, white does have a 2 versus 1 advantage in terms of those pawns on the queen side, on the left side. So, okay, everything to play for. Time is roughly balanced as well. Could we see some mistakes? Could we see some attacks maybe from Navarra? He doesn't necessarily like his drier endgame, so I'm not sure he'll rush to trade the queens, which he can do now. Jovanka, what do you think? Who's better? I'm struggling to decide.
I thought white was better, extra pawn. I was like, I'll take white's position. But no, I see that there is some dynamic possibilities for black. I would be tempted to go for an attack.
Bring the queen towards the enemy king.
Exactly.
And if you look at Navarra, though, he's not looking happy, and he's now around 30 seconds. And, OK, harry the h-pawn. Every time we look at a game these days, that move is played.
I wasn't sure about this pawn move. It was instinctively my first choice, but then I kind of retracted it because I thought, hang on a second, that pawn could be a little bit of a liability. I actually thought about pushing that pawn 1 square, just to give some air for the king and maybe then consider the attack. And wow, nice move by Ding, centralising the bishop. And suddenly it's white's pawn in the middle of the board that is under fire.
Yeah, that bishop's actually hitting 2 pawns now, and I'm not sure you can defend them both. White's pawn, as you mentioned, in the middle of the board on the e5 square, the pride and joy of white's position, maybe about to fall, but also the pawn down there on the b2 square on the left, attacked by black's queen and by black's bishop in the centre. You can't save them both. And look at Navarra, he is panicking right now. Yeah. He's a very emotional player, David Navarra. So
10 seconds.
He needs to just move. OK, he moves one of those pawns forward, and black can now capture on the e5 square with the black bishop.
Do you trade off queens first?
That's a big question, Jovanka.
Yeah.
OK, he doesn't take the queens off yet. I think Ding is just playing on Navarra's nerves, playing on the fact Navarra only has 10 seconds now. He's giving him the decision, do you trade queens? I think white should maybe trade the queens before it's too late, before you really lose control. But 2 seconds for Navarra.
2 seconds, he's got to make a move.
He's got to move. Did he move in time? Is there a small delay? OK, he made the move with 3 seconds. A bit of lag there, but retreating the knight as well. That's not a good sign for Navarra fans.
Yeah, and somehow I feel that he should have also traded queens. It's a safer position, especially when you only have 13 seconds on the clock, and white's king slightly loose.
Yeah, we say slightly loose because of that pawn push you mentioned, Jovanka, that white h-pawn maybe too far advanced. There's only 3 pawns in front of the white king. OK, he's gone safety first now, trading those queens off, and Navarra leaning back. He thinks he's out of danger. And yeah, Navarra, he's the Czech #1, has been for a long time, but also one of the nicest guys in chess. But yeah, he's not nice on the chessboard. He's a meanie. But OK, he's smiling now. Maybe he thinks that the game is heading towards a draw.
You know, I have a very nice story about how nice he is. You know, he was spotted by one of my friends falling on the stairs, and he actually apologized to the stairs afterwards. He went, sorry. I mean, but he's a great guy. He's always has a friendly thing to say, always says hello, always has a conversation, and he also is a big fan of the show.
Fantastic. And I also heard he is donating part of his prize money to UNICEF, so I can confirm as well. What a fantastic guy.
Okay, so we're allowed to cheer for him?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, what a guy. And another habit of his is because chess is so universal, he meets players from around the world, he always tries to greet them in their native language, no matter what it is. So I've heard he's multilingual. He knows hello in dozens of languages, just in order to be friendly. And okay, meanwhile, we did see the queens traded. We saw the bishop and knight leave the board as well. And now, if we count the pawns, 4 versus 4, it's also a rook ending. So very drawish tendencies now. I would be surprised if we see a winner. That being said, I slightly prefer black because it's one pawn island. Black's pawns all connecting, defending each other. White, while there are 2 rooks on the board, white has a few weaknesses to hold on to, a few pawns that are a bit loose, especially this white pawn that black is going for now with both of the black rooks. And white's rooks are passive now on the 4th rank, just defending that one lone pawn. Alice, the A-pawn.
Yeah. One thing I have to say, though, about David Navarro is that I remember he had to defend a rook versus a rook and bishop. And there he did it without thinking. And he said, no, I know every single technical ending there is to know. Anything that's in the encyclopedias, he knows it. He's taken the time out to study them. And you can see he started to make those moves at tempo. He knows he's kind of using his knowledge as almost like a postcard to getting to his destination. He's like, okay, 3 pawns versus 2 is going to get me to a draw. And here you go. The players are just simply vacuuming off the rooks. And 2 pawns against 2 pawns. Pawns on both sides, on same side of the board, rather, and it's going to be a draw.
Yep, any moment. 10 moves ago, Navarro had 3 seconds on the clock. Now he's up to 1.5 minutes. He knows this is a draw. The players are just going to repeat, move their rooks back and forth. Yeah, as you mentioned, those 2 pawns are not going to sneak past each other. No way to create a pass pawn. And I think we have a result. David Navarro slightly smiling there. It's a draw.
It is a draw, the Czech #1 against the Chinese #1. And I'm just going to check then what that does for the standings. David Navarro now in 12th place, and Ding Liren currently in shared 2nd with a couple other players. Yeah, this was the first game we followed with David Navarro. What is his chances in online rapid? Do we know him in this format at all?
I actually don't know him in this format of online chess at all. I mean, of course, over the board chess, I know that he's a very fearsome competitor. You know, he's very well prepared, very good at calculation. He's got a quite aggressive style. I mean, at least when he's played against lower-rated opponents like me, like myself. So, I mean, I have a lot of respect for him.
Whoa! And just as we jumped into this game, because the bar was all the way over to Pragnananda's side, I think maybe he was winning this game. But just as we came in here, David, did he blunder?
Oh, it looks like he was doing very, very well, but it is so complicated. And I think you're right, Kaja. It was a bit of a blunder. And, okay, Prag is leaning back. Look at him reacting now. He missed this last move. It was a blunder. He'd actually gone into this position where white is a piece down because he thought the white rook could go up to the top of the board and check the black king. But the black queen is actually covering the magical E8 square. So, and now look at this. Black's queen and bishop lining up to try and checkmate the white king. Black simply has an extra knight and no more attack for Prag. So you're right, Kaja. It was just a blunder, an oversight. He just, for one moment, he hallucinated and forgot his opponent's defensive resources. And now it's a matter of technique. Yeah. Look at this from Duda, ruthless, attacking the white queen, attacking the white rook with his knight. That's a fork. And Pragnananda, heartbroken, he is about to resign.
Well, that's good news for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He played 3 draws, one against David Navarro yesterday. But a win here will be very welcome for Jan-Krzysztof Duda to gain some points Pragnananda, he almost made it through to the knockouts in the Everything's Masters, which had a super strong field. He is definitely aiming to make it through to the quarterfinals in this one. We came in very late. What was that? If we could just see it on the analysis board, that blunder.
Yeah, and I just want to show one moment just before the blunder, because Prag could have won in one move.
Whoa.
And it was right here. There's actually tension between the queens. There's a threat of a queen trade, and black is indeed actually a knight up. So the queen trade looks like it will favour black. But if you look at the black king, there is a white pawn just in front of it. This white pawn supported by white's bishop as well. And instead of moving the white queen, which Prag did, retreating the white queen, which led to his eventual defeat, he could have won on the spot by sacrificing his queen, just ignoring the threat against it and bringing his rook across, giving up his queen, attacking the black queen. But the whole idea is that after the white queen is captured, white's rook can zoom up to the top of the board, check the black king, and suddenly this black king has to move. White makes a new queen, sacrificing your queen, making a new queen, and actually checkmate is coming. After the king captures this bishop, a rook check, the queen and rook combined are simply going to checkmate this poor black king. So a missed opportunity for Prag. He could have won in one move, instead going down to defeat.
And coming up in 14 minutes, Pragnananda, well, he can make a comeback. He faces his fellow Indian, Hare Krishna, so that is a prestigious encounter. And before that, we're actually going to talk to Prag's coach, Ramesh. He is joining us in a few minutes. We still have 3 rounds of chess to go today. This is the second day of preliminaries. And a total of 15 rounds in the preliminaries. The next round is round 6, where we will follow Hare Krishna against Prag. After that game, Nair Foundation is joining us live in the studio with some very exciting news for you coming up after the next game. Later today, we're also going to follow Rapport against Magnus Carlsen. When I said that earlier, David, you said, oh, yes, that's going to be cool.
Got excited because Rapport's one of the most informed players in the world, and against the world champion. They've actually not faced each other that many times. It's going to be exciting.
And in the final break today, we're going to be joined by the Ukrainian Grandmaster, Pavel Elianov, so that should be an interesting talk as well. But right now, we're going to have a quick commercial break.
Tomorrow, cities will be home to over 2/3 of the world's children. Are we ready to design the services children need in these cities of the future? Tomorrow, the workforce will be filled with jobs that don't exist today. Are we ready to equip young people with the skills they'll need to succeed? More women and girls will be voicing their stand for change. Are we listening to millions of girls about the issues that matter to them and taking action? A free and fair education is the goal, but not guaranteed. Are we ready to provide accessible opportunities for children to learn in new and different ways? Temperatures will continue to rise and ice caps continue to melt, affecting the homes and lives of millions of children. Are we exploring new technologies that can lower pollution levels and deliver clean water? Tomorrow, millions will flee from violence, poverty, and emergencies. Over half will be children. Are we ready to use real-time information to respond and protect them? Tomorrow, threats to the survival and health of children will keep coming. Are we ready for new ways to deliver life-saving assistance? Together, we are developing and applying innovations that address the needs of children everywhere, because each and every child is our tomorrow. Are we ready for tomorrow?
Welcome back to the Charity Cup. We are doing a fundraiser for UNICEF, who is doing crucial work in Ukraine and around Ukraine for the people affected by the war. And yesterday, only on day one, we were able, together with all of you, to raise more than $20,000. Of course, the fundraising continues. We're now up to more than $22,000. Amazing stuff, you guys. And we have upped our goal to $75,000. So hopefully we're going to make it to that goal. That would be amazing. That would be so amazing. And yeah, Ivanka, we should remind our viewers as well, how do they contribute in the fundraiser?
Yeah, you can go onto the website www.chess24.com/donate, or alternatively, you can get out your phone and you can scan the QR code, or you can just take a picture of the QR code and it will take you to the page. And remember, every little helps.
And also, the auction, you guys. We all have our very own handmade chess cup, charity chess cup, yes. And you can bid for your very own handmade charity chess cup if you go to CCT auction.com. It is a cup with a knight, because we know most viewers really, really like that piece, the knight. And David, a secret, I always have coffee in mine. Ivanka always has tea.
Oh dear.
What do you always have in your cup?
It's not that healthy. It's a fizzy drink. I don't know if you can see. I don't want to spill it. It's called Solo. It's like Fanta.
Very nice. Now, all right, head into the auction, you guys, and make your bid for the cup. Now we're joined by young Pragnananda's coach, Ramesh, traveling to London today. Ramesh, hi.
Yeah, hello.
Have you made it safely to London?
Yeah, just an hour ago, I reached London.
I'm glad to hear. Now, is it some chess event going on in London that you're there for?
I'm here for a training camp. I'm working with some children here. So for a training camp, I come here to London.
Fantastic. And now, it's about a month ago now that Pragnananda became the youngest player to beat world champion Magnus Carlsen since he became world champion. We went ecstatic in the studio. I know whole of India went ecstatic. How did you react in that moment?
Actually, one funny thing happened. The game started at 10:30 p.m. Indian time and go till around 3 or so in the morning. And I usually take my classes. I have some students in the US, so I start my classes at 5:30 in the morning. So I wanted to catch a couple of hours sleep. So just before Magnus game, I went to bed.
Oh.
I saw the first 3 games, Aronian and defeating Aronian, and also drawing with Anish Giri. And just before Magnus game, I wished Prag best wishes and went to bed. And when I woke up at 5 in the morning and saw that he had beaten Magnus, I was ecstatic, and I shouldn't have missed that moment, but that's how it is.
What a fantastic game it was. And what has the past month now been like in terms of attention from fans, from media and stuff like that?
It has been pretty crazy. After the game where he beat Magnus, the media has been after Prague, the visual media, the print media, the online. He has been giving interviews the whole day, and he was not too happy about it, because the most important thing for him is to go out there and play. And he doesn't really cherish these moments in the glare of the media. But as a responsible player, he needs to learn to handle the media attention as well, and which is gradually adapting to. It has been phenomenal. He has been getting best wishes from the politicians, the media, from other sportsmen like Sachin Tendulkar is a big icon in India, cricket player.
Yeah.
So he has been getting a lot of attention. But now things have quietened a bit, and he has, in the meantime, played a tournament in Italy and returned to Chennai just a couple of days ago.
And he seems to me, and from what you've told me and how you described Prag, that he isn't the type to sort of, let that get to his head. He stays grounded and keeps focusing on chess.
Yeah, I think that is really important because I've had experience working with some players who have achieved good results at a young age. And with all the media attention they get, they can easily lose focus and get carried away by the kind of attention they get because they are not as mature to handle all this media attention, and it can easily put pressure on them. Every time they play, they may want to perform well because they feel everyone is watching them, and that puts enormous pressure on young minds. So in Prag's case, we also try to fulfill our duties as a responsible player to the media, but at the same time to come back to the game at the earliest possible.
Absolutely. And I remember in my talk with you, you also said that COVID was really hard on Praggnanandhaa, 2 years where he almost didn't play at all. His rating became stuck and it affected his confidence. So have you seen that this win over Magnus, as you mentioned, he also beat Levon Aronian in a fantastic game. Can you see his confidence really coming back after that?
Yeah, definitely. I think just playing in Tata Steel itself was a very good experience for him. Though he scored reasonably well, he also managed to beat some quite strong players, and especially the win over Vidit Gujarati and Esipenko in the last round were really nice. And also the way he defeated Grandelius, they were all showing the potential he has. And it already did a lot of good to his confidence. And as you mentioned, he reached 2,600 at the age of 14, which was youngest by anyone to reach 2,600. And unfortunately, the COVID happened, and for the next 1.5 years or so, he could not compete in any tournaments, just like everyone else. So now it's good, like he's able to compete in good tournaments again. And I'm really hoping he will make use of these opportunities to play against 2,700 level players consistently.
Absolutely.
And improve his chess strength.
Yeah.
So, hi Ramesh, can I ask exactly what you work on with Prag now, because he is so strong? What are you working on in your sessions to make sure he hits that next level?
No, as a coach, I'm always trying to find what areas we need to focus on from his games. For example, in the game he just lost to Duda in the 5th round, he was completely dominating for most part of the game. And even towards the end, when Duda played Queen D3, Rook D1 was winning on the spot after Queen C2, Rook D8, and the Pawn G8 promotes. So one thing is like, so as a coach, I try to from his games, identify any patterns to the kind of mistakes he makes and work on those areas. And that has been a challenge because he's not making same kind of mistakes all the time. So we have to keep working on all these areas consistently, his time management and all the other issues. So basically, like, we are focusing on the kind of mistakes he's making, try to identify a pattern and work on those areas.
Well, he was in time trouble in that previous game when he did make a blunder and lose to Jan-Krzysztof Duda, but now in a few minutes he's going to face Hari Krishna, fellow Indian. What can we expect from that game?
Okay, for Prag, like, okay, in this tournament he has made a lot of changes in the openings then compared to the last month's edition. And so we have been working on this as well, because earlier we were focusing mostly on playing in standard time control, but now he's playing a lot of online and shorter time controls. So we need to have two different repertoires, one for standard time control and for rapid. So that is also a challenge with the time constraint. So hopefully he'll be able to surprise Hari today in the opening.
It's going to be exciting to see. Ramesh, thank you so much for your insight and joining us, and enjoy your stay in London.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, you guys, let's quickly take a look at the results from the previous round. A bunch of wins. Richard Report, Hari Krishna also got that win, while Praggnanandhaa, he lost to Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and these two players are now up against each other. Let's first take a look at the standings. Liam Lea in sole lead with 13 points. We have 3 players on 10 points. Praggnanandhaa currently in 11th place. Hare Krishna in 10th. So this is an important battle between the two Indians. And here are the games coming up in round 6. What are you looking forward to, David?
I'm looking forward to quite a lot of them. So many exciting pairings. I'm looking forward to Hans Niemann to see whether he can bounce back now. He's up against one of the leaders, Liam Lei. Also, Erik Hansen coming from a defeat against one of the top women players in the world, Lei Tingzhe. And yeah, of course, the Indian clash.
Definitely. The Indian clash is coming up. One of the older Indians against the 16-year-old. This is going to be an interesting one, Askild.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all about bouncing back now, I think, for young Prag. He's still only 16 years old, as you said, but hopefully he will manage to get a good game going against Hare Krishna.
And being from different generations, but both from India, have they played each other a lot? Do we know that?
Yeah, they played a few times, and they're also similar, quite similar on the ratings, as we can see.
Wow.
Hare Krishna at 2700 and Pragnananda at 2656, and also quite similar on the Fighting Chess Index. So both are fighting players, I would say, at 69% on the index.
Very cool. Almost 20 years separating these two, but that's what we love about chess, David. Age is just a number.
Exactly, and Hare Krishna, he might be one of the oldest players in this tournament, but he is very experienced and still many good years ahead for him. Meanwhile, the game has started and I'm personally very happy. Ivanka, it's one of my favorite openings.
I know.
The C3 Sicilian, the Alpin variation of the Sicilian, and it's one you rarely see at top level these days, right?
It was rare, and I was going to ask you who launched the first surprise, because you know, we did hear Ramesh, the coach of Pragnananda, say, hey, there's going to be a few surprises in store for Hare Krishna. But then Hare Krishna opened up with your childhood favourites, and I also know that you still use it as a regular.
I still do, mostly in blitz chess these days. I very rarely play this in classical chess. This opening, which does have a reputation maybe of not being the most critical way of fighting against the Sicilian defence. White occupies the centre with pawns. Actually, as we see here, if we catch up to the game, White does have two very strong pawns in the centre, but the reason it's not so popular these days is because Black is easily able to undermine White's centre. Also, a lot of forcing variations in this opening. It's been worked out very deeply in certain variations, and it surprises me that Hare Krishna spent a bit of time there, because Black had challenged his centre. White didn't have too many moves. In the end, White's bishop coming out, and now after this trade of pawns in the centre, which is very common, I'm expecting Hare Krishna to take back himself. Black has some options there. So Pragnananda, I would say he was maybe slightly surprised, but working with someone like Ramesh, working with other Indian players, Pragnananda, he's had many great kind of sparring partners. He, for sure, has studied this before. The C3 Sicilian, it's rare at the top level, but he's a younger player, Prag, and at the younger levels, this opening is still very, very common. Yeah. And there, Black defends and solidifies his knight in the centre of the board with his bishop.
And yeah, so I'm just checking the database. Mainly one move, mainly White just castles the king, gets it to safety. Another alternative is for the queen to develop in front of the king. I'm not that keen on that move, actually. Stick to the most natural move, but once again, we see Hare Krishna just slowly considering his options before he plays the main move. One thing I have to say about Hare Krishna, you know, normally he strikes me as quite a confident player, but I do remember on the tour last year that he was the sole person that lost to Abhimanyu Mishra.
Wow, yeah. I remembered you, Anka.
Yeah, and sometimes these kind of losses can have an impact on... Yeah, they can come and haunt you, and you'll be thinking, well, you know, I lost once to a prodigy. Do I want to lose to someone young again? No, maybe just play it safe. Yeah,
the C3 Sicilian, although it is maybe a safer option than open Sicilians, which are more kind of double-edged, with more pieces on the board, C3 Sicilians, it's still quite hard to kind of force the draw or play completely safe. It's the type of openings where you have to be a bit energetic, and you have to, for example, now, as you mentioned, Ivanka, you have to just castle the king with White, maybe go on the attack, using White's central pawn, which is quite far advanced, using that pawn as kind of a way to split Black's defences, to try and just throw your pieces forward. Hare Krishna, these days, his style is maybe more strategic, positional. He just wants to kind of get a middle game. One of the best endgame players in the world, Hare Krishna, but I'm surprised to see him think, because, as you mentioned, the most natural move, the most common move, is probably also the best one. Just white's king needs to get to safety. Black's king still takes a while. But then again, the reason Harikrishna has paused for thought potentially is because he fears Prag's homework. He fears what Prag has studied in the past. That's the only reason I could think for her kind of spending 2-3 minutes at this point.
So maybe he's kind of like been double surprised. So he launched the first surprise, but Pragnanda was like, I'm not bothered. I know my stuff. And so now it's Harikrishna's turn to kind of try to consider his options. Does he play the main move? Does he try to do something now, a little bit creative?
Because as far as I know, as far as I remember, this move, this kind of idea of trading a set of pawns in the centre for black and bringing the bishop out, it's quite new. It's only become popular lately. It's still quite rare compared to black, maybe just occupying the centre with pawns, trying to get the black king castled. I've played the c3 Sicilian, hundreds of times in my life over the board, thousands of times in my life on online chess, and I think I've never actually faced this one. Or actually I have once, but either way, Harikrishna deciding to meet a surprise with a surprise.
And that is new. It's quite a normal move. After all, it develops the knight. But nope, never been played before. It's last studied 2012. Quite a while ago these days. To me, it feels like yesterday, but it's actually 10 years ago.
Pragnanda was 4 years old.
Oh, no,
wait, he wasn't born.
He was 6. Yeah.
I'm not that good in math. Why did I think 2012 was 4 years ago? Very strange.
It doesn't feel that long ago.
Yeah, Pragnanda, he's young. That's the moral of the story. But either way, I think this is a clear sign. Harikrishna, he's freestyling. He's out of his book. When we say out of book, we mean out of lines that you've studied before. And the reason I'm not a fan of that white knight move, if you look at white's knight now in front of the white queen, it blocks the queen, it blocks the white dark squared bishop. It's not clear that that knight actually helps or that it's actually better than where it previously stood. So, OK, white now should really castle the king before it's too late. Meanwhile, Prag has just pushed a pawn, getting ready to develop black's dark squared bishop out one square, the fianchetto as we call it, and then black will castle. So Harikrishna really needs to play a bit more energetically with his pieces now before Prag is completely coordinated and completely mobilized with his pieces.
Yeah. And I just also wanted to mention, do you remember how we saw the selfie? Ari was watching football and also listening to us at the same time. Well, they say that the football match is between Slavia Praha and Dynamo. I was just lucky that they were playing while I'm there on holiday. So, yeah, Ari, hope you're enjoying the chess and also very much the football.
Absolutely. Cool.
OK, is that held in Prague then, at Slavia's home ground? Because talking of Prague, Harikrishna has been living in Prague for a few years, as does David Navarro.
Yeah.
So maybe just sending some support there, Ari, for his local chess players there. Meanwhile, a big decision for Harikrishna because he's actually sacrificed a pawn. White has abandoned the pawn in the centre of the board. Instead, by this knight jump, he's going after black's light squared bishop. So he's saying, OK, you can take that pawn. I don't really care. It's going to open up lines if you capture it. Meanwhile, white capturing the black light squared bishop on the next turn will shatter the black structure. So really interesting. Do you like that one, Jovanka? Because it does entail some risk.
Risk is good. And, white is going on the offensive. The only thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is having sat next to you and actually looked at the games of the Grandmasters. I see that Grandmasters don't like to make these direct moves just like that. They like to prepare them, for instance, by developing your pieces, connecting everything. So in that sense, I don't like it. But my true nature says, it's going forward. Yeah. Love it.
Yep, I agree. This is the type of move, if I was playing a blitz game, I would play it just because it looks scary. And actually, it has scared Prag into not capturing a pawn. Prag just developing a piece there. But the other reason I like it is because I'm obsessed with pawn structures. And now if white's knight does capture the black light squared bishop, we surely will see that move from Harikrishna. It's the only justification of his previous move. After that happens, black structure is compromised forever. Also, white will have the bishop pair. So even if white ends up a pawn down, there will be compensation.
Yeah, if I were white, take the bishop, give up the pawn. Don't worry about that. Focus on the bishop pair.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, love it.
you get some squares as well. And I think we'll show this in a moment because, OK, let's show it now. A really critical moment caused by Harikrishna jumping forward with his knight, trying to capture this bishop. And I'm slightly surprised Prag didn't capture this pawn in the centre of the board. I guess White's idea was that after a capture, a trade here, and a check, maybe to the black king, potentially this is awkward. Black does have double pawns. This is an annoying check against his king. Instead, Prag focusing not on materialism, instead just development instead. So, OK, bishop has developed to g7, and after this trade, White now has to make a decision. Do you just castle? Do you abandon this pawn to its fate? This pawn is doomed, I think. The knight attacking it, the bishop attacking it. You can't actually support it with another pawn. If you push this guy forward, it just gets captured by the black knight. Therefore, I think it's time to just gambit this pawn, as Ivanka mentioned, focus on the bishop pair, focus on trying to play against black's pawn structure. And I think it's time for White to castle the king. And if White is given time, for example, if black just plays a nothing move, if White is given time to somehow, it's hard to achieve, but somehow solidify these pawns, then actually this is a very common pattern. Black's bishop now is locked out of the game forever. But I don't think White has that luxury. Meanwhile, though, surprises keep coming. I haven't predicted a single one of Harikrishna's moves, because in this position, instead of the most natural move, castling, which we've been kind of screaming for the last 5 moves, he's just pinned this black knight. And look at this pawn structure that might arise. If black castles, getting out of that pin, then after bishop takes knight, pawn takes, look how ugly these black pawns are. Isolated, isolated, doubled, and isolated pawns. And yes, black might win this guy in the centre of the board, but the rest is just a wreckage for black. And this is what Harikrishna is aiming for. He's, I mentioned, a strategic player, an endgame kind of specialist, so he's also focusing on this type of pawn structure. I'm pretty sure Prag in this position, because he's quite strategic as well, I think he'll guard this knight with a piece. For example, bringing his queen out. So now if there is a trade, he doesn't have to isolate these 2 pawns. He can just take back with his queen, guarding everything.
Now, being, what is it, probably like 15 years younger than Vishy Anand or something like that, is he very influenced by Vishy Anand, his style of play?
Harikrishna, I would say yes, because all Indians are. Vishy is such a kind of legendary figure in chess, and Harikrishna would have grown up following his games. But Harikrishna, he's always been quite individual, especially with his opening choices, very creative. He never plays main lines, really. He's always ducking and diving and choosing ways to surprise his opponents. I mean, he's created some chessable courses as well on maybe some lines that other top grandmasters forget, like the French defense. But yeah, either way, he's very individual, but I think there is some influence from Vishy of playing with the initiative, especially. And do
you think Vishy will play in the Olympiad?
I think we all hope so, right?
Because India will have 2 teams, right? Because the Olympiad is going to be played in Chennai.
Yeah.
At least 2 teams, I think.
Yeah. They can actually have more.
If there's an odd number of teams in the whole event, they can have an extra team to balance out the numbers, so potentially even 3.
Yes.
Do you think Vishy Anand will be tempted to play Olympiad
in his home city?
Yeah, right.
In Chennai, you know, that's where he played his World Championship match. I think he's from Chennai. I'm pretty sure he's from Chennai.
Well, isn't he from Madras?
He's from Madras, yes. Yeah, of course, the tiger from Madras.
Yes.
How can I be so silly? Sorry,
He's been living there for years, right?
Yeah.
In Chennai, yeah.
Imagine him at the head, Vishy, of all of the young guns, I mean, all of the young prodigies in the rest of the team.
Yeah.
So who do you imagine will be on... So let's say Vishy plays. Let's dream Vishy Anand plays in the Olympiad. Who will be on the first team then?
So that would be Harikrishna, Vidit, Adiban. Does Adiban get in?
Adiban probably, yeah.
I would be tempted to put...
5.
Yeah, if I had 2 teams, I would be tempted to put the young ones. So that would be Pragnanda, Nihal Sarin, Arigaisi.
Yeah, Arigaisi.
Maybe Arigaisi would be top board, and then Pragnanda second board. And then, so put them all together so that they can do some damage, and they could all get nice experience. And then, I would have like the Legends team, which is like Vishy Anand and Vidit.
Yeah.
Imagine
Adiban.
Vidit's mid-20s and we're calling him a legend already, because compared to them, he's a lot older.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you could make an argument for any of these young guys, Arigaisi you mentioned as well, of being in the first team. They're just, I mean, there's such strength and depth in India these days. Dozens and dozens of world-class players coming through.
It literally seems like every day there is a new Indian grandmaster.
Right.
I mean, it's so impressive, the amount of progress and the amount of grandmasters that India is producing. It just it's beyond belief, because I know that, say, for instance, in the UK, you know, we recently had Ravi Harrier, but he was the first one in a long time.
I think we've had 2 or 3 Grandmasters in the last 10 years. India have had probably 20 or 30 in the last 3 years alone. So 3-4 years alone. So
incredible.
It's impressive.
Yeah. When do you guys know, of course, because we're hoping you as well will play, when will teams be announced? What is sort of the deadline?
I'm not sure the exact deadline. Normally it's a month or 2 in advance.
Okay. So this summer, sometime?
It'll be early summer that the teams will be announced. And often they're chosen, they're picked beforehand, and then countries will have training camps. England, we don't really do this. But for example, the Indian players, they'll be training together for weeks in advance, months in advance. That will be a huge highlight for them, especially the Indian players.
Yeah. It's quite funny with the Olympiads, because often you have a big disparity between the teams, you know, and you'll have teams who take the event very, very seriously. And just to confirm, Pragnanda did in fact play the move that David suggested, defending the knight with the queen. And some of the teams just really prepare very, very seriously. You know, they have camps, they have not just one captain, they have 2 captains. They also have someone at home doing the hard work, you know, saying to the players, saying to players, this is what you're going to play. You know, the players can wake up and they'll be like, a message in their inbox, and the analysis is there. And then you have other teams where it's not like that. Let's put it kindly, and it's maybe, you know, 5 players and their captain, and maybe the captain helps them, maybe the captain doesn't help them.
That's a bad captain.
I mean, but it's you know, being a captain is actually quite a full-time job. In fact, I would even say it's a 2-person job. You know, you forget that one person can do it, because if you're talking about helping the team prepare, that's already 4 or 5 hours. And then once they're actually present watching the game, you really have to be focused there. You can't just be like going, la, 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 nice game over there, and look at the top boards. You actually have to be sat there watching the flow of how your players are doing. You have to be morally supportive. You also have to provide words of wisdom after the game, or maybe just words of encouragement. And also, there's a very, very important situation, which is draw offers. The player can ask their team captain whether they should accept a draw. And this is where a team can almost cheat. I don't want to say cheat, but help their player.
How much can the captains...
They can only say no, and they can only say yes.
Okay.
It has to be in the presence of the arbiter, so no extra words can be said.
Wow.
But this is where it comes into play. It depends on your tone. So if I were to ask you and say, hey, can I take a draw? And you were to say to me, and you're a stronger player, you'll go, no. No. Then I say, no, okay, get back there, because I'm winning. I'm doing good. And think about that a little bit. And if you say to me, yes, then you know, okay, absolutely. This is a good decision. You may be worse. And this can be really, really helpful. So say, for instance, I'm a pawn down and you say to me, you're stronger than me, and you say, no, absolutely, get back there and play. Then I know I have enough compensation for the pawn. I know that I should be feeling hopeful.
Well, interesting twist, though. I kind of like it.
It is a little bit of a twist. But this is where it depends on your captain. So some captains, they might go... We've even had a captain turn around and go, I don't know, just do what you like. Not helpful.
I wonder what that situation is when Magnus plays. He's played a few Olympiads, right? Yeah. And he sort of confronts with his captain.
I don't think you even ask the captain. I think you can just trust Magnus to take a good decision.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Magnus doesn't need to ask a captain. But yeah, it's interesting, Jovanka. I was talking to a member of a different team, and he was saying, oh yeah, I'm just off from my massage with the team masseuse, and then I'm going to go and order something specific from the team chef. And then I was sitting there being like, yeah, great. England were. Anyway, back to the chess, because
come on, Queen Elizabeth, give the English chess team some money.
Yes, recognise us as a sport. Yes. That would be a nice step forward.
Chess is a sport. And OK, some moves on the board. So we did predict until just 2 moves ago. And then after we saw the Black Queen come out, a trade for bishop for knight, as expected, both kings have now castled. White's knight as well, guarding the white pawn in the centre of the board. So for now, temporarily, Pragnanda does have an issue to deal with, and that is the black bishop. The black bishop is locked out of the game, and also black does have this pawn structure. If you look on this central file, the E file, black has doubled pawns there. So some 2 small strategic things to worry about long term. Also the clock.
We talked to Prag's coach just before this, time trouble, rearing its ugly head again. And if he can speed up, if he can get his bishop into the game to counter and compensate for his pawn structure, then I think he's doing well. Black's knight in the centre of the board is good at least. But now, OK, bringing the rook into the game, that's good.
Yeah.
And still in the balance, still could go either way this game.
And you were correct, Ivanka. Chennai used to be Madras. The tour director just messaged me. So we're on fire today. Our math is on point, geography, ask us anything.
Let's focus on the moves.
Yes.
That's good to know.
Yeah, definitely. Talking about asking us anything, we do want to get everyone excited about the chess. Everyone is enthusiastic. And so we'd really appreciate it if you tweet us your questions, your thoughts, and also your selfies. We love seeing your pictures, and you can do all these things by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps, and we will feature them on the show because this position is wild. It's an open position, and when the position is open, by that I mean that there's not too many pawns in the middle of the board. It means that every price of your move counts. Because if you're inaccurate, then one person will suddenly get the initiative, the momentum will be on their side. And you can see both players are now just jostling for putting their pieces in the right squares.
And you can tell how much pride is at stake in this game. Both players super focused. Harikrishna wants to show he's the more experienced of the two. He's still one of the best players in India. And he wants to show his younger rival that he still needs to do some work. Whereas Prag wants to show that he has arrived. He deserves to be in that top team for India at the Olympiad. And, OK, his last move there, Prag, just sidestepping back with the black queen to where it came from. I'm not a huge fan of that move, but he is at least attacking a pawn on this b-file with the queen. And maybe that's a threat, maybe it's not a threat because that white's rook could get in the game, but either way, Prag, at least he's upped the pace with his last couple of moves. He's playing slightly quicker again. And Harikrishna, what's he going to come up with? I think he's going to push a pawn. I'm not sure which pawn. Maybe push the pawn that's attacked right now. Maybe we'll see Harry the H-pawn at some point getting pushed. We could see anything happen here. But as Ivanka says, it's a pretty much open position right now. Still loads of pieces on the board. Queens on the board, that's the main thing. And a lot of life left. Who would you rather be if you had to say, if you had to choose right now? Ivanka?
I would rather be black. Even though I know that the computer prefers to be white, I would just kind of say that, black's position is slightly easier to play. The plan is a little bit more straightforward. For instance, the black knight in the middle can just jump to the f4 square. Maybe there's even some sacrifices. Rook takes knight at the right time, not now. And I was just going to ask the question, black is attacking the pawn on b2. Should it be defended? And Harikrishna says yes. Defends it with a rook. Yeah. It's a bit passive, though.
Not where he wants to put the rook. That white rook should be destined for bigger things than just sitting behind a pawn defending it. But he's thinking, OK, he needs to stabilise. That's the number one priority. And long-term, white is doing well, remember, because white has the better, more kind of healthy pawn structure than black. Yeah, that's a passive move, though. I'm not sure I would have wanted to play that for Harikrishna. I'm going to have to disagree. I say white, just because I think there's more long-term margin for error for white. Even if you lose the pawn in the middle of the board, at least you can maybe bail out into an endgame, and black's double pawns there might become weak, or they won't really count too much if it's just, for example, a rook endgame, or just maybe a bishop endgame. But then again, yeah, you could definitely make arguments for both sides, and that's why this position is so tense.
Actually,
it's rich and full of life.
I saw like a huge danger just now, and OK, it's a little bit of a pipe dream at the minute, but if white might be able to lock the black bishop out of the game. So this would definitely be an endgame thing. It would not be for now. But, just imagine, you manage to get your pawn to g3 and f4, you get a nice chain, and then that's it.
Yeah.
The bishop on g7.
Just to show an idea, I'm making some moves, but this pawn structure, for example, now, if white can arrange this, then this bishop is, as you mentioned, Ivanka, just completely dead. I mean, it's just staring at this wall of pawns. And the only way to ever get it out is to sacrifice pawns, or maybe even sacrifice his bishop against a pawn later on. But yeah, that's the dream long term.
Imagine if we see this later in the game, Jovanka, this wall of pawns blocking out a piece.
That would be seriously bad news for Pragnanda if we saw this.
And like you said yesterday, Jovanka, we like our pawns in chains.
That was not my finest moment, Kaja.
But the thing is that's what I remember now. I remember now, I want my pawns in chains. I want to lock them up together.
Yeah, and those pawns, they've locked up this bishop as well. So, yeah, that is the goal long term for white. Meanwhile, obviously, Pragnanda won't allow this to happen so easily. Instead of retreating his queen, as I showed just as an example in that variation, he's brought his rook forward. And his idea is to double up his rook potentially on an open line, these two black rooks. But Harikrishna, he's got ambitious intentions himself, and he brings his queen to the side of the board. I'm not sure the queen necessarily wants to attack on this flank. I think maybe her idea is to zoom the whole way across the board and start going for pawns, or maybe even start going for the black king later on. This white queen is really versatile, really flexible. She can switch from side to side if she wants, and I like this last move. He's at least hinting to Prag that he is going on the attack. If you imagine if white gets a couple of moves again, the queen might come across, and now Harry the h-pawn will act as a battering ram to just remove the shelter in front of the black king. And wow, okay.
Oh my goodness me. I mean, I did mention it as an idea, but I'd never dreamt that it would happen right now. Rook takes knight, giving up a rook for a knight in order to ruin the white king's pawn structure.
And it's also about this bishop. This bishop is finally let out again. It breaks out of its chains and captures this pawn. So who's got the worst pawn structure here? I have no idea. These pawns are ugly. This pawn is isolated, but black also has shattered pawns. And does it feel like enough? I'm not so sure, because it's all about rooks as well. And with this rook move, Harikrishna trying to eliminate the remaining black rook. Unless black whips up an attack long term, I think white's advantage of rook versus knight is going to pay off in the endgame. Harikrishna, very calm, but Prag, we have to give him credit for playing so ambitiously and making that sacrifice.
But, yeah, no, I'm just trying to calculate the situation here, because suddenly there's a few things that are up for grabs, and I'm looking at that pawn, and I'm thinking, can black... And he's done it.
He's done it.
He's great. He's gone greedy, and then the whole situation is rook takes rook going to be on the board. And can you ignore that rook? Or you can. You don't need
just ignore this rook, maybe even capture the bishop.
Yeah.
It's possible.
OK.
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
This one is really heating up. There's captures on every move. There's threats on every move. OK, black did actually capture this rook back, and now white has to make a big decision. Do you move this bishop that's under attack, or do you try and be a bit flashy? For example, capture this pawn, hoping that maybe next move you can sneak in and capture this pawn with a nasty check. So many tempting options here, and this game still in the balance. White is material up, but Prag is trying to attack. If he can break through and somehow flick his queen over to the other side of the board near the white king, suddenly the game could turn. So, OK, let's go back to the players. This one is chaotic, it's wild, and this is what we love to see. Countrymen, these two Indian players, but they're showing no respect to each other, really both trying to win this game.
Yeah.
Queen takes pawn, Jovanka, or just move this white bishop?
Not sure that's a pawn worth grabbing. And the reason I'm saying that is because, yes, you grab that pawn. Wonderful. Obviously, black can't actually play queen takes bishop because some material will drop with check. But black can actually start using his king as a defender and just kind of solidify those double pawns in the middle of the board. And then the white queen actually wants to be back in her ideal row. Because there she can flip between the two sides, keep her king under cover. She can also potentially attack some weak pawns on the left side.
Yeah, so the square you're thinking about for the black king is the f7 square, and actually there, it's super safe. The black king is kind of wrapped in cotton wool by all of its pawns, so really nice defensive idea, and I think you're right. Here, my first instinct is greed. Greed is good. White's queen can take a couple of pawns, but maybe you shouldn't. Maybe the threat is stronger than the execution, as they say. Keeping that idea in your mind for later is more important. So white's bishop, it does move. Wow. And Harikrishna, is he going for checkmate? Look at that bishop. It's kind of cutting across the black king. It's keeping an eye on the dark squares near black's king. If white's queen can now... I talked about the black queen picking herself up and putting herself on the king side. If white's queen can just put herself on the f8 square, that's checkmate. So, OK, I'm shocked. The computer says 0.0. But it's wild, this position, and a draw is far, far away from either player's mind.
Yeah.
I think this one might be decided by a mistake under time pressure because it is that imbalanced. It is that crazy right now. And, OK, where to put the black queen? It feels like you need to put her somewhere. The black bishop and knight look too good. You don't really want to move them.
Yeah. The one thing that I would say definitely do not do if you were playing with the black pieces, and that is try to trade off queens, because no, a queenless ending is not going to be your friend here, because the white's rook is going to be so good. Instead, keep the queens on and look for ways to make the white king uncomfortable. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to put her on a square where she can be a nuisance.
Yeah, the black queen's on the wrong side of the board in a way. And at the moment, she's kind of happy where she is because she stops the white rook from zooming across and trying to use some open lines to break through to the black king potentially. OK, Prag, very nice move, I think, there. It's the move you highlighted, or the idea that you highlighted at least. That black king guards some pawns, but the black pawns also guard the black king. So just a bit of teamwork there. And white has a decision to make. The white rook struggling to find any squares to use. The white queen, she can take a couple of pawns, but that costs a bit of time. That loses a bit of control. OK, wow. I think I would pick up that white queen again, but the question is where? So much choice for Harikrishna.
I'm tempted to grab a pawn now.
Which pawn would you grab here, Jovanka? The A7 pawn or the C6 pawn? You're spoilt for choice.
I'm spoilt for choice, and I think I might grab the A7 pawn because, you know, the bishop planted itself there on the H6 square, primarily eyeing the F8 square, which is conveniently located next to the black king. So I'm just thinking, hey, maybe the queen and bishop can kind of work together and threaten checkmate, which is not that easy to defend against.
And I think we have to show this because Prag, I think he's got the sneakiest idea I've seen in ages after this move. So queen takes pawn looks like a free pawn. And as you mentioned, the queen wants to come behind and deliver checkmate to the black king. But, well, actually, I've just noticed a second sneaky idea. One could be to drop the bishop the whole way back. And where does this queen go now? She wants to break through, as mentioned, on the 8th rank, but this is blocked off to her. The bishop defended by the black queen. And if the queen retreats, for example, if she goes to the wrong square, just a bad square, then suddenly the black queen comes back. And suddenly it's not white delivering checkmate, it's black trying to deliver checkmate on this diagonal, using the queen and bishop to break through to suddenly the white king this time. OK, centralized instead. Harikrishna didn't want to sideline his queen, put her offside by grabbing a pawn on this square. The queen would have been badly placed, so he centralizes her instead. A very solid move, and Prag reacts instantly. Wow, he's so brave, using his instincts there, Prag. He's putting pressure on this pawn, using the queen, using the bishop, just making sure that the white rook cannot move. The white rook now stuck as a defender of the pawn in front of it, and suddenly no checks. It looks like the black king is really vulnerable, but no way to check it with the white queen, because every checking square is covered by black's pawns or black's knight.
Yeah. And suddenly I do feel that it's Harikrishna who is in big danger because, like you pointed out, white rook tied down, and it's probably going to be all about black's pass pawn sitting on the 6th row.
Yeah.
Can march forward.
If black gets time, this pawn could potentially be really dangerous. But Harikrishna, surprising me again, this bishop looks so good, such an attacking piece. He's brought it back to its starting square to attack and dislodge the black queen. The black queen has to stay in touch with her bishop. They have to defend each other. And, OK, still really, really tense. As you mentioned, Jovanka, this pawn could potentially decide the game if it marches down the board. But then again, at least now there's less pressure on the weak F2 pawn. The black queen now forced onto a different line. So maybe it's time for white to start thinking about throwing this pawn up the board, confusing things. Maybe, ideally, you want to get this rook into the game at some point. I'm not sure how. If you move it across, attacking the bishop can just be backed up by a pawn, defended by a pawn. It's, yeah, definitely Harikrishna. He's having to be more creative suddenly to create some action because black's moves are just really obvious. And this pawn push is coming. Maybe black can push some pawns here. What is white doing? White is a bit stuck. Let's go back to the players because under 3 minutes now for Harikrishna. And you can tell on his body language, he's unsure. He's not so happy. He plays the move I mentioned, attacking the black bishop with his rook. That black bishop will just be defended.
It will just be defended by a pawn. And once again, the dilemma is there. White has to do something, otherwise that black pawn will just continue marching. White really has to shake black's defences up a little bit. I have to say, I really liked your H4 push Harry, advancing Harry, never a bad idea, according to Simon, our good friend.
I think we've both been sitting next to Simon too long now. Every position, we just want to pick up White's H-pawn and throw it up the board. Here it makes a lot of sense because Black's king doesn't have too many defenders around it. It only has pawns, so if you throw Harry up the board, you could potentially just create some open lines there. But, OK, either way, Hare Krishna attacking the black bishop. Why is Prag thinking here?
Yeah, going down to 2 minutes, Pragnananda, here he makes his move.
OK, this one makes a lot of sense as well. I was advocating pushing the black c-pawn, the black passed pawn forward, but now at least this pawn also guards the bishop. And, OK, yeah, time trouble is going to decide this game.
What an interesting game and what an interesting round this looks like. The bar has been over to Navarra's side all the game against Magnus Carlsen. Is he winning against the world champion? Richard report the bar all the way over to his side against world number 3 Ding Liren. Duda looking good for him against Jordan van Forest, and also for Gawain Jones. The bar over to his side against Ju Wenjun. All right, moves.
Yeah, moves, and Hare Krishna, he's making his move. He's trying to go towards the black king. He's just trying to open things up for the white rook, for the white queen. And with this pawn push, he's just hoping that he can get rid of black's central pawn, which is needed as a defender of the black bishop. And wow, Pragnananda, we talked about queen swinging across towards the enemy kings. He has done it. There's a huge, huge threat in the position. Black's queen, if she can just sidestep back on the diagonal to the g4 square, she will check white's king from the front and also hit the white rook in the center of the board. So Hare Krishna needs to defend against that. He needs to maybe play pawn takes pawn.
I was going to say, well, what's the solution after pawn takes pawn?
I think he wants to recapture that with his bishop. And this one is becoming really tactical. He's trying to deflect away the white queen from the center of the board so the black queen can start delivering some checks. And OK, we have seen pawn takes pawn. Now the black bishop is under fire, so I think it has to move. And I think it can safely take this pawn. Wow, the evaluation bar not liking Hare Krishna's decision, but this is where human error comes in. Neither player is going to play perfect chess now. Hare Krishna looks more nervous of the two players if we look on the camera. He's the one gesturing. Prag looks very focused. And OK, the move I mentioned, now queen takes bishop would be a huge blunder. That is not a free bishop. It's poisoned because the black queen would sidestep back that g4 square we mentioned with a check and a double attack, winning the white rook. So what else to do? OK, Hare Krishna needs to move fast. 2 minutes.
Not easy. I mean, I don't see a way to defend the pawn on h2 other than stepping back with the queen. Maybe this is the best move. Queen, go passive, use the queen as a defender.
Safest move. And now Prag can actually grab this pawn anyway with his bishop if he wants to. There's still a trap in the air. I think we have to show this because it's so tactical. It's so wild right now. Let's keep an eye on the players as well. There we go. So right now there was a trap. Queen takes bishop, as mentioned, would have fallen foul of a double attack, a check, and this check. And actually that tactic has arisen in the game. Not in this way, but instead white dropping back with the queen, trying to defend everything. Prag said, OK, take my bishop, please, sacrificing it for a pawn. But now, again, taking the bishop with the queen would result in a fatal fork, a double attack. So that hasn't happened here. The white king had to move out of the way. The queen has to stay where she is, challenging the black queen. And after the queen retreats, the rook has stepped up. If we do a quick count, black has 3 pawns now and a knight. Black has these 3 pawns and a knight just for 1 rook. That feels like an advantage for black. But then again, both kings are not safe. And while the queens remain on the board, Hare Krishna is potentially struggling, but has some chance for a counterattack. I think black's bishop now just needs to retreat. It just needs to get to a safe square before it gets trapped. So maybe bring it back here. That's the first move I would look at. And at least just defend everything for black.
Yeah, and I love that bishop retreat because also it's moving, as you pointed out, to a protected square, especially when you're on time trouble. Pragnananda only has just under a minute on his clock. So safety is good.
Yeah. I'm not sure who the queen trade would favour here. If the queens disappear from the board, black has so many pawns. OK, he does find this move. And Prag is great, actually, at controlling games, I've noticed. He doesn't take too many risks. He loves to put his pieces on protected squares like this. And the rook can give a check, for example, but black's king can just step back and hide. The king's super safe now behind its wall of pawns. It looks one-sided. It looks like Prag is turning things in his favour slowly. The only thing that might stop him is the clock. So, yeah, let's go back to the players. Any predictions? I think predictions are off in this game.
Yeah, I think Pragnananda's going to win, actually. I think White's king is unsafe. The rook, White's rook, isn't particularly effective in this particular position. And the bishop and the knight are just going to be superb.
That black knight is rock solid, supported by a pawn. This is what we talk about when we say outposts, right?
Yeah.
This knight is on a glorious outpost. It's just got its tentacles out there controlling all these 8 squares. This octo knight. And I don't see a move really to make things productive for White at least, and Prag keeping the black king super safe, tucked away. And yeah, really instructive. I think you're right as well, Jovanka. Even if White can hold this with best play, in practical terms, when you've only got a minute on the clock, it's going to be extremely difficult.
Yeah.
White's bishop as well, just nothing to do really.
Has nothing to look at. I mean,
not protected.
Is certainly a bystander here. I mean, the only thing that I can see is that, okay, well, Pragnander doesn't have a plan either. He's just kind of retreated with his king. Maybe this is an invitation for the white queen to take a step forward, 2 steps forward.
Yeah. So,
and threaten some checks.
Yeah, to go to the e6 square. I guess that would lose a bit of control. Black would suddenly get some checks. So you have to really calculate that one. But okay, Harikrishna just bringing his bishop forward to a safe square, at least now the rook guarding the white bishop. Remember, loose pieces drop off, so that bishop no longer loose, but Praggnanandhaa, he moved instantly.
Yeah.
That king now on a white square, a light square.
Yeah.
Pretty safe.
He's kind of priming the position for an endgame. You know, he's centralizing the king. King is getting ready for action, and now offering a queen trade. I think I might be tempted just to capture it, especially now that the black king is right in the middle of the board. It's there, ready to help out his potentially weak pawns.
Yeah, so he has rejected a queen trade once, Praggnanandhaa, but in this situation you mentioned, Jovanka, yeah, you can trade off. He does that, and now black has passed pawns on both sides of the board. Black has pawns on this flank. The H pawn is a passed pawn, and also the C pawn. Black has pawns on both sides. It's going to be hard to stop them both.
Yeah, and also the white rook. Got no squares. I mean, okay, so he moves up to the 8th row. Okay, so nice row for the rook to explore. It can go to the left, can go to the right.
Yeah, black has to keep everything guarded. You can do that with your bishop. You can do that with your king and knights. You can protect all your pawns. Okay, he steps back with the bishop. That bishop is just going to park itself maybe 1 square further on the b6 square, just to guard pawns. Yeah, suddenly, I mean, I advocated the queen trade as well. I thought that was maybe the most natural, the safest move, but possibly the white king was weaker than the black king just a few moves ago, and with that logic, maybe keeping the queens on would have, at least for a few moves, would have maximised the winning chances. Suddenly, white's rook does have threats of going to the corner and trying to gobble up black's h-pawn. Suddenly, some hint at counterplay for Harikrishna, and also, he's an endgame pro.
Yeah.
Whenever I play him, I try to avoid the endgame if I can.
But one thing that your observation about Praggnanandhaa was all about like how he likes to keep control. And there you can see with his move, he actually centralized his bishop so that the bishop can kind of control the critical squares and at the same time get ready to defend either pawn. I'm thinking about Alice and Harry on the A and H line.
Yeah, that's a really nice bishop in the middle of the board now for black, guarding everything, guarding all the squares the white rook wants to use. And yeah, just as I mentioned endgames and Harikrishna, I said I tried to avoid them at all costs, but then I realised I did play a 236 move game against Harikrishna. So the one endgame, I've had a couple of endgames against him. I had one the year before that as well.
Is that the record one?
That's almost a record one, yeah. The year before that, I think I played 90-something moves against him. So, yeah, that's how much I love endgames. That's how much he loves endgames.
And, OK, well, the players have actually repeated the position a few times.
Okay.
Do you think we'll see a 3-time repetition?
Surely not.
Because the clock is ticking for Praggnanandhaa. It's 15 seconds. It's going down, almost 10.
He's up on material, though. He's got an extra pawn. Can he keep it?
Yeah.
Black having this knight and 3 pawns against the black
now
against the white rook.
4 seconds, 3 seconds. OK, they've repeated the position 3 times.
Okay.
It's a draw.
Oh, anti-climax after such an exciting game, but hard-fought game there by both players.
Both of them shaking their head. That was such an intense game between the 2 Indians. It ends with a draw. And I'm not sure if both of them are unhappy or actually feeling relieved in time trouble there that they went away with 1 point. We're going to jump into some drama in another game. Okay, well, the bar was a minute ago. It was all the way over to David Navarro's side. Now it's, you know, still on his side. Is Magnus in trouble?
It looks like Magnus is in trouble. He's been in trouble the whole game, and it's all about the white king. If you look at the white king, the black queen is super close. Also, the black bishop cutting across on the light squares. There are checkmating ideas all over the place. Magnus is really stretched in the defense. That being said, he's defended really well over the last 20 moves. I took a look earlier. It looked hopeless for Magnus. And, okay, the evaluation bar, as I say that, shoots up in black's favor, but still some work to be done for Navarra. How to break through. If that black rook can use the second rank, it's going to be checkmate. If the black rook at the top of the board can somehow get through to the white king, it's going to be checkmate. But Navarra, under 1 minute, it's not so easy for him. Okay, now he brings his queen back. Maybe ideas of swinging the queen across to the dark square diagonal to check the white king. That white king just really vulnerable. And yes, white has a very far advanced pawn in the centre of the board, but that is kept under lock and key.
Yeah, and it might even be going.
Might be dropping off.
It might be dropping off because there is a threat on the board to actually play rook takes pawn and then give a check to the white king.
Okay, the white rook steps back to stop any checks from the black queen. I'm expecting black's queen to maybe just take a step back. One square, anywhere safe, really.
Yeah,
Navarra.
one square is nice, David. Like it.
Yeah, plenty of options here for Navarra.
He is world number 37. A win against Magnus, would that be a huge deal to him? Winning against Magnus is a huge deal to anyone, but would that be something that doesn't happen too often for him?
I mean, he's beaten many strong players in his time, Navarra. I'm not sure he's beaten Magnus, though. And, that's the pinnacle of world chess, beating a world champion. So it would be huge for him, also huge in the standings. It would give him a chance to maybe start catching up.
And the world champion, I have to just point out that the world champion has set a sneaky trap. Like, it looks like black can actually grab that pesky pawn sitting on the 6th row. But no, he can't.
10 seconds.
Because 10 seconds left. Okay, will David Navarra spot the trap? Of course he will.
This would end in checkmate. Suddenly, after bishop takes rook, this is what we call a back rank checkmate. Look how Magnus planted the queen to stop the black king escaping using the square. So, of course, David Navarra spotted that. He's so tactically sharp. And instead of allowing any nasty checks later, he just brought his rook across. And now, suddenly, black is the one threatening checkmate. This is a checkmate threat to the white king. And Magnus spots it, both sides spotting the traps. But are we about to see a result? Wow, yes, we do. Let's go back to the players. David Navarra smiling. We'll show this later, but he spotted a winning idea against the world champion.
And look at that.
What a moment for him.
Yeah, that is a nice celebration by David Navarra. Winning against the world champion Magnus, of course, logging off. But this is a big moment for David Navarra. See that big smile. Oh, how...
Did you see earlier? He had a flower.
Yeah, yellow flower.
There was a yellow flower and there was a huge smile on his face.
Yep.
Oh.
Yellow and blue.
Yep. What a nice celebration by David Navarra. And I love seeing that big smile on his face. Oh, can you imagine, David, what that means to him?
Yeah, I can barely imagine. I mean, beating a world champion with the black pieces, one of the biggest tournaments of his career. Yeah, I can't blame him for celebrating and being emotional. And he's got to enjoy the moments, and rightly so. He played a great game there.
Absolutely. And we came in very late, but can we take a look at this game? What happened for Magnus to lose it?
Yeah, I just want to show the final moments as well, because it actually ended really quickly. I was about to show a variation, but before I even had the chance, Navarra spotted a win and broke through to deliver checkmate. And actually, we left it here. White's queen now in the middle of the board, just on a dark square, stopping any checks. Black wanted to use this square to deliver checkmate, but that has been guarded. But the queen is overloaded. She has to cover too many squares. And here, David Navarra won by sacrificing. Remember, knights are great defenders. He got rid of this defender. And once after this sacrifice, after this trade, the black queen simply dropped herself down, lined herself up with her bishop on this diagonal, and checkmate was inevitable. The threat is to drop the queen onto the h1 square, and there's simply no way to do this without throwing your rooks in the way and giving up your rooks. For example, if the pawn pushes forward, the queen steps forward. This is what we call the kiss of death, and this is checkmate. David Navarra finishing the game in style.
Coming up in 13 minutes, we're going to follow this one. David has already told us he's really looking forward to it. Richard Report making his tour debut. probably ready for the candidates this summer, where we will find out who faces Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, in the next World Championship match. So this will be a cool encounter. Still 2 rounds of chess to go today. In the final round today, we actually haven't decided which one to follow, because we want to follow a game for some players that are fighting to qualify for the knockout stage. After the game coming up now, we're going to be joined by Grandmaster Pavel Elyanov from Ukraine to have an interesting talk with him. And this is the Charity Cup. We are doing a fundraiser for UNICEF, who is working tirelessly to help the people stuck in the war in Ukraine and also the refugees in the neighboring country. And money that is donated to UNICEF is, among many other things, spent on life-saving supplies for children, mothers and hospitals inside Ukraine.
It has been sleepless nights for millions of children, their parents, thousands of moms across Ukraine. Today it's a critical moment because millions of supporters of children from around the world have been cheering and supporting UNICEF. Today, life-saving supplies have arrived in Ukraine. It will be going towards to multiple directions to reach the most in need children and women. Every day we receive hundreds of calls from around Ukrainian hospitals. They ask us to provide immediate support. We have seen moms giving birth in basements of hospitals around Ukraine. So these are essential stuff for saving lives. Resuscitation kit, medical kits and medicines. That's what all is needed at the basement hospitals that mothers are delivering babies today, tonight, tomorrow night, and days to come. We need peace now. We are getting our supplies to the hospitals. We need safe entry and exit to places where humanitarian needs are vast.
So important, the supplies sent into Ukraine and the work that UNICEF does. Now we're joined by supporting partner, NEAR, co-founder of NEAR, Ilya Pulusukin. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much for being here. And first of all, can you explain what is it that NEAR does?
Yeah, so NEAR, first and foremost, is a blockchain protocol and developed a platform, meaning it's a decentralized, it allows to move money, but also program and build a decentralized application. It's been designed from ground up and pretty much is designed to be easy to use, as similar to kind of normal applications as people can. And we're really targeting kind of all the use cases and getting every single person ideally in the world to use it.
Fantastic. And I know you are Ukrainian yourself, Ilya. Can you tell us how are you and what has the past weeks been like for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's been hard. I'm originally from Kharkiv, which has been bombarded. My family was there at the time. So we had a lot of, we have a pretty strong presence of NEAR community as well in Ukraine. And so we spend a lot of time kind of getting people to safety, making sure everybody has kind of resources, as well as moving people who can get out of the country to Portugal for the most part. And so we're setting up a hub here. All in all, yeah, I mean, it's been devastating. And so from the start, been thinking how to support people, how to help. A lot of actually friends and some colleagues have stayed behind to fight or to support others who are fighting. And so making sure they have resources, making sure they have food, and kind of for people who are kind of staying back, and resources for evacuation as well have been extremely important.
Wow. And that is interesting, though, because what kind of possibilities does crypto sort of now in the modern world give to humanitarian work?
So the kind of on like next day after the war started, we were thinking what we can do, right? Like there was a lot of friends who were asking for some kind of funding to buy some equipment, or some people who are joining the force, like the Territorial Defense Force, were asking to buy protective gear for themselves or for their team. And so we were using crypto to send money around. And so some folks, some crypto entrepreneurs have suggested to start a fund, a kind of nonprofit that would collect funds and distribute it to those people in need. And so this is how Unchained Fund was born, which I'm one of the multi-sig members. And the idea is that, like, if you try to set up an NGO right now, it will take you weeks or months to properly do everything, open bank accounts, start accepting donations. And crypto, we done it in about like 20 minutes. And we started accepting donations. We had it on Twitter. We started receiving first like hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was in minutes, pretty much. And so crypto itself is just allows to move way faster, right? This is why, we started kind of in this industry in the first place. But in this case, especially when lives are on the line, it's extremely important. And so it's easy. It's kind of easier and faster to collect funds, but it's also easier and faster to distribute. Right now, kind of not everyone is able to, for example, go to a bank or ATM. And so we are able to deliver crypto directly to people as well. And then they are able to, like, there's a lot of people who then accept crypto as well for selling. So we can actually have like end to end. Like I know also kind of not like we started a fund which so far collected like over 7 million, but then there's also Comeback Life, which is a pre-existing NGO that I think over 17 million, and also government itself have then started collecting, where they have over $50 million at this point in crypto.
Wow.
And they actually say even their suppliers who they are buying from are willing to take crypto, which has been super powerful. So again, it's literally just speed, like the wire transfers, a lot of setup would require a lot of time. And here, like the time is in essence, right?
Wow, that is nice to hear in all the tragedy. And Nair is now a supportive partner of the Charity Cup. Why did you decide to become a supporting partner?
So kind of Nair Foundation is excited to support first, I mean, in many ways because benefit Ukraine, but also overall kind of aligned with the mission here. The tournament winner trophy will be an NFT, which is kind of really exciting. We're starting to see kind of the penetration of this technology right into the space where kind of like more and more people are starting to use this. There's a lot of opportunity for kind of esports and Web3 to work together. I'm really excited to have this opportunity to spread about Unchained Fund and all the things that are happening in Ukraine, and like asking for people to support it, to support with donations, but also support Ukrainians. So there's over 3 million people who left now Ukraine who are, even if they have means, which not all of them do, they're still kind of pretty shell-shocked from kind of what they experienced. And so just extending the helping hand has always been very important.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ilya, I'm being told that Nair is making a significant donation now to UNICEF during this fundraiser.
Exactly, yes.
Sorry, how much is that?
I don't have the number actually with me, but
I've been told that Nair is donating $25,000 to UNICEF in this fundraiser for the Charity Cup, which is a significant amount and so much appreciated. So thank you for that.
Great, thank you.
And
thank you for organizing this.
Yeah, and I know that the crypto community just has done such a huge effort during these 3 weeks of crisis in Ukraine. What is it like seeing that?
I mean, it's exciting because especially kind of Ukrainian crypto community has been very involved across the board, right? Even when, I was helping to get my family out, a lot of people were helping out to find a place, for example, somewhere in Ukraine where they were passing by And so it's really kind of a time for union, and it's not about, which project you're working on or kind of any economic alignment, right? It's really just people being aligned, kind of just saving people, helping each other, and, hopefully kind of defending the country and getting back to normal, right? And I think kind of it is very, it's a strong testament to this community that it's kind of a lot of, sometimes blockchain is considered kind of, there's a scams, there's a lot of things going on, but like at the end, there's builders, there are people who are really good people who are actually contributing to the country's success, to the world's success. And so I think building on that backbone will, allow us to rebuild both stronger Ukraine, but also kind of more open Web3 that we've been set out to do.
Absolutely. Ilya, thank you so much for your support. We are sending warm thoughts to you, your family in Ukraine, your colleagues in NEAR, and thank you also for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was our supportive partner, NEAR, bumping up our fundraiser now to so much more. We are now up to almost $50,000 in the fundraiser, you guys. So keep on donating. This is so inspiring. We have to now get ready for the next round here in the Charity Cup. These are results from round 6, a bunch of games ending up with a winner. Magnus Carlsen, he lost, but Richard Report, he won his game against Dingley Wren, and these two are now up against each other in round 7. Let's take a look at the standings before we head to that game. Liam Lea is in sole lead with 14 points. Jan-Krzysztof Duda now in 2nd place. And where do we find Magnus Carlsen? All the way down in 6th place. Richard Report in his tour debut, 4th place. And here are the games now coming up. David Navarro coming from that amazing win against the world champion to face Hans Niemann. And a bunch of other interesting games. We will follow Richard Report against Magnus Carlsen. It could be the next World Championship match we are seeing between these two. Richard Report with the white pieces coming from a win. I'm guessing he's not a big favorite, but he has some momentum.
He definitely has momentum. He's actually started today with 2 wins. So Richard Report is on a roll, and he's very much a momentum player. Yeah. It's all about confidence with him. He takes a lot of risks, but he tends to thrive, especially when he's feeling confident. And yeah, Magnus Carlsen, as we saw, coming from a loss, so it's going to be difficult for him. But he is known for bouncing back. So either way, I think we're in for an exciting game.
Definitely.
That's the one guarantee.
And we haven't seen them play against each other in the tour yet, because this is Richard's tour debut. But it's going to be interesting to see in this online rapid format. How will he do? And here we go. The moves are coming out.
Here we go. It's a Sicilian defense. I'm not sure I expected this one, to be honest. Firstly, Report opening with the King's Pawn. Doesn't happen every day. And Magnus now reacting with the Sicilian. We're more used to seeing that, but it shows he's in a fighting mood. But to do that as black against such an aggressive player like Report comes with some risk entailed. Mm-hmm. So, okay, meanwhile, a closed Sicilian. We're used to seeing open Sicilians at this top level. The closed Sicilian maybe dropping out of fashion ever since the days of Spassky, the former world champion. And, okay, Magnus using a very provocative style in the opening. Look at black's rook on this left side of the board. It's already moved, and it's only moved 4 or 5. That is rare at this early stage. And Rapport stops the advance of black's pawns on this left side just by pushing his own pawn forward 1 square. I must admit, it's nice to see Rapport dressed in the Champions Chess Tour hoodie, in the jacket there. Mm-hmm. It shows he's really, really embracing this tournament, and he wants to make his mark.
Yeah, and getting into the spirit of things, I feel. And Magnus really playing very ambitious chess, because if this works out for him, he will have an excellent version of the traditional lines that you play against the closed Sicilian. Because normally, you do get this left side pawn advance, but you kind of don't get it in this particular way.
You have to work for it.
Exactly, you have to work for it a little bit harder, and also you have to determine where your pieces on the right side of the board are going to go. Here, Magnus is trying to be a maximalist. He's trying to get everything he wants, and I'm kind of curious because I must admit, this was one of my favorite openings when I was younger. And okay, here comes the quirkiness, here comes the madness, because now we have a move that's never been seen before. Surprise, surprise. And it's initiating chaos.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's only move 6, and they're in a brand new position already. Both players freestyling. Rapport, he's known for this. He's super creative. He's actually got a very classical upbringing in Hungary. They always teach players the basics. They look at the world champions. They look at all the classic games. But he used that classical training to kind of inspire his creative juices, his creative style. And that's why pushing pawns on this left side, both of them now have created maximum tension. And finally, White's knight comes in.
Yeah.
And I think we'll see White castle over the next move or two. Okay, he does that now.
Yeah.
So White is the first to get ready, and we call this the close Sicilian, but it might well open up later. At the moment, no pawn trades, no piece trades, that's why it's a close Sicilian, but we might well see White try and explode things open before Black is ready.
Yeah. You know, you mentioned that Richard is from Hungary, and I don't know, immediately I thought back to this conversation I had on a bus, a very long bus ride I had with Peter Lecko, and he was telling me all about the Hungarian school of chess. And it works like this. He says, every Hungarian has their openings very nicely worked out. And if you play perfectly, then it's a draw. Because, you know, everyone played... It doesn't matter who you're playing against, whether they're much lower rated than you or higher rated than you. They play perfect opening, draw. However, if you play in inaccuracy in the opening, then the Hungarian school of chess says, doesn't matter your rating, whether it's 2,700 or lower than rating, we play. We play, you know, because you made a mistake.
Yeah.
And he's really bucked the trend of Hungarian players, Richard Rapport. He's far more creative than other players, I guess, in his generation out there in Hungary. And yeah, he's really gone his own way, both in terms of career as well, maybe not playing the tournaments he was expected to, and maybe not, I mean, now he doesn't live in Hungary, but just maybe not following the expected route. Either way, he's made it now to the top of world chess, about to qualify for the candidates. And meanwhile, Magnus playing a move, he's got ready to castle his king. And yeah, really tense position right now. I'm used to seeing close Sicilians, Ivanka, where White just actually develops normally, doesn't commit on the queen side, and then actually wants to play an attack against the Black King. And you mentioned you played this when you were young. This was one of your main openings, and I know that was the case for a lot of younger players. They start with this, right, because the plans are quite straightforward, quite thematic. What do you think of this one, using your experience there?
Yeah, this one is quite flexible. I'm not quite sure I like it because the plan that I was kind of taught was quite thematic and quite almost by rote, which was like, you know, develop your dark square bishop, trade off your opponent's dark squares, and then, and only then, push forward with these type of pawn moves. If you're going to do these type of pawn moves, you try to be maximalist about it. You know, you go the whole shebang with on the rights, you know, just push every pawn you can there. And one thing that every single captain that I've ever trained me during those years, they hated me playing this particular opening with the white pieces because they were like, look at your light squared bishop. It's so bad. That is the definition of a bad bishop. And I would go, yeah, but I'm not playing anything else. So well, we're going to have to make do here. And yeah, you know, they often grimaced when they looked at my positions, but it didn't matter because when you play these positions out, you get a feel for them. And here, Richard is actually doing all the things that you should be doing. You know, he's taking he's bringing the knight into the center. This is also another kind of standard idea that you get. And it's also a consequence of Magnus actually retreating his knight.
Yeah, and finally, belatedly, Magnus does castle. And I'm expecting Richard here to try and trade off these dark squared bishops. There we go.
Which is done, but via an unusual way.
Really unusual. Usually, you mentioned, Ivanka, the plan is to actually bring the bishop to the king side and exchange Black's bishop there. But once Black's dark squared bishop in front of the Black King disappears, there might be holes around that Black King. There might be some targets for Richard to aim at later. So really interesting strategy. There was actually a big threat in the position earlier as well with these pawn pushes to push everything forward in the centre with White. But Richard, he's taken a slower approach now, and he'll wait before pushing more pawns forward. OK, there Magnus goes. Those dark square bishops do come off. Yeah.
All right.
Neutral fianchetto, and that's been neutralised for both sides.
And 52 minutes left in the auction to bid for our charity chess cup. Yes.
Oh, and I have to say one thing about this this cup. As a tea drinker, I really appreciate that this is really good quality.
It really is high quality.
It has a very thin top to it, and it feels... Okay, anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a really good cup, basically.
It definitely is. It's great quality. It's homemade. And the design on the one that is up for auction is with a beautiful knight. Homemade by a fantastic designer in Oslo. And 92 is the current bid on this cup. 51 minutes left, so head into cctauction.com to make your bid. All the money, of course, go to the fundraiser for UNICEF.
Yeah, everything tastes better when there's a chess piece on the side, right? There we go.
Yes.
And meanwhile as well, Kaja, you mentioned the fianchetto. 2 bishops that were fianchettoed have been traded off, but look at the remaining bishops. They're both fianchettoed as well, both on the longest diagonal, those light-squared bishops now. There's a few pieces in the way, but they're kind of staring off against each other. And I must admit, this mysterious move there by Richard Rapport, tucking his king in the corner, usually that's a safe-ish idea, but here it stands on the same diagonal as the black bishop, so slightly surprising. Also, there was no real danger against the white king. The white knights were really close. They're great defenders. So it feels as if Richard, he's just kind of waiting and seeing what plan Magnus goes for.
I wondered whether he has aggressive intentions, and I'm thinking, you know, he's pushed 2 pawns up to the 4th row. Why not have a third join it?
Throw all the pawns forward towards the black king.
And by moving his king into the edge of the board, maybe he's getting ready for a rook to move across and maybe potentially threaten something along the G line.
Yep. Possibly. It's a long way away. I can't imagine Black's king being in too much danger yet, but it does lack defenders, I guess. So possibly, as you mentioned, White's rook sliding to the square the White king has evacuated, and then throwing pawns towards the Black king. I think Richard is just kind of... He's not spending too much time on the clock. He wants to save that time for later. He's just staying super flexible.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, it's not clear what Magnus does, because this tension on the left side of the board, I don't think either side wants to release that tension. No matter how you trade, you kind of give your opponent a bit more space. And, okay, Magnus, rubbing his eyes there.
Maybe. He does that sometimes. Is that a sign of something? Some calculation or something like that?
Possibly.
Tiredness.
Maybe tiredness. It tends to be in positions where he's not kind of feeling too energetic as well. Here, Richard's kind of blocked it up. There's only been a trade of 1 set of bishops, so it's hard to find a plan for Black. And even any plan you go for doesn't necessarily improve your position, might just lead to some trades.
Well, one plan that they always did against me in this particular position was actually to pick up the f7 pawn and move it 2 squares forward, just to potentially block up any kingside expansion. And Magnus has decided just to maneuver and improve his knight. So still very tense, very exciting stuff.
Yep, very exciting stuff. And moving the knights, the Black knights now off to this left side of the board. Yes, they've got some intentions maybe to continue jumping forward, maybe to support some Black pawn pushes on this side, but the Black king now completely bereft of any defenders. So for me, a signal of the opponent moving the knights away from their king means we should go for the attack. And man, now your ideas, Jovanka, much more tempting than before.
I don't think you've ever said that about my pawn pushes.
No, I've got commitment issues, I admit that openly. I don't want to push pawns.
You're normally like, steady on. And maybe this approach, I'm like, yeah, okay, I like your approach too.
Yeah. I don't normally want to push pawns because I'm aware of all the weaknesses they leave behind, but here it's just too tempting. And just to show one of your ideas, Jovanka, one of them is to push this pawn forward, right? Maybe once this pawn goes forward, later on to shuffle the rook across onto the same line as the enemy king. And it doesn't look like much, but Black's king will feel a bit uncomfortable. And the other way would be to be even more direct and just push forward and try to open some lines immediately, open this line for the rook. I'm not sure I would go for this yet, just because it gives Black maybe some control of dark squares in the center. And talking of dark squares, Richard decides, okay, it's not yet time to throw this pawn forward or this pawn forward. Instead, he just covers those dark squares. This is very logical as well. Once you've traded off dark squared bishops, you might as well put your pawns on dark squares. You need some influence on that color complex. And he's also supporting central pawn push. And Kaja, you like your pawn structures. If Black just makes a kind of slow move, White is going to push forward with this pawn. And suddenly, there's a lot of pawns on the 4th rank marking their territory. And imagine if Black closes things down, we could well see a pawn storm. 4 pawns.
Oh,
the mean girls marching
mean
forward.
girls.
Yeah.
And white just gaining space. Black will have to worry about all of these ideas.
We haven't seen them in a while. the
No,
mean
we haven't
girls.
seen them in a while, and I got really, really excited because the rook that was looking like it wasn't doing a single thing on b2 can suddenly swing across. It's become a roving rook.
Yeah, or a swinging rook, as Simon Williams told us in the last show. So this rook, as mentioned, yeah, it was doing nothing over here, but suddenly if black just doesn't do too much, suddenly if these pieces clear out the way, the rook could swing the whole way across to the other side of the board, could team up with its other rook, and later on, if this line becomes open, these 2 rooks might well be some of the deciding factors. So, okay, Magnus, he is not ready to sit passively and wait for the white pawns to advance. He's doing the same himself, and he's trying to create his own version. There's only 3 of them, but he's trying to create his own version of the pawn storm, and that is a pawn sacrifice. He's allowing this pawn to drop, attacking the black knight at the same time, but his idea is that the knight can cause a double attack, and jumping to the edge of the board, not normally recommended, but here it does threaten the white rook, and once the rook moves, it will drop back and capture this pawn. So I don't think Richard Rapport wants to lose time in this manner. Really interesting play. It's all about the pawns right now. There've been a trade of bishops, but all of the pawns still live. And what to do? Do you take? Do you block? Richard Rapport with a huge decision. If he blocks, it will become a slower game. White will be committed to going for an attack against the black king, but you just completely abandon the center. Black can continue pushing forward himself, maybe. But if you capture, then suddenly things might open up. And the more things open up, for example, pawn takes, the more maybe your king will feel vulnerable on this diagonal.
Yeah, I feel like capturing is just taboo. You don't do it. You're either going to reinforce the center or you're going to go forward with your pawn. And going forward with a pawn, yeah, I admit, has its downsides. But then again, one maybe can get an active knight.
Yeah, it looks nice at least. We talked about pawn chains. This is a nice pawn chain. This is a nice pawn chain. It's just maybe too tempting. All of White's pawns now on dark squares. It's almost as if he's playing checkers. And Richard Rapport, he's very artistic. That's the one thing about him. He's one of the most artistic players out there. He loves these kind of little pretty patterns, these little nuances. So I'm expecting as well, Jovanka, as you mentioned, just block things up, and maybe this active knight you also referenced, bringing the knight towards the black king and trying to plant it into a weak dark square. This would be really controversial. It would be really ambitious for Richard Rapport, but he is that type of player.
And I have a message for you, David.
Hey.
So you know Ty, our
Yes.
fantastic stats guy, sitting in, it's not Washington, some state in the US, running all our stats with his computers. And he's saying that if Richard Rapport wins this game, he's going to be up to 2,803.
Wow.
On the tour ratings, he's going to pass 2,800.
Yeah.
Okay,
But he has a big obstacle.
Yep.
He has to beat the world champion himself.
But the bar is on his side.
The bar is... yeah, easier said than done. But yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
2803.
So he will be the second player then to reach 2,800. Magnus Carlsen is, of course, way above 2,800. Is it 2,860 something?
Yeah, 2850-ish,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, and Richard, I mean, I guess in order to become the king, you've got to beat the king. So in order to get 2,800 now, he needs to beat the only other 2,800 player on the tour at the moment.
And what chances do you give Richard Rapport? 96% chance to qualify for the candidates through the Grand Prix. And if and when he plays, what chances do you give him to qualify for the match?
I think he'll start as one of the underdogs, but I think he'll like that. There's less. He always prefers playing with less pressure on him, Richard. And it does feel like maybe at the top level, he's one of the least experienced. I mean, he's now in his mid-20s, and he hasn't played that many elite events compared to some of the others. For example, there will be players in the candidates who have played World Championship matches before, and he hasn't quite been there. Meanwhile, he does block it up. Look at all those white pawns on dark squares now. That's aesthetically at least pleasing. But Richard, he's also the kind of guy who can beat anyone on his day.
And one of the interesting things about Richard is that, unlike the other top players, he doesn't have a team behind him. Yeah. He's just, he has his great support from his wife, Yvonne.
Very strong player herself.
Definitely. But really, there's no other teams to help him. He doesn't have any seconds. He does a lot of his work by himself.
Yeah, he's a lone wolf, but that does mean that he knows all his strengths and weaknesses inside out, and he can be true to his own preferences. A lot of top players, as we saw in the World Championship match in Nepomniachtchi there, he ended up playing openings that his seconds recommended, but it didn't really suit his style. So, yeah, Richard, very much an individual player, and he embraces that, and it's worked well for him, at least in the last couple of years. OK, meanwhile, a couple of moves. Black did try and fight for space in the centre. White's knight has now gone towards that black king, but after a knight jump by black, White's rook was under fire, so it had to take a timeout to defend itself. So, yeah, it's unclear who looks happier with their position. It's just that tense. Yeah. This one, the evaluation bar says 0.0. It's still very, very wild, this position, and chances for both sides.
Yeah, I really do like this type of position because, yes, black is absolutely dominating there on the left side of the board, no question. You know, white is going to go all in with an attack against the king. And as we say in chess, checkmate ends the game. So definitely the stakes are high. And of course, it's an exciting game. And we still want to be really enthusiastic about the chess. So please, everyone, tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps. Tweet us your move suggestions. Tweet us your comments. And of course, as always, we love, love, love to see your selfies. So remember, tweet us using the hashtag and we will feature them on the show. Hashtag ChessChamps.
And yeah, I'm struggling to find a move here from Magnus. Maybe he has to open things up. Maybe he has to trade off some pawns, because I'm getting scared. After you mentioned the word checkmate, Jovanka, I'm getting scared that the black king has just been abandoned to its fate, and White's knight, as we mentioned, is about to jump in with some nasty checks. It needs some backup, but if Richard is able to arrange backup for this white knight on this side of the board, then yeah, it's looking scary for Magnus. And also, remember, Magnus has already lost 2 games in the prelim stage. The ghosts of those defeats might make him a bit worried here. He lost the last game to David Navarra through a checkmating attack. Every time we see him lose, I think, on the tour this season, last season, it tends to be either through a blunder or by getting checkmated. Magnus, sometimes he does underestimate the safety of his own king. So maybe Richard is playing with that in mind. And yeah, definitely no fear from the Hungarian so far.
Yeah, no fear.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm also tempted, if I were Magnus, to actually just step forward with a pawn and push it 1 square and just kind of kill anything that's going to happen on the left side of the board. Just cut the board in 2 and then say, you want to attack me? Bring it on.
And, OK, he doesn't go for this. As you mentioned, Jovanka, now this rook is eternally locked out of the game. This is a real thorn in White's side, really far advanced down the board. But then again, White would have ideas of just jumping in and checking this black king. And it's very much black controlling the left side, White controlling the right side. Instead, Magnus deciding, OK, this one is too blocked, too locked up. And actually, block positions, Rapport does tend to thrive, just because he's able to use his creativity with the manoeuvres. So Magnus instead opens things up. So he's trying to angle for a potential queen trade. Now, if White takes back with his pawn, I think we'll see Magnus love to trade the queens at some point, maybe even now. And after a recapture, just try to exchange the rooks too. And at least things would open up and it's more clear what Black's plan is. Then again, Richard, if he's feeling super ambitious, maybe we'll see a sacrifice he could take with a knight. He could just abandon his pawns on this side of the board. And instead of capturing back now these pawns, because Black's knight is defending it, he's going for it. He's going for the attack. Now, I was going to say, White's knight can jump in and look at these 2 white knights. Together, they are aiming towards this black king. This black king, remember, no defenders around it. But I'm pretty sure computers are going to hate this. They'll find a way to defend, and black can just win a pawn here. So what is Magnus Carlsen going to do? Is he going to get scared of this attack? Are you scared of it, Jovanka? Yes. I am as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, just forget about the computer assessment. You know, computers play perfect chess, but you can definitely see along the horizon that a knight will find itself on this beautiful outpost on the f6 square. And if the white queen joins in the game and joins in the attack, you know, she finds herself mysteriously on the h6 square, for instance.
If she could somehow break through to the black king.
Then that's it. It's curtains. So...
Yeah, so Richard, he's basically abandoning this whole left side of the board, abandoning some pawns, maybe even a piece later on. He's just going to go for this black king. He's got a one-track mind right now, and that's scary for Magnus. It's always scary when your opponent just doesn't care and they only want to checkmate you. So, yeah, let's go back to the players, because in this current position, Magnus is about to go a pawn up. He's going to capture this pawn, but Richard is going to throw everything towards this black king. Really, really complicated stuff. And of the two players, suddenly it's Richard who looks more confident of the two. And, OK, Magnus does indeed grab a pawn.
Yeah, and we're going to see it, aren't we? And
Here we are.
yeah, woo-hoo-hoo. And at this point of suspense, OK, he has gone for it. OK, oh my God, this is like a typical kind of Bobby Fischer type of attack. You know, Bobby doesn't care about the left side of the board. He's going all in for the checkmate.
Yeah, and this is the type of position, as you mentioned, we would have seen 50 years ago, maybe 100 years ago, where we would praise the fearlessness, the romanticism of the attacking player, just giving up the whole left side, going for the opponent's king. But in modern chess, defenders are usually favoured by the computer. So we have seen attacks in the past that just look fantastic, but they don't really work unless your opponent maybe does make a mistake. And I think that's what Richard Rapport has to rely upon now. Magnus, the computer thinks he's doing well, but wow, such a calm move. Just pushing a pawn forward one square. He wants to use his rook on the second rank, maybe, Jovanka, as you mentioned. That white rook on the A2 square maybe wants to swing across and help the attack.
Yeah.
To me, it's a surprising change of pace. It just looks really slow. You've said A, going for the attack. You might as well say B and continue throwing knights towards the black king.
Yeah.
But he's taken a timeout.
Yeah. And I was going to use a word that I know Simon, our good friend, Ginger GM, uses all the time. He says it's a discombobulating move. Confusing.
And talking of discombobulation, these black knights are really confusing me, and I'm pretty sure they're confusing Rapport, because Magnus, one of his knights was attacked. He just left it en prise, as we say. He left it attacked. The other black knight has joined the action, and look at that white rook on the A2 square. Where's it going to run to? It's hit now by one of the black knights. Oof. Suddenly I'm thinking that rook doesn't have too many escape squares. That black knight as well that has just moved, hitting white's pawn in the centre of the board. I think Rapport's last move just lost all momentum. And we were praising his fearlessness, but maybe it's backfired already at this early stage.
Yeah, because in the cold light of the day, black does have a pawn on the A3 square, 2 squares away from queening. You know, that can slow white's attack down a little bit.
Yeah, this pawn, you have to keep an eye on it. You have to keep at least one piece sidelined, stopping it. And as mentioned, this last knight jump by Magnus, planting his knight on this square, hits the white rook. And I'm going to sneeze.
Oh, no.
Hits this white rook, and it hits this white pawn in the centre of the board. That's a double attack, and just really struggling. You can't defend them both.
And also one way of that black can neutralise white's potential attack is also to maybe go bishop takes knight.
Yeah.
At the right time.
So, for example, if this rook moves,
Exactly.
I mean, firstly, you can just capture this pawn, maybe even with your queen. But as you mentioned, Jovanka, you can at least get rid of one potential attacker by capturing in the centre.
And one knight shouldn't really scare you.
No, it isn't one knight, it's 2 knights at least temporarily for Rapport, and he's jumped in with a check. I'm expecting to see the king step forward. If you step into the corner, then it's more likely you'll actually get checkmated on the side of the board. For example, as we mentioned, if the queen comes in and tries to go for your king, at least as Magnus has done, at least with the king here, you could maybe use your rook to defend in the corner. You could maybe even just push a pawn forward and keep things nice and safe. It still takes white 4 or 5 moves to actually create a big threat. And meanwhile, maybe you don't have that luxury of 4 or 5 moves. Your rook is attacked. Wow, Rapport just gambling, giving away everything. He's decided it's not worth saving this rook. It's not worth saving this pawn. He's just brought his queen in. And, OK, it's the last chance for him. The computer shows this doesn't work, but is Magnus going to call his bluff? If Magnus takes this rook, what is his idea?
I think his idea is simply to get a perpetual check. And he wants to just retreat his knight, give a check. King steps back to wherever it goes, and then the knight can jump in again, and you're like, hey, do you remember that checkmating idea? It's kind of renewed.
Yeah, so maybe a checkmate in 2 idea here for white. I don't know if black can stop this. In the current position, though, black doesn't have to take this rook yet. Maybe it's not running away. Another move you could consider is jumping in with this knight with what we call a family fork. It's not just hitting the queen, it's not just hitting the rook, it's also hitting this bishop. It's not just a double attack, it's kind of a triple attack.
And the reason I'm suggesting this is because now Jovanka, if the queen moves, because she's under fire, then, for example, if black just pushes a pawn, there are ideas of the knight coming back as a defender.
That is a nasty move, David. That wasn't the knight you're meant to touch. You're meant to touch the other knight and go on some adventure on the left side, not get back to the defense of the king.
Yeah, so now this knight, I mean, both rooks under attack from the black knights. It does look like it's just too much. I don't think white is quick enough. It looks scary with the white queen and white knight super near the black king, but it's just not quite breaking through. So Magnus here, if he's calm, if he calculates correctly, he'll see that he is winning. But you never know. Okay, he does find this move, multi-purpose move, and it looks like the world champion is going to take this one. The attack just too slow for Rapport.
Yeah.
And 30 minutes left now, 31 minutes left in the auction for the Knight Coffee Cup. And I have news for you guys, because we're now going to put in 2 for 1 in that auction. We'll have the very nice Knight Coffee Cup, and we're also going to put in an extra cup that all 3 of us will sign.
Yeah.
And the current bid is $100, and there is 31 minutes left to make your bid on cctauction.com. Yeah.
I'm tempted to bid myself now. They are very nice cups.
Yeah, they are certainly, and signed by us as well.
Yep.
So definitely, and you have to remember that every single penny that is generated by these cups goes to UNICEF.
Yep, absolutely. So yesterday's $1,100 for the chess tie is just great money going to UNICEF. And now the bar just all the way over to Magnus Carlsen's side in this game. Is there any hope for Richard Rapport, or is his only hope some sort of a blunder for Magnus?
He has to hope for maybe a blunder or a mouse slip. Blunders are possible, especially when you're on the defending side, when your king is the more vulnerable of the two. It's possible to make mistakes. You could underestimate a check. You could underestimate maybe a potential sacrifice to break through to your king. But here, with enough time on his clock, with 5 minutes, it feels like Magnus isn't going to slip. He's played perfectly in the defensive phase so far. He's kind of mixed attack with defense, Magnus. He's gone on the attack on this left side of the board, with his knights especially, grabbing a couple of pawns in the process, and now he's gone a bit on the defensive. He's put the black king on a good square, and now the black knight is going to just jump back as a potential defender. So, yeah, it's looking difficult. Rapport lifting his queen up 1 square. Ooh, maybe a bit tricky there. Maybe some ideas in mind, as Jovanka mentioned, of the white knight dropping back with a check. But the other move you mentioned, the defensive resource, will end this game, because one of white's pride and joys, those knights, it has been removed. Now white only has 2 potential attackers, the queen and knight, and faced with several defenders, it's not going to be enough. Magnus just ruthless, and
yeah,
I think that's the clincher of this move, because there were some threats actually, but Magnus had calculated ahead and foreseen those threats.
He just followed the rules, right? I mean, I'm sure Magnus calculated it all, but he was kind of aided by the rule that, you know, when you're in danger, trade off your opponent's attackers, and you have to remember 3 is the magic number, and there were 3 potential attackers brewing, and Richard unfortunately had to take a timeout to capture the bishop, and queen and knight is not going to be sufficient.
Yeah, white, for example, can step back with his knight and give check, but it's only going to be 1 check, really. And Magnus here actually has a choice on the menu. Which rook do you capture? Both of your black knights have a choice of rook. What would you go for, Jovanka? Or would you just kind of be really cold-blooded and just not capture either rook? Because you can maybe capture the next move.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You have your choice for a feast. So, you know, those rooks are... leave them be, and instead probably take time out just to clarify the potential danger around the king.
Yeah.
How to do that? Haven't quite figured out how to do that. Well, maybe there might be some kind of pesky perpetual idea, is there? Knight checking and then going back and then threatening checkmate.
Let's try and show this just while Magnus tries to figure out the final touches. Maybe we can keep an eye on the players because we might see a reaction any moment now. White's rook has indeed dropped, and this rook is attacked as well. Jovanka mentioned a check, but the problem is the king hides in the corner. And, OK, this is going to happen. No more checks. And also there's tension between the queens. So White's knight, I think, is going to jump back to where it came from, threatening to deliver a checkmate.
but maybe black can deal with this in a few ways. And one of them I see is just to bring the rook across and act as a defender. Now white's queen and knight actually teaming up, threatening checkmate on this square, but black can just defend with his rook. And I think we're going to see this. This rook acting as a defender might just end the game. Richard might well resign here because he's simply a rook down and another rook attacked. And let's go back to the players. Will we see a result after this last move? This rook move, using the rook as a defender, will end the game. Just not enough attacking pieces left. Richard now, he's down a rook and he's down 2 pawns, and there we go. He does resign.
Wow, he resigns after 29 moves against Magnus Carlsen. I think I saw a slight smile on the world champion's face because, well, we must categorize that just as a fantastic win. 29 moves against world number 10.
Yeah, that was Magnus back at his best. He's been maybe not quite there, not quite in his groove, not quite moving through the gears in previous games, especially that loss against Navarro. But in this one, he stole some material, grabbed a couple of pawns, then ruthlessly converted, especially with some really strong defense. So, yeah, Magnus Carlsen back to his best.
And should we take a quick look at sort of where he got that win, Magnus?
Yeah, and actually, it was just this moment, and we were really praising Richard Rapport, especially for bringing his knights to these great attacking positions. For example, one knight could jump forward to this square, one knight could maybe jump forward to this square, the black king in big danger on the dark squares. But I think Richard taking a timeout and just making this small pawn move was the root of his defeat. Yes, he's attacking this knight. Yes, he's trying to gain time to maybe swing his rook across into the attack as well, but it was just too slow, and Magnus's clincher was not moving his knight that was attacked, it was moving the other knight forward, going on the counter and actually hitting this rook in the corner. We saw actually the final move of the game, or one of the final moves, was this rook dropping, but now the problem was these two knights are simply too strong. Black won material, and as we saw later, there were enough defensive pieces in the end, especially removing this attacker was the key. So yeah, Magnus Carlsen just finding all the right moves in that complicated middle game.
So a loss for Richard Rapport to end the final round today. Will face David Navarro, who seems to be on a roll. He won his game against Magnus Carlsen in the previous round. Is he winning this one also against Hans Niemann?
Possibly, but it's a big but here. It's still really complicated because if you count the number of queens, black has a queen, white doesn't have a queen. Also, look at that white king. It's in big, big danger. Hans here wants to swing the black rook across, lining up with the black queen, and there's checkmating threats against the white king. So white has to deal with it. Okay, white's given a check. The reason the evaluation bar at the computer likes white is because for the queen, white has a rook, a knight, and look at those pawns on the left side of the board. White has a 4 versus 1 advantage over there. So if white can stop the checkmating threats, if white can trade off one set of rooks, then white's pawns are just going to win the game. And look at this, a really sneaky move there from Navarro. The evaluation bar doesn't like it, though. The idea is that if the black king takes the white knight now, white's rook in the center of the board is going to swing across and trap the black queen. Ivanka, personally, I thought this was a genius move, but why does the evaluation bar not like it?
Yeah, it does. Maybe it doesn't like it because the rook can swing across and threaten checkmate. And, well, suddenly, you know, the queen is a powerful piece once the rooks get swapped off the board. The queen can just dart between the two sides, so I'm primarily thinking that the queen will retreat in the center. And then, okay, so this is just how Hans Niemann has played it. And then, you know, threaten to come into the left side of the board, snap up some pawns, attack the white rook, snap up some more pawns, hopefully. And then, you know, if things go really, really well, maybe, but okay, it's... Yeah,
maybe the queen will start being the better piece.
Exactly.
Actually, maybe the reason as well that the computer didn't like what Navarro has just done is because white's knight has ended up on the edge of the board. If you could teleport that white knight back over to where the action's about to happen, actually on the queen side now, if white's knight could support the advance of those white pawns, then white is simply winning. A rook, knight, and pawns together do kind of surpass the queen. They are more important than a queen alone. But the white knight temporarily out of play, I think that's the big problem here for Navarro. And Hans, with 30 seconds on his clock versus 7 minutes, he's found a way back into the game. He was almost out of it. But as you mentioned, this queen retreat, centralizing queens is always a good idea. And maybe we can jump in just to show a couple of variations.
Yeah, we definitely have to do that.
OK, let's keep an eye on the players because Navarro really emotional there a moment ago, not liking how things have turned. And maybe he thought he was winning. Maybe he thought he could just push,
and the rook supports the pawn, he's going to make a new queen. But if he does push this pawn, the problem is black is just in time. The queen is going to jump into the position, the pawn will push again, and now black's queen can take this pawn. And the problem is you can't advance any longer because your rook is attacked, and that rook will drop with check. And there's actually nowhere safe for the rook to go. If you move the rook up the board, the black queen will continue to harass you, continue to attack you, and still never any time to push this pawn. I think this will just end in a draw. The rook goes back, the queen will attack you, the rook goes forward, the queen will attack you, and just nowhere safe for this rook to go. So white is one move too slow from making a new queen. It's just not quite in time. And maybe Navarro just still with a lot of time on his clock. Maybe he should have invested a few minutes, to work out this variation. But now it's too late. It's simply no time to advance this pawn. The black queen's jumping in and just going to gobble up, as you mentioned, Ivanka, all of these weak white pawns. If this knight was just back, I mean, if you could centralize this knight and plant it on a square in the middle, or any square in the middle, if you plant the white knight here or here, maybe even here, you're just winning. But the white knight too far away to defend its pawns. Yeah, and also can't defend the rook as well. You know, it's just, you need teamwork, basically, is what we're saying. Here. Yeah, exactly, and nothing is happening here. I mean, it's difficult even because you can't even play some fancy moves with your rook to try to stop the queen coming in, because, you know, the queen is such a powerful piece. It's going to come into the first row if you're given the chance. So you stop the queen coming in this way, but as you mentioned, Ivanka, she's going to sneak in maybe with a check, and then she'll start harassing the rook this angle. Yeah, the queen is so powerful. And look at this white knight, just as far from the white rook as possible, pretty much, just not helping out at all. And white is the one in danger here, actually, if the black queen can sneak behind and start attacking the rook, taking some pawns. Does Navarro need to start thinking about playing safety first and trying to head for a draw? But how do you even do that? Maybe you could play safety first by retreating the knight, bringing it back towards the center, but it takes so long. And in the meantime, okay, he's not doing that. In the meantime, your pawns will drop off. Instead, Navarro pushing this pawn. And yes, this is a wall of pawns, but the black queen will be able to sneak in, maybe using this diagonal now instead. Yeah, I agree. And, well, Hans has only 15 seconds left on the clock, but the move does shout out to be played, okay, and he has made the move. Okay, white has to move the rook now. Yep, the rook under fire in the corner, and not that many safe squares, actually. If you keep your rook behind your pawn, it might get trapped. You've got to be really careful. Navarro could swing his rook across, maybe next to the white king, but then it would abandon all of its pawns to their fate on the left side. So, Navarro, he's got 4 minutes, so he's not in time trouble yet, but it feels like he's lost the thread and lost his advantage. The computer thinks, at least. Who would you rather be? Queen against pieces. I love the queen, to be honest. I mean, look how powerful she is. Okay, so Navarro actually going for the move that you suggested, you know, safety first, put the rook next to the king, but those pawns are going to start dropping, actually. Yeah. And here they come. That's a double attack. 2 of white's pawns attacked now by that black queen. Okay, so can't save them all. Exactly, yeah. So I'm thinking that Navarro's just going to go, he's played the move. I was thinking of push the pawn forward, make a trade, and your pawns might drop, but at least you've got rid of black's pawn, which was a potential queen in its own right. So now, if all of the pawns actually disappear, maybe they will at some point. If black can remove all of white's 3 pawns from the left side, then white is fighting for the draw, fighting for his life. But maybe it's still a draw. Maybe white's rook and knight, if there are only pawns on the same side of the board, will be able to hold what we call a fortress. But okay, Hans now going for those white pawns. That is a really nice move, actually. The black queen controlling all of white's pawns on that left side. I suspect that David is just simply going to put all his eggs in one basket, and it's going to be about the queen's pawn, the central pawn in the middle. You know, just relocate the knight to a nice square where it's supported by pawn, and then put the rook behind that pawn, and let's get pushing. Yep. And that's probably enough to hold the balance. Yeah, I don't think white should be in any real danger here, but it's always a bit depressing once you've had a big advantage and then suddenly you transition into an endgame where your opponent has the queen, you're just purely trying to curl up into a ball and defend against the queen's power. And, okay, meanwhile, David, what is he going to do?
It's weird. I can't call someone else David. I sound like I'm talking to myself. So,
Well, you do that, David, when you play chess, right?
I do, but just not aloud unless... not out loud. You're right, Jovanka. So those white pawns are dropping. One of them has fallen. Another one's about to drop. But at least white's queen's pawn, the central pawn, survives. And David Navara did not play 1d4, but now finally the pawn gets to the central square.
And it's going to go one square further to the d5 pawn.
It's going to be supported by white's rook.
Yep. And and now I think this is what Magnus Carlsen hates, the fortress. He doesn't believe in them. He thinks that they can be broken down, but this one is pretty good.
Yeah, and the question is, who's trying to build that fortress? Is it black trying to stop this white pawn in the centre of the board, trying to draw the game, or is it white trying to just sit and hold and stop the black queen doing any damage? At the moment, Hans has gone on the defensive with the black king. The black king intends to block white's central pawn marching up the board. I'm still impressed by his air quality, I must admit. That is very, very professional there by Hans Niemann. The ultimate conditions for playing chess.
It's quite funny, but just looking at the players' cameras, it does look like David Navara is on the kind of defensive, and
looks uncomfortable.
And Hans Niemann looks like he's in for the kill. But actually, when I look at the position, if anyone is going to be slightly better, it will be white, because the rook, knight, and pawn, they're worth 9 points. The queen is worth 9 points. But it's just that the pawn has the potential to become a queen.
Yeah. And it's also, I think, when you're fighting against a queen, you need your pieces on outposts, because queens are so good at double attacks, queens are so good at dislodging loose pieces. But white's knight is on an outpost supported by a pawn. White's rook could easily sit on a square, it's supported by a pawn as well. It was also defended by its knight. So, yeah, white's piece is just too strong, too stable for the black queen.
And here comes the first trick that we've seen, actually. A bit of a threat. The knight is threatening to attack the pawn, but also, don't forget, it can actually check the king on the d6 square and actually fork the queen.
And this is where you need a little bit of time on your clock, because you don't want your king and queen too close together. You might walk into those knight forks that Jovanka mentioned. So, yeah, nice move there by Hans Niemann, stopping any checks. And this is actually a nice pattern. If you put your king kind of diagonally opposite a white knight with one square in the middle, it actually takes that white knight 3 moves to go around and check you. So that's just a nice pattern to remember. It takes the white knight 3 moves to go and control that square.
And Navara playing really bold chess, because I thought maybe he wouldn't, but he actually grabbed that pawn, destabilizing his own knight. And now probably the central pawn is going to fall.
Yeah, it's the same problem White had earlier with his rook's pawn, the A pawn. No matter where you put your rook now, supporting White's pawn in the centre, that rook is going to come under fire. And, OK, he's, as you mentioned, Jovanka, he's still playing for the win, despite facing the queen here. David Navara, he grabbed a pawn with the white knight. Now he's put his rook on a really loose square in the centre of the board. But this rook can be defended by White's knight. So I'm expecting the white knight now to retreat to the centre just to guard this white rook. Because if you move your rook out the way, the black queen is actually on the diagonal of the white knight. You've got to be really careful where you put your rook. OK, is he going to move the rook to defend the knight? Is he going to move the knight to defend the rook?
Well, I think he should move his knight to defend the rook and make sure it's on this square, because it's protected by a pawn. So safety, very important. And, OK, now step up with the king.
Yeah, keep White's king nice and safe. There you go. Yeah, no checks now available to the enemy queen, and that's a nice start. You definitely don't want to walk into any knight forks for black, but for White, you don't want to walk into any queen checks necessarily. So.
And do you think White should now just get very bold with the king and start to run away up the board, or too much?
It's a bit tempting. And actually, Jovanka, this really reminds me of Game 6 from the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi, because that was a queen and pawns against rook, knight and pawns, right? And we might get the same scenario pretty much. If White's central pawn disappears and Black's remaining pawn disappears, we're going to get almost the same endgame as we saw in that World Championship match, in that really famous game, and we might be heading in that direction. Wow. We could be here for hours.
Yeah, but that was not an easy endgame, actually, to hold. Not easy at all. I mean, having said that, now that Game 6 from the World Championship has kind of shone a light on the techniques, maybe it might be possible for Niemann to do it with 2 seconds left on the clock. That's cutting it close.
Yeah, but now white can just go and take black's remaining pawn. White's knight could also just flick in and check first. But I think I would just take this pawn off the board as David Navarro. And it's actually the exact same material combination that we saw in Game 6 of that World Championship match. And remember, throughout that one, the computer said 0.0, right? It just said it's a draw. But it was so hard for black to defend. And eventually Magnus did manage to trick Nepomniachtchi and win the game. And there we go. It's now rook, knight, and 2 pawns, which is actually worth 10, against the queen, which is worth 9. So it should be a draw. The queen is very, very strong. As soon as white's pawns advance, the white king will be vulnerable to checks. But it's, still a long, long fight ahead. I think this one might well go beyond 100 moves.
Whoa.
And, OK, discovered check there. The knight dropping back. The white rook was hitting the black king. The king had to shuffle out the way. And yeah, I think this game, we've chosen the longest game of the round for sure, because remember, now there has been a capture, the 50-move rule starts. So if white doesn't push a pawn or doesn't make a capture in 50 moves, it's going to be a draw. But white can wait 45 moves, then push a pawn, wait another 45 moves, push a pawn. I don't think we'll see a world record number of moves in this game, but could be a long grind. And white's rook now stepping back, threatening to shuffle across and actually pin the black queen to the black king.
And Hans Niemann's retreated his queen, and he's just desperately trying to stop the white's pawn from advancing. Not easy position at all.
I wouldn't be surprised, Ivanka, if this position is actually just winning for white objectively, because actually, thinking about it, the black king is cut off and white's rook has stepped up. Next move, you might support that rook with a pawn, and then everything is protected.
OK.
There we go. The rook is on an outpost, the knight is on an outpost. What's black's king ever going to do?
It's going to be a bystander and watch the black queen do all the work.
Yeah.
That's about it.
That's a lazy king for black. Cut off, just redundant. That's a check. But white can either move the king out of the way, advance up the board. You never want to go backwards with your king. Or you can even block this with the rook or with the knight. With the knight is a bit tempting, just because knights are such good defenders. That's one thing we learned from Magnus Carlsen's win in the World Championship in Game 6.
OK, he steps up with the king, but it's still the same kind of idea. I liked your knight move, actually, because then the white pawns could advance really freely. Here, you know, you have to take some time out with your king to defend the pawn.
Yep.
And
So the f3 pawn undefended.
you don't really want the king in the way. OK, so he takes a step back. I think this is wise. Admit that you've made a mistake. It's never too late to turn. And now, David's plan. Retreat the knight, and now the white pawns can start marching forward.
Just look at the harmony in white's army as well. The rook defends the knight, the pawns defend the rook, and white also has a pawn on the g-file, which is ready to start pushing up the board. And it's all about the numbers game again. Black has 1 piece, the queen, against white's 4, the rook, knight, and 2 pawns. And although objectively they're worth roughly the same, those pawns, once they start motoring, they're going to be formidable.
Here you go.
There we go. He's not messing around. I would have just waited like 30, 40 moves and then pushed the pawn just to torture my opponent. But yeah, these pawns advancing, and I'm going to say I think Navarro's going to win this game.
Wow.
It's just all the momentum in his favour again. Hans, just the black king, powerless to help the queen.
The white king can step forward and
No checks.
no checks, no nothing. It's safe. And of course, the big threat on the board is actually to push forward with the f-pawn, work them together. Again, there's still no checks to the white king.
Yep, you can push that pawn now if you want.
Exactly, push it 1 more square, and then the rook will find a new square to attach itself to. So, OK.
Yep, so now
happening.
The black queen, I think she has to try and give some checks. So personally, I would just bring the black queen all the way down to the bottom right square corner, just because it's the kind of scary move that would surprise an opponent. But no, he brings his queen across. Now white's rook is just going to step up 1 square, as you mentioned, Ivanka. It has to be supported and anchored by its own pawns. There we go. Loose pieces drop off. You don't want to leave your rook on a loose square. And, I mean, we've basically seen this exact position, but with white's pawns down 1 rank. They're slowly just, I mean, inevitably going to start pushing the whole way forward.
Yeah, it's like a creeper, isn't it? It keeps moving.
1 row by row
Exactly.
by row.
And
It's going to be like Tetris. In a way.
OK, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2
Still
seconds.
move.
He's got to move. OK, and he does make the move that you recommended. But Navarro, well, he very quickly pushes his pawn forward. And just note, the king has a nice route to safety.
Yep, the king is going to step up the board. There we go. And notice how there's no checks now. This is why we always say knight's a king's best friend. The knight actually stops any potential checks by the black queen. The white knight on its dream square, and the black queen unable to deliver any checks, unable to do anything.
And the black king is really needed on the right side of the board, actually, to prevent the white king from making it its bid for freedom. But it's not there. It's a bystander.
Black king, yep, cut off along the e-file by the white rook, so the king unable to jump over to the right side of the board. And also, that means no stalemating ideas. Sometimes with the black king in front of the pawns, there will be stalemating concepts, but this time, no. And you can tell Hans there just leaning back. He knows this one's turned against him. There we go. The queen at least attacking the white rook, but it's going to be the exact same thing. White's pawn step up, white's rook steps up, white's pawn step up, the rook steps up, and it's just inevitable.
There's some beauty in this simplicity. It's like jump, 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 and what can black do? Nothing.
Nothing at all. And look at this. This is one check, but white can hide his king in the corner, or white can just block it with his knight, and no more checks for the black queen. She's just fighting a battle on her own. She's fighting against so many pieces and pawns.
It's not possible.
Yeah, she's powerless here, the black queen.
Yeah.
Just a reminder about the next round. So one more round of chess to go today in the preliminaries, round 8. It's probably going to be 10 minutes delayed. Definitely these players, they will have 10 minutes of rest before they start round 8. And yeah, Van Forest and Hare Krishna just finished their game as well. So some long games in this round.
Yeah, some really long games. And meanwhile, Hans has brought his queen the whole way back, trying to blockade the pawns now from the front. And this looks so similar to that World Championship match. I thought lightning wouldn't strike twice, but it has. And just being in the same studio, the same seat for the World Championship match, and now for this game, yeah, it just shows the beauty of chess.
Yeah.
And yeah, lessons we picked up back in December, we're learning now too. And maybe Navarro learnt lessons from Magnus's technique to win this game. That's a check, but that's just going to be blocked by white's rook or knight.
Actually, for sure, David Navarro picked up some techniques because he immediately knew what to do with his rook. He immediately cut the king off. He hasn't really paused for thought. And, OK, now Hans Niemann is just trying with some spite checks, but the white king is pretty safe.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure I approve of his last move with the rook. I mean, the rook was doing so nicely, you know, on a protected square. Here, OK, here, you know, it will be the pawns that will just simply walk through to the destination. The 8th row.
Yeah, and the good thing for white is that there's no rush. You can just kind of maneuver around. Later, the rook can go back where it came from. The white pawns can push. Still no checks for the black queen on the last turn. Look how safe that white knight keeps the white king. There were just no way that the black queen could launch any kind of attack. The white knight defending the king, defending the rook, and now the pawns are just going to push forward. It's almost game over now.
Which pawn would you push? Just because, you know.
That's a good question. Either one looks good.
Wouldn't it be smartest to push the G pawn just because it's further away from the black king?
Yes.
Oh,
Kaya. You called it. And also the white F pawn defended by its knight. So actually everything defends each other in white's camp. The king's going to go up the board now. And Kaya, I was about to say cheap pawn, you stole it out of my mouth.
Oh, sorry. Not sorry.
This is, no, you shouldn't be sorry. You shouldn't be sorry. That's, I think, by far the stronger pawn to push. And, yeah, white, again, you can go up the board with the king. You can even block this check with your rook right now. I don't think I would touch the rook. It just looks so glorious in the centre of the board.
Yeah, just step up with the king, like you said.
And, yeah, as Kaya mentioned as well, it's further away from the black king and just everything protects each other. It's a beautiful setup now for white.
Do you still think it's going to be more than 100 moves?
Oh, no.
No, okay. It's only 75 moves at the minute, so...
I think with my slow technique of just slowly inching forward, it might have been 100 moves, but David Navarro, I mean, the confidence, he's just been banging down these pawn pushes. Yeah, he's winning this game even quicker than we expected, and Hans there just leaning back, you saw him react. He knows this one is almost gone.
Wow. And after this game, you guys, we're also going to be joined by the Ukrainian Grandmaster, Pavel Ulyanov. He's going to have an interesting talk with him as well before the final round of today, round 8. David Navarro inching for that win.
Yeah, and maybe just a slight bit of hesitancy there. Navarro under 10 seconds on the last move. For the first time in this game, he retreated his king. So
that's a sign he's not 100% sure how he wants to win this game. But as mentioned, he does have all the time in the world. He just needs to find the right square for his rook, the right square for his knight, and then the pawns will continue to push. So right now, black's queen is just acting as a blockader. And okay, the knight does jump forward to remove that blockader from the path of those white pawns.
Well, time is definitely of the essence there, though. I mean, 14 seconds now for David Navarra. It must be kind of hard to calculate where to put those pieces.
Yeah, and a bit of a trick.
Wait.
It's a bit of a trick. Navarra being really flashy here. The black queen can actually come to the corner square on the left and actually check the white king and win the white rook. Oh, we have to show this on the board, Ivanka, because Navarra is just showing off right now. And it took us both a moment there. This has happened. This is a check. And look at this. It's actually a double attack. It looks like a fork. It looks like Navarra has blundered. But after he moved his king, the rook is actually poisoned. If the black queen takes the rook, suddenly, whoops, that's a knight check. That's a fork check. And you win the queen on the next move. So Navarra, really flashy stuff. But of course, Hans saw that he can't take this rook. And instead, he gave a check. But all that white needs to do now, I think, is just block with his rook, block this check. And these, okay,
Yep,
he has
he's
done that.
done
And
that.
these pawns are just too close now.
And once again, that beautiful pattern is in place where every piece is defending itself. So look at it.
They've just curled up into a ball.
Yep.
And finally, the black king is able to join the action, but it's not going to be enough.
Too little, too late. And now the white pawn just can march forward. And it's just curtains. It's
White's-
game over.
Yeah, white's going to either deliver checkmate or even maybe make two new queens with these two pawns. These pawns are ready for their coronation and ready to be crowned.
They are.
Freddie and Gary, the F&G pawns.
Will we see the queen or will Hans give up before that?
We're going to see Hans give up any moment. He'll throw in a couple more checks, because why not? Also, when you're young, you want to learn. I don't recommend resigning ever, but
But look at Navarra.
it's
I mean,
over.
he knows he's got a big smile on his face. He's trying to contain it, but he's reached that point where he knows that nothing can go wrong. The victory is in his hands.
Must be so nice. And what a day. He started out with a draw against world number 3, Dingley Ren, a win against world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, and here, a win again, the second in a row.
wow, look at that white king. He's gone on an adventure. There's no checks, though, that the black queen can give. The white king completely safe amongst its pawns right now. And yeah, Navarra, he once actually, I played him in a playoff at the European Championship to qualify for the World Cup, and he beat me and he apologized. So he very much loves chess, as he actually talks about in his book. I think it's called My World or My Chess World. And yeah, it's not about beating the opponent. It's for him, it's just beauty on the board. And this has been a beautiful game by Navarra, especially the endgame technique. And okay, black's queen is the last blockader. There we go. It has been removed. White is about to make a new queen. I think Hans is going to resign now. There we go.
Looks like it.
Okay, exhale of the breath, and there we go. Navarra takes the win.
Wow, and a big smile on his face, celebrating again with his blue cup. And wow, you guys, what a win for David Navarra. On a roll, taking a big sip from his mug. We have to keep following this man on fire. In 10 minutes, the final round of today, we're going to follow Richard Report with the black pieces against David Navarra, who's having a fantastic day so far. That's going to be an interesting game coming up in 10 or 9 minutes now. But now we're joined by Ukrainian Grandmaster Pavel Elyanov. Hi, Pavel, and thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, Kaja. Hello, David and Jovanka. Great to see you.
It's great to see you too. I can see, I was going to ask, are you in Ukraine and how are you?
Yeah, and I moved from Kharkiv, which is half destroyed right now, but I'm in the western part of Ukraine, and here is relatively safe, I would say.
Very glad to hear that. Can you describe to us what it is like to be inside Ukraine now?
I mean, it depends. It very much depends on which part, of course, because some part like Mariupol or Kharkiv, my native city, is real hell. of course. But in the west of Ukraine, let's say in Lviv or in Zakarpattia, where I am now, it's still okay, more or less. I mean, not everywhere, but still more or less safe.
And can you describe to us what you've been doing and what life has been like over the past now 3 weeks?
Yeah, of course. Now we are facing a completely different reality. It's not possible yet to move across the border for men from 18 till 60 because of martial law. And but okay, at least we have internet, we have some connection with the world, and now I'm trying to help some people. I'm trying to raise some funds by myself, and then to transfer to people who is in the need. First of all, from in my Kharkiv, in my native city.
Wow. I know I've been following your Twitter account as well, Pavel. You've been tweeting a lot about other Ukrainian chess players and grandmaster involved in the war. What is it like seeing your friends, your teammates, and what's going on with them right now?
Okay, so far, fortunately, more or less. All of my colleagues are fine, whom I know personally, but already I know that some child coach was killed in the first days of war. So we already losing people. I mean chess community, and some people, as you said, already took up arms, like Georgy Timoshenko, grandmaster from Kyiv, and now you see the picture of Igor Kovalenko, also a well-known grandmaster, more or less with the same rating as me, 26, about 80, I guess, and he is actively volunteering in our capital, in Kyiv, and he's supporting his brothers, who I'm not sure, but I guess some of his brothers are in territorial defense in Kyiv.
Wow. What kind of stories are you hearing from them?
From Igor, I mean, he's doing a lot of good deeds and so on. And now on the picture you see Evgeny Odnorozhenko from Kharkiv, who is also international master, and he is also participating in territorial defense, and he's trying to defend our city, and they are real heroes without any doubt.
Absolutely. We see another picture here. It's just so surreal to see this. And of course, chess and sports, it doesn't become important at all in all of this. But I know you mentioned your fundraiser, and how are you experiencing the support from the chess community in all of this?
I would say I really appreciate it, and I really feel that the motto "Gens una sumus," it's not just a senseless motto right now, because I already raised it, I guess, more than 7,000 equivalent of more than $7,000, and also I cannot actually. I have got some donations even from the participants of the tournament.
Wow.
So I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Now, what is your plan going forward? What's next now?
Next, I think I'll try actually to cross the border to play in European individual championship, because it's about to start like in 6 or 7 days, and me and some colleagues, we are waiting for clearance from government institution, maybe we have some chance to go to such a big event, like an excuse to participate in European Championship. But I'm not sure at all still whether we'll be able to go there.
Wow. Pavel, it's heartbreaking to hear your stories, and our thoughts are so much with you and your colleagues in Ukraine. So please stay safe.
Yeah, thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Pavel. Wow, that is, wow. It's hard to hear.
Yeah, it's it's emotional stuff, and I mean, it's sad because I know some of these chess players as well. I've been hearing their stories, and for Pavel, I played him a few months ago, and life has changed so much for him. I can't imagine what he, his family, his friends are going through, and yeah, we hope they're safe. And yeah, I mean, it's just difficult to hear.
It's difficult to see, actually, you know, because these are our friends, and you know, yeah, and yeah, up until, like David said, up until a few months ago, we were, you know, we're all kind of hanging out in chess tournaments or just kind of seeing each other. And now suddenly we see what a big turnaround of events. Like, you know, some of my friends have had to leave the Ukraine, and, you know, luckily they've gotten out, but they're female. And now here you hear that the reality has shifted, you know, instead of playing chess and doing normal lives and normal things, suddenly you're preparing to fight in the army. And yeah. And when just seeing those pictures of the destroyed buildings, I mean, it's just really very sad and really emotional. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, very understandable. It is very hard, and that's why it's so important that, well, we do the little that we can do. It's very abrupt and brutal shifts here in this broadcast. We're now going to focus on round 8 in the Charity Cup. Let's first take a quick look at the results from round 7, another round with a bunch of games, ending up with winner Magnus Carlsen making a comeback, winning his game against Richard Report, and as we follow, David Navarra winning his second game in a row against Hans Niemann. So let's take a look now at the standings before round 8. Liam Lay still on top. Look at that, 17 points. What a tournament he is having. Magnus Carlsen is now up to 13 points, same as Ding Liren. And these are the games now coming up in round 8. We will follow the game between the man who is just on fire today, David Navarra, against Richard Report, losing in the previous round to Magnus Carlsen. And David Navarra, will he now be a big favorite with the white pieces, David?
I'm not sure about favorite because we can never underestimate Richard Report, but he will believe he can win this game for sure. They'll both be going all out for the win, if I know them well. And yeah, David Navarra, now after these couple of victories, I mean, his confidence is going to be higher than anyone else in the world. Beating Magnus Carlsen and then winning that fantastic endgame we saw in the last round. Meanwhile, wow, is this one of the first times we've seen this throughout the Champions Chess Tour last season and this season? It's the Dutch defence.
And Simon is not here to enjoy this moment.
I know, and not only is it the Dutch defence, it's also Simon's favourite variation of the Dutch. Yeah, the classical Dutch, just pushing this pawn forward. We rarely see this at the, at the top level. And now Richard Report, is he going to bring his bishop out? Wow, why isn't Simon here? Shout out to Ginger GM if you're watching, because Simon is one of the connoisseurs of this opening, one of the pioneers as well, just showing how attacks can be made. Simon has beaten players like Gelfand, Wojciech in this opening. And, okay, computers hate it for black, we should specify, so let's ignore the evaluation bar for the first 10, 15 moves of this game. But meanwhile, black is the first one to castle. White occupies most of the centre, and now white needs to catch up with piece development. And, okay, not what Simon likes to see. It's kind of transposed away from Simon's favourite classical Dutch to what we call the stone wall. If you look at look at the black pawn structure, in the centre of the board, all of the pawns are on light squares. It's like a wall, just blocking white's pieces out. And black is just going to fight on those light squares for survival. The dark squares are a bit weak for black. That's why this opening doesn't have such a good reputation, maybe, historically. But then again, black is rock solid, thanks to this stone wall setup.
All right.
Yeah. And it is a very solid setup. And I did ask for everyone to send in their thoughts, suggestions, and their selfies. I do have to show you two selfies. One from Mariana Lopez, who is watching with her cat. And she says, cat is very interested. Yeah. We like it.
And maybe it's Charlie, the chess cat.
Yeah, this. Or a little rival, you know. It doesn't want to be the only chess cat. And meanwhile, White has moved his rook. And someone else watching the show, a big shout out to CJ Dumoy. He used to be the president of the English Chess Federation. And he says that he's supposed to be studying. Stop distracting me. Well, sorry, but not really sorry. You can multitask.
Hey, CJ.
Yeah. And definitely, if you too want to send us your questions, your thoughts, and even your selfies, there's still time. You can do that by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, and meanwhile, a couple of moves, but not too much has changed. David Navarra has just shuffled the white rook on the queen side across one square. He's aiming to push white's b-pawn forward. He's trying to open lines on this left side of the board, but Rapport is trying to stop that from happening. And it's just a very cagey battle right now. Richard Rapport needs to decide how to improve his pieces. Another reason this opening, the Stonewall Dutch, doesn't have such a great reputation is because black's light-squared bishop tends to get locked in behind its own pawns. So often the black light-squared bishop, I was about to say, has it just moved? No, it hasn't. The knight moves instead. That bishop is the problem child. It needs to somehow wiggle its way out over to the king side and somehow trade itself off because black does have one bad piece, and often a bad piece makes your whole position bad. Meanwhile, though, Rapport just brings his knight out instead. I'm not such a fan of that, I must admit. But, OK, at least black, for the time being, still rock solid.
Yeah, definitely rock solid, but I agree with you. This doesn't fit the rules of the Stonewall, because the normal Stonewall thing that I see is that, like you mentioned, the light square bishop goes on an odyssey and kind of does a little zigzagging movement along the back row and gets all the way to the right side. Or alternatively, but this is a lot more riskier, is actually to try to get her out via the left side of the board. By doing this, Rapport is just saying, hey, I'm going to leave the bishop behind and I'm going to focus on putting the knight in the middle of the board. And, well... It's never too late to admit that you made a mistake. Those are one of the mountain rules in Norway that I found out.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. I just want to mention, you guys, look at the donation bar. We have made it to 49,000 in our fundraiser for UNICEF. Come on, let's make it to 50,000 by the end of day 2. That would be fantastic. And you can donate if we get up the QR code. You can scan that with your phone or you head to chess24.com/donate. Come on, let's make it to 50,000 by the end of today. That would be a fantastic number to help the people of Ukraine.
Yeah. How much is needed? It's just like we're 49,000 and...
It's like $900 away. Are we?
There we go. Yeah, just over $900.
$900 away, OK.
Under, sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
And, OK, meanwhile, yeah, still no moves. As you mentioned, Richard Rapport lost a bit of time over the last couple of turns, just bringing his knight forward and then having to retreat it to its start square. David Navarra, though, as we're used to from him, maybe just trying to work out what to do, just scratching his head there. White ideally wants to start pushing forward. Black's pieces are very, very passive. But it's not easy to do that. White can't break forward in the center yet. White can't open lines there because black's pawns are just blunting any potential pawn breaks, pawn pushes, and therefore, OK, he just lifts his queen up the board. That's a good move. I was going to say, I'm hoping he didn't retreat the white knight on the king side back to where he came from, because that would have actually repeated the position for the second time. And just to show some ideas and just to show what has been happening over the last few turns, because some viewers at home might be wondering, why did black bring the knight out to this square and then retreat it to its home? Because after white's knight jump, attacking this weak pawn, another problem child in the Stonewall structure, black's knight had to move out the way. If black's knight jumped forward, indirectly now defending this pawn, then suddenly, whoops, this knight gets trapped. The pawn would step forward. This knight now has no safe squares to go to. If it leaps forward again, then it does get caught by this white pawn. And that meant that after the knight did jump forward, the black knight had to jump back where it came from, again, utilizing this bishop to defend the weak pawn. And after the queen steps forward, black has pushed his pawn forward, and now, finally, the black knight is let out of its cage again. But white has definitely gained something here. White has gained a really useful queen move. A nice square in the center of the board, guarding this pawn as well. Black, meanwhile, has weakened himself slightly on this flank. And look at this, Navarra, he's full of confidence right now because he's just thrown his pawn forward. And after a trade, he's trying to push forward even further to undermine Black's structure. We talked about the stone wall. It's basically this structure, this wall of pawns on the light squares, and white wants to erode that wall. But Black does have some say in the matter, and he's using his knight now to target this pawn, trying to force white to make a commitment. If white pushes forward, maybe the Black knight is going to creep into the enemy half. And actually, it's a real thorn in white's side here, this knight, supported on an outpost by its pawn.
Yeah, but you know me. It's like waving a little red flag. You want me to push the pawn? I'll do it with pleasure. Absolutely.
It's so nice that you guys have different styles in that sense. So we get both styles.
but my style definitely does have its disadvantage. Maybe I'm a little bit too optimistic at times. But here I was just going to say my big plan is, as David highlighted, is to push the other pawn one square forward. And my one philosophy in life is that if your opponent puts a piece in your side of the board, you should be really possessive about your own side. You'll be like, haha, this is mine. Either you chase it away or you try to swap it off. If it's super annoying, swap that piece off.
Yeah, so for example, in that line, as you mentioned, Jovanka, if white's pawn steps forward, if the black knight does enter the first 4 ranks, just swap it off for your own knight. Just don't let it sit there too long, otherwise it will cause some damage. And yeah, why not? Throw the C pawn forward, throw the B pawn forward. I know you advocate pushing pawns, and sometimes I disagree, Jovanka, but here, I fully support that that philosophy. Throw those pawns forward, because what else for white, simply?
I have a nickname for this type of pawn structure.
Okay.
I call it, no one else in the world calls it this, by the way.
They will after now.
Well, I call it the big clamp.
Okay.
I call it the big clamp because, and it hasn't happened. Oh, boo. It's sad about that, actually. But the whole idea is just simply you just clamp down on the space, and when you kind of control black's potential pawn push, that's it.
I saw you said big clamp first.
Big clamp.
Yeah, I was imagining a clam.
A clam?
Yeah.
Like that character from Futurama. I don't know what his name is, Dr.
I don't know, sorry.
The seafood
or something,
clam, right? Yeah.
A shellfish? No.
It's kind of a shellfish,
Zorg,
yeah.
okay.
And it's
Zorg,
delicious. Yes, I had clams the other day, actually.
Stop it, making us hungry. And meanwhile, a couple of moves, so not the big clamp, clamping down on the position, locking things up. Navarra instead brought the white knight to the center, and following the other rule that we mentioned, as soon as a piece jumps into your half, try and evict it, black has done the same. So white's knight jumped into black's first 4 ranks, and black's knight has retreated to try and trade off and try and evict that white knight in the middle. White's knight in the center of the board, that's just too strong. So, okay, David Navarra has an issue to deal with. What's he going to do? Still, does he want to allow a knight trade? No, because black is the one cramped this time. Black is lacking space, and any exchanges that occur will favor Richard Rapport. So I'm very surprised David Navarra went into this rather than your option, Jovanka, because, here a set of knights is definitely about to get traded off. Or is it David Navarra now going on the attack? And he, with his white knight, is attacking a black bishop, attacking black's rook at the top of the board. He's really trying to fight for territory here, but he has sacrificed a pawn. And Richard Rapport grabbed that pawn instantly. White's queen now under fire. White's queen has to move.
Yeah.
Is she just going to shuffle one square to the side, maybe attack some weak pawns? Is she going to retreat? Either way, David Navarra taking big, big risks. Yeah,
I think that knight move wasn't really great, like you suggested. And now I just think that Richard's kind of gotten away with it. And I think Richard is absolutely fine, although he has to be careful. He has to be careful, because if David were to step back with the queen along the diagonal, then maybe there might be some options of just exploding open the center and just releasing the power of the light squared bishop.
Yeah, so for example, okay, he hasn't done this, but I was going to say, now there is this double attack. The rook is the more valuable piece, so the rook has to move. And for example, after a trade here, white could explode things open, push pawns forward. And after a trade here, for example, Okay, white can take with the bishop, with the knight, but white does have the power of the bishop pair. These bishops now facing down on some diagonals towards the black king. But if we catch up with the game, this didn't happen. White slid across with his queen, blocking his own pawns, but eyeing up this weakness in the center. And a couple of moves later, the rook moved. We saw a trade, knight for bishop. So white has the bishop pair, but it's all about opening lines up for that bishop. And with this pawn push, he's trying to undermine black's structure. He's trying to open up this diagonal for white's fianchettoed bishop. And to me, it still looks like white has great compensation. White's down a pawn, but his piece is just superior. And black, meanwhile, on the defensive, bring his queen forward, indirectly defending this pawn as well. And Richard reports, I've seen him on the white side of these positions plenty of times. I'm not so sure he's going to be happy. Look at the dark squares as well. Black's been shorn of a dark square bishop, and therefore his dark squares are going to be weak. If this guy enters the action, for example, if the white queen was somehow to get out the way safely, I'm not sure you want to do this yet, but the bishop could join the action with devastating effect later on. And okay, David Navarro needs to find a way to open up his bishops. He'd love to open up this diagonal, but he'd also love to find a good home for this piece. Meanwhile, if you compare pieces, this is definitely the worst piece on the board. This is another reason why the evaluation bar likes white right now. This bishop blocked in, not contributing to the battle at all.
Yeah, I agree there is a lot of danger, but I have to say, it does seem to be a trademark of Richard to grab a pawn and then like survive and just bank on the fact that his opponent doesn't have so much time to find the most precise way to nurture home that advantage.
Wow, yeah, look at the clock times.
Yeah, I mean, just under 8 minutes, and Richard, he's got more time than when he started.
Yeah, Richard, I mean, he's made some huge decisions, really committal decisions, grabbing a pawn, allowing some trades, putting his pieces on weird squares. But he's made those decisions instantly, and maybe the clock will be a big factor later in the game. And Richard, in the last game, we saw him give up a few pawns against Magnus Carlsen. That didn't work for him, so maybe he's being materialistic here. Wow, he did it again. Richard Rapport, he made a move without moving his hands, just levitating those pieces. He's using his mouse to make those pre-moves. He was predicting what Navarro was going to do, and he automatically recaptured the pawn, even though his hands were by his face. So really impressive stuff. And okay, the white queen dropping back. This sets up the idea we actually mentioned a few minutes ago. White's central pawn, the e-pawn, is going to shoot up the board 2 squares. The position will end up opening. And who's that going to favour? That's the question. I think it's going to favour the bishops. But Rapport does have a move before that happens, before white is able to throw his pawns forward in the centre. And there we go. He does fight against this by offering a trade of knights.
And there the explosion starts. Well, white activates the forces, and suddenly it's such an incredibly sharp position. And like you said, you know, it's all about whether black will survive the onslaught. And it's very, very weak on the light squares. And you pointed out quite a few times, but it's so true. Black's light square bishop.
So bad.
So bad.
And look at black's pawn structure. And until that pawn was captured, he had 2 sets of isolated doubled pawns. And okay, still black temporarily a pawn up, but it's all about that black bishop not really entering the action. And I think Richard really needs to slow down over the next few moves before it's too late. He's trusted his instincts up to this point, but he's got a really difficult position, and having 15 minutes on the clock, you don't take that to tomorrow, you don't take that to the next game. So you might as well pause now. It's a really critical moment, because if white's dark squared bishop enters and joins the fun, then the 2 bishops together, I think, for white, are going to win this game for Navarro. And okay, what to do? Maybe black's bishop can come out. It has to at some point.
Yeah, definitely has to. And, well, the players are certainly keeping us entertained. And everyone at home is also following the action and keeping us entertained. And I have a few selfies to show you. And Naval Badri says that they're staying late night, because, of course, it's quite late in Asia. And, OK, well, Richard retreating the rook, keeping it near to the king. And little Oval is saying difficult choices to either study or to watch the chess. Watch the chess, or you can do both. I'm a big fan of multitasking. Yeah. And Heidi M. Jawa says Sundays cannot get any better. So thank you very much for your selfies.
Definitely.
I love seeing them.
Sending you strength in studying. Oh, I remember those times.
Yeah, and just a bizarre move there by Devin Navarro, because I think he was doing really well
And
Oh.
there we go, the evaluation bar shifts, and it's because of an obvious move. He's allowed Black's bishop out, and look at Black's bishop. Suddenly it's hitting one of the white rooks, and there was a queen trade there. Temporarily, white is a pawn up. But I think here it's just too materialistic. I think he should have just maintained the tension, got his pieces out, kept the queens on, most importantly, because Black's king was potentially weak. Now, after this queen trade, I think Navarra has lost a lot of his advantage, and with correct play, it feels like Rapport is out of the woods. Black's bishop can go and take a rook right now. What is his idea?
I think he just wants to play the position a pawn up is what I wanted to say. So he's, bishop takes rook, both sides happy.
Yeah, we have to show what happened there because it happened super quickly. Both players rushing, blitzing into that variation. And it was here. I thought, OK, white's rook, as we are about to see in the game, is actually vulnerable on a light square. Why not just shift it across one square? You have targets as well on this line later. But instead of keeping the tension, Navarra, got greedy, grabbing a pawn. And after the bishop moved, he grabbed another pawn. But after this queen trade, look at this. This bishop, which was just a block of wood, which wasn't really doing anything, joining the action, suddenly it can take this pawn. Or if Rapport wants to be super clever, this rook is under fire. Why not move it? Just shuffle it across. And suddenly this rook is attacked for white. This rook is also attacked for white. You have a problem because if you suddenly trade a set of rooks, Black is suddenly winning after knight takes rook, recapturing, and it's a double attack. This knight hits this white bishop, and this bishop hits this white rook. And I think we might see a reaction from Navarra. I think he's missed this really sneaky rook move by Rapport. He is a pawn up white now, but he's not going to keep this pawn for too long because both of his rooks are under fire. And OK, he jumps out with his bishop, attacking this black rook now. But what's going to happen after bishop takes rook? This is, it's so many captures on every turn.
Still the same problem, David, isn't it?
It's the same problem. And this rook now under fire for white. If you take Black's rook, whoops, suddenly the white bishop is hanging. And I recommend anyone at home who is unsure about all of these complications, all of these captures, to go and play this out on Chess24. But it's really complicated right now. And the players have played quickly. But after the bishop jumped out, we saw a sacrifice from Navarra. Bishop takes rook. He has simply recaptured. And now another sacrifice. Look at all these trades. Everything's getting hoovered off the board. This rook is attacked. This knight is also attacked. White's bishops are just too strong together. So why not get rid of one of them? Black gave up his extra rook for a bishop. And now after the knight moves, let's count. It's 4 against Black's 3. But these white pawns are all isolated or doubled. And I think this game is fizzling out towards a draw. Black can simply attack all of these pawns with his rook, maybe even with his knight. And the white pawn's just too weak. 1 pawn advantage, meaningless here. Navarra has let his advantage slip.
In fact, I would even prefer to play black.
Same.
Just because look at the pawn structure. It's horrendous.
Yeah.
It's like
ugly.
It's like a weird zigzag that's gone wrong. Sorry.
You're right, though. And, OK, Black's king is joining the action. Why not attack these pawns with your king? Maybe the king going on a march towards the white weaknesses. And, I think Navarra would love a draw right now, and he's going for that draw. Let's go back to the players. He's just hoovering everything off the board. Look at this. It's 3 versus 2 now, but those 3 white pawns, just too weak. This game is going to end in a few moments. There's just not enough material left. Even if Black wins one of the pawns back, there's no way to create a passed pawn, and therefore this rook endgame is a simple draw. And, OK, I don't think we'll see a trade here from Navarra. There we go. Trading the rooks would have been risky for white because white's pawns are separated, isolated. Black's pawns are joined and connected. And here we go. We're about to see a result. The position repeats itself. That's a perpetual check, 3-time repetition, and it's a draw. They end the day on a high.
And a smile from David Navarra. He had a fantastic day today, winning 2 games and 2 draws. Also a draw here against world number 10, Richard Rapport, who still has 14 minutes left on the clock. So that was a quite quick game. You always say it's chaos on the board when Richard Rapport plays. How will you describe this game, Ivanka?
Also chaotic.
Yeah.
I have to say, maybe it was in favour of David Navarra, who had the promising position. Black's pawn structure there, Richard's pawn structure was just in tatters. But, he survived. This is the whole beauty with chess these days, that it's humans playing. Humans make mistakes. It's been a long day. And you sometimes miscalculate. And, in the end, I think it was a very fair result.
Yeah. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I think both players have reason to be happy with today. They both won 2 games. They're both relatively okay placed in the standings. But I think Navarra, once he analyses that game, will be a bit disappointed. He had some chances, but he rushed, maybe just panicking because Rapport was playing so quickly. And we saw that flurry of trades, some real complications, bang, 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 the pieces getting hoovered off the board. And it was actually exciting to see it happen. But objectively, Navarra did miss a chance.
And Richard Rapport is currently now in 5th place, obviously with all the other games still going on in round 8. David Navarra is currently outside top 8 in 10th place, but with a winning streak he's had today, also winning against Magnus Carlsen. How do you see his chances to qualify for the knockout?
Well, he still has a job ahead of him, but definitely they've increased, and also he will be feeling really positive going into the 3rd day. And he will be feeling like, yes, you know, now I'm in with a shot, as opposed to the first day where maybe he felt a little bit low, what didn't quite go his way. And beating Magnus Carlsen, you know, what a highlight for David Navarra. Sorry, I keep calling, you know, you guys call him David, but I always called him David. So sorry about that.
I'd say David as well.
I normally say David, but it feels a bit vain, so I'm going to mix things up.
All right. We are hoping to get a comment from David Navarra after such a fantastic day. But I think we have to skip into another game going on here. And round 8, final round of today. And it's this one, Magnus Carlsen against Lei Ting-ji. And Magnus, of course, a big favorite, but the bar is roughly to the middle.
Yeah, it's really tense. If we do a quick count, it's actually level material. I slightly prefer White's position because White's pieces seem a bit more active, temporarily at least. White has the bishop pair, which we talked about in the last game, and White's bishops are pretty good, both on long diagonals. But then again, there's immediate tension, there's concrete action happening in the position. There's pawns looking at each other. If there's a trade of pawns in the center of the board, Black's rooks suddenly will open up. White only has 1 active rook right now. Yeah, anything can happen. And Magnus, we're not used to seeing this from him. Against one of the underdogs, he's actually lower on the clock, and he does end up trading a set of pawns. So he's not going to be happy with this development. Suddenly, Lei Ting-ji's pieces are going to get a bit more life, a bit more active, and I think she's got a fair share of the chances. She has options here. She can capture this pawn back in the center of the board, or if she's feeling extra ambitious, she can actually flick in a check. So Black's knight can go and capture White's light square bishop. That's a check. So White has to spend a move recapturing, and then she can take this decision of what to do about this pesky white pawn. And yeah.
It's very, very tempting. I think that would be the first move that comes to my mind, actually, because, you know, we've spoken quite at length about how the bishop pair is such a powerful tool. And when the position is kind of almost open, I would take the time, and she's done this, taken the time out to exchange the pieces. White's king, a little bit shaky, and I agree. White has and both White and Black have good chances for a win.
Yeah, and temporarily at least, Magnus has gone back a pawn up because he has grabbed a pawn on the side of the board. It's not the most meaningful pawn in the world. If you look on the A file, White has the doubled pawns there. They're both a bit weak. They might well fall off the board later on. But meanwhile, look at this from Lei Ting-ji. She's just advancing her H-pawn up the board, maybe trying to kick away the white knight from its defensive post. Really interesting move there. And knowing her, she will have ambitious intentions as well. She won't just want to win back the pawn and draw the game. She knows she's playing the world champion, and it's almost once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so she'll be going for it if she can. Magnus, meanwhile, solid move. Lifting his rook up. He wants to bring his rook in the corner that's asleep. He wants to bring it across and double up his rooks on this D file.
Yeah.
Feels a bit loose, though, that rook undefended temporarily.
It definitely does feel loose. But the thing is, though, at the same time, Magnus is inviting some trades. He wants to get into that in-game. He wants the Lei Ting-ji to kind of like panic a little bit and maybe retreat the bishop so that some trades can be initiated, and then Magnus is in his element. He'll be that extra pawn up. His king will be relatively safe. So I feel that she has to be a bit precise here to generate something.
Yeah, she has to be precise. And I know the consistent move, what that would be. It would be pushing the black H-pawn down even further. She's spent a move pushing it. She might as well continue with that concept, just kicking away the white knight from its square. But why is she hesitating? I see danger in her future if she gets low on the clock.
If she gets below 1 or 2 minutes, because as you mentioned, Jovanka, she might end up in a difficult endgame where she needs that time, especially against someone as kind of cunning in the endgame as Magnus. So, okay, she needs to just push that pawn or needs to move the black bishop out the way, needs to do something quickly. Her time is disappearing and it's still quite tense while the queens stay on the board.
Yeah.
And, okay, I think she needs to move, push that pawn, kick away the white knight, maybe go for the white king if you can. At least Magnus now has some time to calculate what will happen in that regard. So spending a minute and a half, almost half her time on this one move, and then playing the most obvious move, her original plan, that might come back to bite her later. So, okay, the knight needs to move.
Yeah.
What do you think? Where's Magnus going to place that knight?
Next to his king.
Next to his king.
Right now, you know, because
not in the corner.
Not in the corner.
The F1 square.
The corner would just be voluntarily trapping your own knight for the rest of the game.
Yeah, never put the knight in the corner.
Don't do that.
General rule.
Yeah.
There.
And okay, so he.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
He invites more exchanges, maybe heading towards an endgame, but suddenly you look at the white king, it's a bit open, right?
Totally open.
Suddenly the black queen can come and give a check.
And it contravenes our rules. You know, you don't break our rules for nothing, do you? King's best friend.
Unless Magnus has worked things out and figured out that his king is safe enough for now, then I think he might look back on this as a mistake. And I like this move by Lei Tingjie. She's going for a rook trade maybe on the central file, but also she's attacking white's extra pawn on the edge of the board. White has kind of twin girls there, 2 Alice pawns, the 2 A pawns, and one of them might just get snapped off on the next move. And, okay, Magnus, how does he deal against all of these threats? How does he deal with the rook exchange, first and foremost? How does he deal with his pawn on the edge of the board? And how does he deal with black's queen coming over to give some checks? I think Lei Tingjie is fighting really well in this game.
Right. Now, Liam Le has finished game 8 today, winning that one as well. He has won 6 out of 8 games so far in the preliminaries. He's up on 20 out of 24 possible points. Amazing tournament so far by him. In sole lead, definitely by many points. Wow. Super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we've been a big fan of his play throughout last season's tour, and just a great player in general, one of the most hardworking players in chess, a coach now in an American university. But to get that score is phenomenal. And, OK, meanwhile, back to this game, Magnus stacking up his rooks on the d-file. I'm pretty sure we'll see a trade of one set of rooks, but how and on whose terms? Will black immediately exchange a set of rooks, or will black go and use her bishop, and capture this white pawn on the a5 square? Oof.
Will it be a long game, this? Hard to say, maybe?
Potentially.
I think it will be a long game because obviously Magnus will not want to be drawing this game. He will definitely be doing everything he can to eke out a win.
All right, and that's good if it's a long game, because then we can have a talk with David Navarra, who's had a great day today. Ahoy, David.
Ahoy, welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. So David and Jovanka told me that you usually always greet your opponent with saying hello in their native language. So I wanted to do the same for you. And how many languages do you speak?
It's hard to say. I can speak about 4 foreign languages well, or at least decently, and about 4 more or less well. But sorry, I don't speak Norwegian. I learned some words, but forgot them again. I mean, I played in Norwegia last time many, many years ago.
Well, I can teach you hello very quickly. It's just hi.
Hi.
Yes. That's hello in Norwegian. And speaking about Norwegian, what a game against Magnus Carlsen. What can you say about that fantastic win?
Of course, I was very surprised. I mean, I was hoping for a draw. I tried to play it solidly. I played this line recently against Parham Maksudlu. And Magnus somehow blundered, made a huge positional mistake by playing queen a2 in the game, allowing me to shatter his pawn structure, after which I had a bishop pair as well as a better pawn structure. I mean, it was not completely clear, and I'm not sure if my structural and positional transformations were correct, but my position has been more promising all the time since then, and I'm generally good in positions where I have initiative and which are not too strategically complicated, and after the next transformation it resembled my game versus Bugar Gashimov from the Sochi Grand Prix 2008, where I had a similar pawn structure with the same material, but I misplayed it in a time trouble and eventually even lost, succumbed to a mating attack.
Wow.
And here I did not. I was careful. Of course, it was not easy. I was nervous. I went out of time. But when I spotted these tactics with Rook F8, Rook F1, originally I calculated Rook takes D2 and was not happy, but then I spotted a Queen sacrifice, Queen takes F1, after which Black gives a check on G2 with the Rook and it's winning. So it seemed to work and it did. So I was glad to have played a good game against the world champion. I mean, of course, I was lucky because it doesn't happen often that he makes such big mistakes like Queen A2 when Black got a serious advantage for free, but it was far from easy to exploit that.
Yeah, fantastic. What does it mean to you to win against the world champion?
Of course, I was very happy because until then my tournament had been really bad. I mean, I had some good positions, but failed to convert them. And I even lost one of them yesterday in the evening because my brain just stopped working, whereas Erik Hansen defended resourcefully and deservedly won the game, although he had difficult position at some point.
Well, this today was fantastic, though, David. We congratulate you so much on your performance and best of luck tomorrow as well.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening or whatever time of the day.
Yes.
And all the best. See you later.
Thank you. Same to you. Thanks for joining us. All right. Drama on this board.
Drama on this board, and Magnus Carlsen just missed a really beautiful win. He could have won instantly by sacrificing his queen, reminiscent of Pragnananda's missed opportunity earlier today. And we have to jump in. We have to show this. The game's going to go on for a while. Magnus still in charge. He's actually a pawn up in the current position. But here, he grabbed a pawn. This was a bit greedy. He could have won in even flashier means. He could have taken this pawn. It looks impossible because it looked like the white queen would drop off the board, but suddenly the rook would come up, deliver a check. The king has only got one safe square, and this would end in checkmate. The king trapped on the edge of the board thanks to this connection between the rook and the bishop. So this would have been a beautiful win for Magnus. Also, after this rook capture, I noticed that the black queen moved. White could continue trying to sacrifice the queen by playing queen takes pawn, deflecting with a nice checkmating idea again. But Magnus, he just grabbed a pawn, still winning. But now there's much more hard work to be done. And Leitinge still has some chances. We saw that the black bishop now was able to defend this key central pawn. And just to catch up with the current position, just to see what happened, the rooks have been traded. And now Leitinge, she's trying to get her queen to check this white king. But for now, at least, this white king is safe. There's no way to immediately check. And look at this. Magnus being a pawn up, he's trying to trade the queens. This is the potential winner if the queens disappear from the board. So Leitinge fighting hard. She brings her queen back. But this is just one check. For example, if the white pawn pushes, the white king can just dodge and step away from the queen. It looks like Magnus should still win, but he could have done it earlier in better style.
Wow. Well, someone who has won in round 8 is Liam Le, and we are joined now by the tournament leader, Liam Le. Congratulations on another great day, Liam.
Thank you.
What can you say about your performance? How satisfied are you winning 6 out of 8 games so far?
Yeah, this is amazing. I did not expect this. So I think this is my best performance ever in the tour. So coming into this tournament, I actually did not have high expectations because I was a bit busy with my team at Webster University in the last few weeks. We have been preparing for a big tournament for the university. So I did not prepare too much for this tournament. So I just decided to play what I know, and luckily everything turned out pretty well in the last 2 days.
So are you actually playing this event at the same time as having almost a full-time job at the university you work at?
Yes, yes.
Wow, impressive stuff. And I want to ask you, so you played several events now in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. What are you doing better now in this format that make you perform like you are performing now?
I think I'm just getting used to it, and I don't have too much stress, and I just try to enjoy the games, try to prepare a little bit better and play more practical. For example, today I really like the way I play, just fast and didn't make any big mistakes. So my games today have been pretty smooth. I won 3 games and drew 1, and considering I have 3 blacks, it was I'm very satisfied with that.
Incredible stuff. Liam, congratulations on a great day, and we wish you best of luck and hope the winning continues.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. All right, a quick interview with the tournament leader, Liam, because I just saw the board jumping back to the middle.
Yeah, more drama on the board, and I think Lei Ting-Jie just missed a chance to draw the game, or at least make it really difficult for Magnus. And it wasn't easy for her, but she fought so well, and we just have to jump into the position. We might see a result any moment now, but just to show quickly, in this position, Black could have brought the queen across to attack this bishop, and I think this would have held the game for Lei Ting-Jie. There's just no time now for Magnus to push this pawn forward because the bishop is under fire, but instead she went for this pawn. The pawn, though, worth less than the bishop, and now Magnus is about to make a new queen. After queen takes pawn, the king is marched forward, and now this pawn just unstoppable. We might well see 2 queens, 3 queens, a few queens on the board, and Black's pawn, unfortunately, just too slow. So no time to grab this bishop because White would make a new queen, another check, but now White's king is going to zigzag to safety. It's just going to march its way behind its bishop. Okay, Magnus uses this square, but now eventually this pawn will promote. Let's go back to the players. Magnus about to make a second queen, and he should win this one. But look at this Lei Ting-Jie. She's going for a queen as well. Will we see 4 queens on the board, Jovanka? Now we see 3.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure whether Lei Ting-Jie will be able to make the 4th queen, because those 2 queens, they're very powerful and they will work together to create mating threats. And there you go. There's 1 on the board now.
Yeah, and despite the fact that the computer says plus 12, completely winning for White, this is still a bit complicated. Look at Magnus. He's still not 100% sure that he's winning, because when there are queens on the board, you can never relax. It just takes 1 careless move by Magnus, and suddenly Black will give some nasty checks. Black will make a second queen of her own. I mean, what a position we have right now. How tense is this one? If Black does take the time out to make a new queen, okay, she doesn't do this, then White would have taken the pawn next to the Black king on the f7 square, and I think that would have ended in checkmate next move. So Black's bishop moving out the way. Look at Black's queen at the bottom now, guarding the pawn on the f-file, but Magnus, what a move. So calm, dodging his king out the way, and now the White bishop is the one on the same diagonal as the Black king. He's going to deliver
He's going to deliver the mating blow.
4 queens on the board, though.
Yeah, that's true, but it's going to be checkmate on the same square that on the h8 square.
And there we go. It's a result. Checkmate about to happen. But look at this position. 4 queens on the board. What a game between these 2 champions.
Wow, how will you describe it? 4 queens on the board.
It's so rare. I think we've seen it maybe once on last season's tour, maybe twice, but I've never had that position, that type of scenario myself, I must admit. So what a game.
What a game. And what a game by Magnus, would you say also? Impressive by him?
A bit of both. I mean, I love the tenacity that Lei Ting-Jie showed there. She was so close, 1 move away from securing a draw, even just before the end. But yeah, Magnus finding the key moves at the right time, especially after making that second queen. He didn't relax too early. That would have been a big mistake, and he was ruthless when it counted. But yeah, great fight. Both players deserve credit in that one.
Yep. And we're hoping to get a comment from Magnus Carlsen. There was another huge result in this round. Young Praggnanandhaa, he keeps on shocking the chess world, winning, right, against Ding Liren. He's won now in the Champions Chess Tour against Levon Aronian, Magnus Carlsen, Ding Liren. I mean, wow.
And this is just the start for him. I mean, he's only 16 years old. He's got another 20, 30 years at the top of world chess, and he's already, I mean, beating the best players in the world. It's mightily impressive. And if he qualifies for the knockouts now, nobody will want to face Praggnanandhaa.
Absolutely. How impressed are you with the young 16-year-old? Also, after the month he's been through with so much attention from everyone, that he's still able to be here. prepared playing this amazing chess.
Exactly, and he hasn't let the nerves get to him at all. He hasn't thought about what happened last month and how much attention he's now generating. Instead, he's just focusing on the games. And what's impressed me the most is actually that, you know, he's had a few heartbreaking losses, but he's managed to come back.
Yeah.
And he's managed to fight his way, and it seems like nothing phases him, and he just is so eager to get to the next stage. He wants to make that next jump. And, of course, Sting Loren is an amazing competitor. So hats off to Pragnanda.
And guess who he plays in the first game tomorrow?
Ooh.
Magnus Carlsen.
No.
Pragnanda against Magnus Carlsen. That's going to be huge. A rematch from last month.
Wow. Oh, that's going to be so interesting to follow. Do you think Prag will be extra nervous for that?
No, I don't think so.
He's just going to enjoy it.
I think he's just going to enjoy it. I think the nerves might be from Magnus, actually, because, of course, losing to Pragnanda the first time generated such publicity. What's it like when if he were to lose a second time?
Well,
can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait. We are joined by world champion Magnus Carlsen, finishing off with 2 wins here today, Magnus. A little bit up and down results maybe so far, but how will you describe your playing so far?
Yeah, as you said, I think it sums it up decently. Obviously, 2 losses is a bit too much, but yeah, the points are coming in pretty steadily, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm. And how is your form, your motivation going into this tournament?
My form, I think, is okay. I think it will be better in the knockouts eventually as I play myself a bit into shape. So I think it's fine.
And we have a few new players, some players that we haven't seen too much in the tour as well. What is sort of your tactics when it comes to openings and preparations for this tournament?
No, I try to vary quite a bit. Keep my opponents guessing a little bit first.
Now, we just talked about it, Magnus. The first game tomorrow, you're going to face Pragnanda again, and that's a big moment for him. What will it be like for you after losing to him in the previous tournament?
I won the tournament, though.
That is very true.
Oh. No, I mean, he plays very well. And obviously, there was... yeah, there was a lot of attention for that game, which I guess is just good for chess. But he seemed to take it very, very calmly, which I thought was a good sign.
Yeah.
Don't get carried away, even if people around you do. But yeah, he's doing well now, and he's certainly a massive candidate to qualify for the knockouts now.
Yeah, we actually heard him say that it was actually very important for him because he's been struggling with self-confidence after 2 years of COVID and ratings being stuck. How do you feel about that? That at least that loss against him sort of contributed to him feeling confident.
Well, if I could help in any way, then I'm happy.
Glad to hear that, Magnus. And good luck tomorrow. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. Game round 8. Still not finished. So we're going to jump into this one. Erik Hansen against Jordan van Forest. Bar saying draw. David saying?
Most likely draw, but still some life. And again, first thing we do anytime we reach a new game is do a quick count. I'm just noticing Erik shaking his head there. Maybe he was doing well early in the game. But it is level material. Black has a set of doubled pawns, not great, but Black's bishop looks much better than White's knight, at least for now. And White's extra pawn, the passed B pawn, is prevented from pushing forward by the Black bishop. So, okay, really tense. It could still go either way. Personally, I quite like having a bishop and rook together, but White's knight doing a good defensive job. Ivanka, who do you prefer? I think it should be a draw, but still some life.
I think that it should be a draw as well, but I'm going to say if White pushes too hard, I actually think that it will be Black who wins the game because the White knight can be destabilized. And one thing you kind of mentioned is that White's passed pawn on B5 under lock and key. It's not getting anywhere.
Yeah, if white's pawn over there, it's a bit lonely as well. If white's pawn on the left side drops, suddenly it's going to be very one-sided. White's going to be purely on the defensive. It's still a draw, but okay, Eric trying to lock down this draw now by offering a trade of rooks. I think a trade of rooks would be a terrible idea, actually, for black. You need to keep the rooks on. Black's rook is more active than white's rook right now, just because it has more squares to use vertically, horizontally. And yeah, as you mentioned, Jovanka, actually, suddenly there are some nasty checks for white to deal with. Eric as well, 4 seconds. Oh, he's under 10 seconds now after every move. And we've seen blunders happen on Eric's part there before. So, okay, that's a check. The white king runs. That's a pin. The white knight now. Some big threats against it. And the white king forced to run even further away.
Okay, maybe now there's a B pawn to look at. And there you see, Jordan is attacking. Oh, but the tricks keep on coming. Never underestimate the knight. And hang on a second, there could be something else, right?
Black has to be really careful. You cannot grab white's pawn on the b5 square. If black's rook gets greedy and goes and takes that white pawn, there would have been a knight check and a fork. Black's rook would have dropped off the board. But now Jordan leaning back, slightly more confident. He nearly blundered. I think he was about to walk into that blunder, but instead choosing a safe square for the black rook. The only problem for black is the king is trapped. So you have to be a bit wary of where you put the black king. You can't allow any checkmates. For example, if white's rook could pick itself and put itself on the pick itself up and put itself on the f6 square, that would be checkmate. Yeah. But black is eyeing up some pawns. Eric.
Not an easy way to defend that pawn as well. And so this is why he throws in a check.
Made that move with 2 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, because
make another knight check. You just have to move. There we go.
Yeah, but now the king can start running away. Okay, he steps forward, so maybe the position is just going to fizzle out into a draw.
I have a feeling Jordan might try and play for a win. It's his style. He hates draws in endgames. He's always looking for the maximum. But you're right. I think objectively, black should just take the draw. The black king's in too much trouble.
I'm just wondering whether the black king can just run to the centre, because it's not easy to defend the pawn on f3.
Yeah, look at their body language, though. Both sides clearly want to win this game, and Eric is the one who doesn't take the draw. He played that move with 5 seconds left.
And he's got hardly any time on the clock.
And he set a trap as well. If black's rook captures the f3 pawn now, then there's a nasty check from the white rook. The white rook will slide behind the black king and win.
But what's his plan after this counter-attacking move?
He's just dropping back with his knight, so black actually can choose 2 different pawns to capture.
I would capture because
Which one, though? Which pawn would you take?
I'm going to capture the f pawn because I want to liven things up, you know?
It's the most ambitious move.
Exactly, and
he plays it.
He plays it.
And the reason it's the most ambitious is because white's pawn on the left side of the board, very, very weak, doesn't have any support. Black's rook can go back and try and win that. Even if that pawn drops off, should still be a draw, but now Eric's on the defensive.
Yeah. And actually, for a split second, you know, we saw Eric kind of go, oh, he's not happy with his decisions.
But I like this last move by Eric. Now he's going on the counterattack, the white knight hitting the black rook and attacking a pawn at the same time. I think that move is the key to clinch the draw. Black's rook cannot really go back, or maybe it can, but if it goes back to defend its pawn now, then it's going to become a passive piece. And white's king is actually able to join the action again. So Eric shaking his head. Maybe he was winning early in the game, but yeah, Jordan, what's he going to do?
I think he's going to drop his rook back, because otherwise, you know, it is going to fizzle out into a draw. If he wants to keep the game alive, keep the rook, put the rook back, and then start to push your pawns.
Yeah, now times have equalised, both sides under 30 seconds left. It is risky, but it is Jordan's style to play for the win. And you're right, Jovanka, you called it. Black is taking big risks now because the white king has been let out of its cage, and okay, he's given back a pawn, and now the white knight, I think, can safely go back and take this pawn off the board. And black's bishop trying to indirectly attack white's rook along the dark square diagonal, but the black's rook is in the way. And yeah, Eric now should just play it safe. Okay, he gives a check first. Next move, he's going to capture this black pawn in the centre.
Yeah, getting the rook out of the eye line of the bishop. And yeah, this looks like
It's like we're heading towards a draw. The knight and bishop just balance each other out. They're both equally strong now, and just not enough pawns left on the board. If anyone can play for a win, I was going to say black, but I don't think there's any chance left. Just not enough material on the board. And okay, some last tricks by both sides. White's king attacking the black bishop. Even if that black bishop disappears,
it's tempting actually, because that is also a draw, but it's 50 move away from a draw, so no need for that.
Just need to get rid of the pawns for both sides. And okay, the king sliding back. If white wants a draw now, if Eric wants a draw, he can just keep checking. He's playing with fire though, with his king. Now there's a big threat. Black's rook wants to slide in between the white king, the white knight. That would be a winning check for black. So the white king or knight will have to move over the next few turns.
And are we going to see a repetition of moves as the rook keeps checking the king?
Yeah, it looks like Eric.
Looks like it.
If he wants the draw, he can just keep checking. If he wants to win, he has to move his king or knight. But the problem is there's no good squares to move them to. So Jordan, have we seen a result? Jordan just relaxed, going for the draw, and looks like on their body language, we have seen the result. Let's get confirmation. I think Eric's just waiting. He's about to play his next move. And both players just waiting for the final move. And oof, when are they going to make that draw?
Will they? Won't
teasing
they?
us.
They're keeping us on edge.
I mean, you can see on that Jordan is like shifting screens. Maybe he's like putting up Eric Hansen's webcam.
Yeah.
He's just...
Jordan has more than 1 minute in a simple position, so he's got enough time. But Eric down to 15 seconds.
He has to take a decision.
Maybe
Is he
Jordan's going to
do
start
it?
playing on the clock now.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And
well,
wow, playing
Eric
for the win,
says
Eric Hansen.
no draw today. At least
Oh.
not such a quick draw.
Yeah, you can tell he's been frustrated. He was maybe doing well early in the game, and this whole end game, although it's been completely drawn since we joined, he's the one pushing, taking the risks. Now black's rook is attacked, and also white's knight threatens maybe some checks. I think a nice try. I'm glad he's played on. And okay, black's rook needs to move. It gives a check. White's king is just going to sidestep. There we go, protecting its pawn. And now big threat again. White's knight is going to jump to the d7 square with a check. So black has to try and trade rooks. And okay, good defense from Van Forest.
Yeah. And well, that rook is going to block every single check that the white rook gives it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Eric tried a trick. It didn't quite work out. Jordan defending well, and Eric back down under 10 seconds.
6 seconds, 5 seconds, okay, and now I'm okay, he moves his king.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If he didn't move the king, there would have been a nasty knight check, potentially. So, okay, now black is out of danger. The white king forced away, and black's king can advance. Black can defend his pawn if he wants to with his rook. Okay, and now I know how people feel when they watch me under time pressure. Normally I'm so calm with 5 seconds on the clock, but when I watch games like this with Eric towing the line every time, it's scary.
Yeah.
Nerve-wracking.
It is pretty nerve-wracking, and especially if you have a vested interest in how the result will go. You think, no, I can't handle this. And but then I had an interesting talk with Henrik Carlsen, and he just said, no, you appreciate the chess. You just start looking at the chess and you see what lessons you can get from it. And I thought that was such a beautiful thing.
So when he's watching Magnus's game?
Yeah, he doesn't get stressed, you know. He just appreciates the chess.
Yeah. That interview, you guys, is available for all Chess24 premium members on chess24.com. Ivanka's long interview with Henrik Carlsen about so many interesting subjects.
And we might finally see the draw now. This is the second time we've seen this position. If the black king retreats to the 7th rank, attacking the white rook, that's also the second time we've seen that position, and I think a draw would arise. Is Jordan thinking of playing for the win now? It's as if both players just want to prolong the day as long as possible to keep their chances alive. But Jordan, okay, have we seen the draw there?
There it is. A draw between Eric Hansen and Jordan van Forest, the final game of today in round 8. That means day 2 in the Charity Cup is over. These two played such a long game. And was it Eric who had the biggest chances to get that win?
It looks that way, but his biggest chances were quite a long time ago in the middle game, and he just let it slip, and Jordan step by step fought back. And here we just saw the draw by repetition. The white rook checked the black king. The king stepped back. The white rook went across to attack this pawn. The black king came back where it came from, attacking the white pawn. And there we saw the repetition. The middle game was very complicated. Eric missed some chances, but in the end, a draw, a fair result.
All right. So let's take a look at results from round 8 out of 15 in the preliminaries. That means only 7 more rounds to go to qualify for the knockout stage. Hans Niemann, he won his game against Ju Wenjun. Liam Le winning his 6th game so far this tournament against Vidit. Jan-Krzysztof Duda winning against Gawain Jones. Unfortunately, they're struggling a lot this tournament. Pragnananda, look at that, huge win against world number 3, Ding Liren. And Magnus Carlsen winning his game against Lei Qingji. So that means standings. It's looking like this. We have Liam Le, 20 points. He's actually 4 points ahead of the 2 next players on the table. Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda shared second. We have Hans Niemann with 14 points in 4th place. Ding Liren, 13 points. Richard Report and Pragnananda, both on 12 points. Pragnananda currently inside top 8 for knockout. What chances do you give him now, Ivanka, to make it to the quarterfinals?
He's got great chances. I mean, I'm really impressed by his play. And even the game that he lost against Duda, he was winning. So he's a calm, cool customer, and I think he will be looking to tomorrow's action with a lot of excitement, and especially the first game of the day against Magnus Carlsen.
Definitely.
Also, if the prelims ended here, Carlsen and Pragnananda would even play each other in the quarterfinals. Imagine that, a whole day, 4 games between those 2.
Oh, that would be so cool. And we did see also Eric Hansen there, currently outside top 8, but he can still make it. And let's also take a look at the tour rating now, you guys. I'm especially then eager to see what has happened to Pragnananda, up by 16 points. But look at Liam Le, up 40 points. And Magnus Carlsen is now currently the only player above 2,800. Who has impressed you the most so far this tournament, David?
I've got to say Liam, just because he's winning everything. He's got that golden touch right now. But also Duda hasn't always impressed on the tour, but it feels like a bit of a breakthrough for him so far, winning a lot of games, a lot of decisive games at least. And yeah, Hans Niemann, despite today losing against Magnus Carlsen in the first game, still doing very well. He's in the qualification places, as we see on this chart, gaining 33 rating points. That is a great performance for anyone.
How about you, Ivanka? Anyone you want to point out?
I'm also equally impressed by Liam Le. You know,
as he said, at the same time as working his full-time job.
Yes, although he is a chess coach, I just want to say. So there is some connection between the two.
Maybe he's getting his students to help out with openings.
We did ask him on the last season of the tour, and he said yes. I mean, it's like the perfect thing, you know, here are my games, analyze them. Here are my openings, let's work together, hive mind. No, I'm very, very impressed by Liam Le, and such a great guy. I've been really, really impressed by his preparation, I have to say. Some real novelties there and some dangerous ideas.
And now we're joined by Eric Hansen playing the final game today. Hi, Eric, thank you for joining us.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I just had my longest game of the tournament, and I'm still thinking about it, but happy you guys picked me.
Oh, we always want to talk to you, Eric. And how will you sum up the tournament so far for you?
It has not been going well. I've been playing terribly, and I would have a worse score if I didn't get very lucky yesterday against David Navarra. I'm just struggling in some of the openings and making some wrong decisions in time trouble as well. So I don't know. Gotta evaluate, but it hasn't been going well.
Well, after your fantastic performance in the previous tournament, are you putting more pressure on yourself? Are you feeling more tension, more nerves?
I think so, but also maybe some of the players are playing a bit better against me. So it's a combination of both. And I think after last month, with the unexpected result, there's definitely a bit more internal pressure, and I can't really help that because every tournament's strong and it's a knockout, so you do have to have a bit of pressure regardless.
And I do want to mention, you are finished playing world number 1, world number 3, world number 10, all the strongest players in this tournament. You're done with them. So do you feel some sort of inspiration with the 7 rounds to go to qualify for knockouts?
I still have some chances, so definitely looking forward to the next games. But I also must say, I really like playing the top 10 players. So some of my better games have been against the highest rated players, and that's probably because it's very easy to get motivated and really push yourself for those games. And then some of the other games, everybody's good here, but there's more pressure to actually just go for a win or a result. Whereas against Magnus or Ding, I can just focus on trying to play a good game.
And Eric, we all know you've been focusing a lot on streaming in the last few years. Has this experience and last month's experience kind of tempted you to play a bit more often?
Yeah, the temptation's definitely there.
Yay!
It's,
Good.
Yeah, it's like every time I play one of these, it makes me want to play a little bit more. But having 2 tournaments in a short period like this, it makes me feel like I'm active again when it comes to chess. So the temptation's probably at its highest point in a while.
And also, Eric, I know before this tournament you've been moving not only houses but cities. You've been traveling a little bit. So has it been hard to prepare for this event?
Yes, definitely. Try to do what I did last time a bit, where just coming in, feeling good, getting a bit of practice, but nothing too specific. This time it's not working so well, but it's all about making some adjustments. You know, we're halfway through the tournament, and hopefully I can make some adjustments in the final 2 days and up my level a bit.
And finally, I want to ask you, are you feeling inspired by the fact that this is a charity cup? Always we're talking about fundraising for UNICEF and the people in Ukraine.
It definitely adds a bit more purpose to playing, which I think in general is a good thing, that it's going towards UNICEF and what they're doing right now over there in Ukraine. So it definitely, puts the bigger picture ahead, and sometimes that's really nice in chess. We all like playing it, but when we can contribute towards something besides our own enjoyment of the game, it makes it that much more special. So definitely happy to be able to play in one of the charity ones. I think it's my first time in any sort of event like this.
Fantastic. Thank you, Eric, for that talk. And we wish you best of luck tomorrow as well. Hopefully you will gain some points to qualify for knockouts.
Hope so. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for joining us. All right. That was all the games for day 2 in the Charity Cup. Let's also take a look at the Fighting Chess Index. Who is on top of that? It is Gawain Jones, because a lot of decisive results, unfortunately, losing results for him. But Hans Niemann, he's on above 70 on the Fighting Chess Index. Pragnananda as well. Cool.
Yeah, those 2 players, they've been doing very well, but also it's because they've been fighting to the end, because they've had so many decisive results. And it's always a nice sign to see the young guys like Niemann, like Pragnananda taking risks and being so high up on this index.
And let's take a look at the first round coming up tomorrow, day 3 in the preliminaries. Here are the matchups. Look at that. Pragnananda against Magnus Carlsen. I can already say that we will follow that game in this studio. No doubt about that. Can Pragnananda, now with the white pieces, do what he did in the Everything's Masters and win against the world champion? It's going to be interesting, and a bunch of important games coming up, because we are now over halfway through. 7 rounds to go to qualify for the knockout stage in the Charity Cup. And we've been doing some more fundraising today, and I can happily say that we have now reached the 50,000 mark. What is it? 51,000. Wow. Yes, you guys, this is so inspiring to be a part of. We have set the goal to $75,000. I suspect we might have to up that goal even further, because our viewers are really participating in this fundraising. And I can also announce that the beautiful chess cup, it went for $265. 2-for-1 chess cup. So that's coming to the lucky winner. And thank you for winning that auction. All right, you guys, are you ready for day 3 tomorrow?
Yes, I can't wait for that first game, especially Pragnananda against Magnus. But in general, it's been a fun tournament. So many interesting players, again, entertaining us every round. And yeah, of course, it's for a good cause, and that is just a bonus.
Yeah, definitely. And the players are giving it their everything. You know, we're not seeing any quick draws from anyone. It's full-blooded fights. And what can I say? I'm impressed by absolutely everyone. And also, like David mentioned, Pragnananda, can't wait to see that. But a game that I also can't wait for is the game between Richard Rapport and Hans Niemann. Ooh, you know, the excitement just continues.
Definitely. Oh, we we have a lot of chess to look forward to, you guys. Thanks to everyone for being with us today, for donating, for being part of the Charity Cup, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Bye.